So we want to get going this morning. First of all, I'd like to wish everybody a very happy New Year. And may it be a year of good health and prosperity for each and every one of you, and a great year for the city of Las Vegas. At this time, I'd also like to thank the staff, going all the way up to the manager's office and the council, each and every one of them, for giving me support last night when we made the State of the City address. They were absolutely champions, and we're going to take a leadership position as a city. This is the first day of the rest of our lives as a city, and we're going to really make a difference. So I want to thank everybody who participated in that process. Without having the kind of collegiality and the kind of work-together attitude, you can't accomplish anything in government. And this council is extraordinary, our staff is extraordinary, because everybody's pulling in the same direction with the same oar to make the city the greatest city in the history of the world. The January 9th, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing-impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We don't have anything to worry about today as far as sprinkler systems. We don't even need them with the kind of attendance we have in the audience, but just in case our fire and rescue service folks go home or back to work, we do have a state-of-the-art sprinkler system here, and should it activate, please leave through the exits, and we'll have folks outside to tell you when everything's okay to come back in. We have no reason to believe that that's ever going to take place, but I've been asked to make this public announcement at each and every meeting. Before we begin with the agenda, I'd like everyone to please rise for the invocation this morning given by Rabbi Emeritus Mel Hecht of Temple Beth Am. We're going to then do the pledge thereafter, so please remain standing. And then I would like to take a moment of silence after we do the pledge to recognize the passing of Municipal Court Judge, Chief Judge Toy Gregory, who served the city well for many, many years. He passed away this past week, and it would be appropriate to take that moment of silence. And then I'm going to turn the remarks over to Councilman Wolfson, because he has a special guest here today who is going to sing a very beautiful rendition of God Bless America, or America the Beautiful. What do we have? God Bless America. Gets no better than that.
Before beginning, I want to thank the council for indulging my penchant for rabbinic comment over a more traditional form of invocation. Mayor Goodman, last night you indeed gave the state of our city. And I have to tell you that I have been here some 28 years. This is a season where we evaluate what has gone before with the hope that we can build upon that. That's the very essence of our aspiration and hope for a brighter tomorrow. In my experience, this particular administration is the most focused that I remember in the 28 years that I have been here. Nevertheless, you are building both on the vision and the mistakes of those who have gone before. A couple thousand years ago, there was a rabbinic sage who told his disciples, "Yours is not to complete the task, but neither are you free from desisting from it." That is the essence of our democracy, the willing to build on the vision of the past, adding a dimension of our own foresight, hopefully, and making the possibility of a brighter tomorrow, including the risks that need to be taken, not only as you as leaders, but those of the Guard who are going to be deployed for a greater vision of a world at peace. And so I ask that you remember that dictum. Yours is not to complete the task, but never, ever stop dreaming. and aspiring for a brighter tomorrow. And to that end, I think I can say amen.
Thank you very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you please take that moment of silence. Thank you. Councilman Wilson? Why don't you go down and we'll follow after she's here. And we'll go down after. We going down for the song? No, we'll stay here for the song and then we'll
Wait a second, Councilman Wilson, for some reason the men on the council all want to come down.
I'm not surprised. Well, let's, Councilwoman Tarkanian as
Why
well.
don't we all go down?
Sure. Well, while my colleagues are making their way down, it is indeed my pleasure today to introduce a very special guest. But before I get to Miss Nevada, I certainly want to thank my very good friends Mark and Sugarvogel for making this opportunity happen today. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you all Miss Nevada. Her name is Kalish Manos. And before she presents us with a little surprise, I want to tell you a little bit about her. When she's not riding horses or figure skating or operating heavy equipment, Kalish is busy with the duties of her title, Miss Nevada 2007. Kalish is a spokesperson for Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, which evidently is a platform issue that chose you when your brother was killed tragically in a drunk driving crash back in 2002. She is a senior at the University of Nevada, Reno, and is pursuing a dual degree in interior design and communications. Kalish has been a participant in the Miss America organization for 5 years and has largely funded her college education through the program. She recently returned to Nevada after filming the reality show Miss America Reality Check, which will air on the TLC network. The show chronicles the events leading up to the Miss America pageant, which will be held January 26th here in Las Vegas at Planet Hollywood. Kalish will be competing against 51 other young women for the title of Miss America. So on behalf of Mayor Goodman and the entire City Council, we wish to welcome Kalish Manos. Certainly wish her the best of luck in her upcoming competition. And I'm sure she'd like to say a few words, and then she's going to treat us. What? I didn't do a good job at that?
You did a terrible job because you say there are 51 opponents and there are only 50 states.
Let her explain.
Well, there's the District of Columbia and the Virgin Islands, but it's okay. I go over that every single time. Thank you so much for having me and the councilman and the mayor for giving me this incredible opportunity. I'm so excited to compete at Miss America in 2 weeks and even more honored to represent this city and the great state of Nevada. So, with that said, here's God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light flame above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my
Have a seat, folks. Well, we know that we're going to have a winner. That's for darn sure. At this time, I'd like to say good morning once again. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, our Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese will honor the January Citizen of the Month. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Myra, could you come up, please? Today we're going to recognize Myra Curran, who moved to Las Vegas from Mexicali, Mexico, 20 years ago. She was born and raised in this beautiful town and attended the University of Baja California, where she became a criminal lawyer. Her dream was to come to the United States to help people in need. She said she was able to live her dream when she started her 10-year career working with the City of Las Vegas Stupak Community Center. She has had the opportunity to help many families to fulfill their dreams of becoming citizens of this great country. As Myra put it, the best country in the world. Myra says she has a very powerful record of helping over 6,000 new citizens earn their United States citizenship. She says she owes many thanks to the City of Las Vegas, the Stupak Community Center, local, state, and federal agencies for making all this possible. Myra, we commend you for your hard work and dedication to helping others in need. We are real honored today to name you Award 3 Citizen of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for this award. I am happy and very excited. I just want you to know that working for City of Las Vegas is something that I feel very proud of. For me, having an employee badge, it is not only a piece of plastic, but it is a trophy that I carry every day. But I know that I have over 6,000 new citizens, and I promise that I will double this number, and also their families will enjoy the privilege to live in the most important country. Thanks again.
You want to say hi to you? Want to bring your family up here?
This is my family,
Come on up, please. Going to get you on television.
and I have some of my students too. You know, that was,
Sure, please.
hey, some of them.
Stand up,
Look,
please.
there's some of them. We didn't have enough room, you know, for 6,000 people here, so. And this is my family.
That's great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is for you.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize some local Boy Scouts for their community service. Councilwoman?
At this time, I'd like to ask Jeremy Buckley and Chuck Ankerman to step forward, please. This morning, it is my pleasure to recognize a group of young men and women for their commitment and generous contribution of time to help a neighborhood of longtime residents and families in Ward 1. This group provided a much-needed service to our community. On Saturday morning, October 15th, 2007, the Scouts of Venture Group number 64 arrived in the older neighborhood of Artesian Heights, just south of West Charleston between Arville and Valley View, to paint an entire block-long wall that had been attacked by graffiti time and time again. You know, it's interesting to me, too, as I call this the Venture Crew. When I was a Girl Scout many years ago, we had the girls and the boys, of course, in separate organizations. No longer this. We had girls and boys working together in this Venture Crew, which is now the policy of the Scouts. The wall that they worked on looked much like a checkerboard. I know we've passed many of them each day in our travels because it had been attacked by graffiti time and time again, and there had been so many attempts to cover the graffiti. This group began the day by serving a pancake breakfast with all the trimmings, making it themselves, giving it to all the volunteers who were there that day, and then spending a full day painting and restoring that wall's beauty, which helped preserve the neighborhood. It is worth noting that none of the Scouts are from this neighborhood, and this, I believe, was a true gift of community service to the city of Las Vegas and to Ward 1. We call upon our adult citizens to be proactive and participate in neighborhood associations and watch programs. And here today, we can learn from youth and show our appreciation for their participation. And I'm going to give you the certificates as we honor you for this. Originally, this council meeting was going to be a week earlier when school was out, so most of the people could not be here. I'll give those certificates to you to give out to them. And the top two, please. Whoops. Jeremy, this is a certificate of participation in the work you did. And you know, we talk about how, oh my goodness, these big problems, what can we do to change them in the world? You follow through on the mantra that you take that small corner of the world, which is yours, and you begin there, and that spreads. And that's what we need today. Thank you. And then Chuck, for his leadership and hard work, we present this also to you. And thank you very, very much. I know this is important for all of us.
I'm thankful for getting this, and I was very appreciative that I was able to get that wall done in one day. Thank you.
This is a little bit tough. This is humbling to see those good guys there and those good guys there, and we're preparing another great one right here for services for the betterment of our community and for those good people up here and all the time that they spend in the behalf of our community. And thank you.
Thank you very much. For our third item, we're going to have the recognition of the I'll turn this over to Councilman Wolfson, who will recognize Miss Nevada again, which I'm very happy about, because I'm going to recognize her again, too. And some very special men and women from the Army Reserve, 257th Transportation Unit, and I got to tell you, we're so proud. We're so proud that you're part of us, and we wish you Godspeed, and stay out of harm's way. Keep my good luck mayor chip on you, and when you get back, we'll all get together again, okay?
You know, I couldn't have said any better, Mayor Goodman. Thank you very much. It is indeed my pleasure today to honor the Army Reserve 257th Transportation Unit that we have with us. So would you please all stand and be recognized initially? Okay, thank you very much. They have been invited here so that the mayor and the city council can officially adopt them and their entire unit before they deploy to Kuwait next week. Many of you may remember that the city of Las Vegas has previously adopted another unit of soldiers, the Bravo Company 426 of the 101st Airborne, which is currently serving overseas in Iraq as we speak. Both of these units have been adopted by the city of Las Vegas through a program called America Supporting Americans. And our pledge is to lend moral support to the soldiers while deployed and the families they have to leave behind. The city of Las Vegas is currently collecting recreation items to be shipped over with the soldiers. So if anyone wishes to donate books, games, musical instruments, or sports equipment that the soldiers can take with them, you can drop these items off at the Darling Tennis Center, which is located at 7901 West Washington, which is at the corner of Washington and Durango. All of these items need to be collected by January 18th. If you have any questions, please feel free to call my office at 229-2420. Lieutenant Schilling, you've been chosen to represent your troop. Would you please come up to the podium? What do you guys say, guys and ladies? Ooh-ah? I didn't do that very well, did I? Good morning, Lieutenant. I'd like to say that on behalf of Mayor Goodman and the City Council, I would like to present the 257th Transportation Unit with a City of Las Vegas flag so that you can take this overseas with you and your unit, display it proudly. Please remember that at all times, you and your fellow soldiers are in our hearts and our prayers. We wish you a speedy return and a healthy return. And like Mayor Goodman said, we expect each of you to come back as fast as you can with the mayor's chip and display it proudly. So on behalf of your unit, would you please say a few words, Lieutenant Schilling?
Mr. Councilman, Mr. Mayor, and Council, I'd like to thank you on behalf of our commander, Captain Anderson, and the soldiers and families of the 257 Trans for your support, your thoughts, and your concerns. Undoubtedly, this will strengthen us as we serve our country and we complete our mission. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Wilson, I just, there's a special lady here today, a special mother who has a son with this group, 2 other sons who are serving overseas, and I'd just like her to stand. Would you please, so we could give her a round of applause too.
Okay. Item number 7, any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, we have item number 37, is interlocal agreement 562B between the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission. Staff's asked to strike. And item number 46, city's managers emerging issues. Staff's have to strike that one because our city manager's out of town, I guess. Now, I'd like to bring those items forward, Your Honor. Take appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 8, is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meetings of November 7th, 2007, November 21st, 2007, and December 5th, 2007, and a special city council meeting of December the 10th of 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. If there is no additions or deletions, I make a motion to approve all these minutes as given to us.
All right, let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Before we call the next item, I'd like everybody to look around and take a great deal of pride in our Fire and Rescue Services Department with the men and women who serve us so valiantly each and every day. We have a very special city because of the special people that serve us, and certainly amongst that are the firefighters and rescue folks who are here today, and I think we owe them a round of applause before I call the next item. I'm now going a little bit out of order. I'm going to call forward item number 48 for the appointment of the new fire chief. Discussion and possible action regarding the ratification of Greg Gammon as Director of Fire and Rescue. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor and members of the City Council, as you know, Dr. Selby is out of the country on a business trip. So he asked that I extend his regrets for not being present for this very important appointment this morning. Our goal in this recruitment was to seek the best leader for the department. Doug feels we have found that leader in Greg Gammon, and I joined Doug in that sentiment. The process to find a replacement for David Washington, who retired on October 1st, involved a national search with nearly 40 candidates considered. Those candidates were from all over the nation, as well as several from inside Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department. This exhaustive search demonstrated our best candidate was already on the city payroll. Greg has over 23 years of experience with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Just last year, he was promoted to Senior Deputy Fire Chief, and during his tenure with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department, he has steadily risen from firefighter to fire chief with your action today. We would like to thank the department and the council for their patience and support throughout this recruitment. We could not have done this without tremendous effort by the Human Resources Department and Judy Tuttle in specific and her recruitment staff. We'd also like to thank Deputy Chief Mike Myers, who was in an acting capacity for the last 4 months. And as you all know, that's not an easy task to do for that extended period of time, so we'd like to thank him. So with that, Mayor and members of the council, the city manager presents to you for consideration Greg Gammon for the position of Director of Fire and Rescue.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It gives me great pleasure today to make a motion to approve Greg Gammon to be our fire chief. You know, I've been up here for 12 years, and you see different fire stations, different situations that we're put in as council members and the mayor to go out and look at something in our neighborhoods. You always see somebody representing the fire department there. They've always been very representative of the city of Las Vegas, and one of the top has been Greg Gammon as far as I'm concerned. And one thing that I've always said is I think it's important that this city hires from within. I think it's important that every fire person sitting out there in the audience today, those that are at the stations today, understand they have the opportunity to someday come before the city council and the mayor to be appointed their fire chief. And there's no greater honor today for me to put Greg Gammon's name as our fire chief. Greg, thank you.
Let's vote on that, please. Host? Motion carries. Chief, before I swear you in, I'm not sure, what is the status now? Is he chief even though I haven't sworn him in?
You can call me whatever you want right now.
I'm calling you chief. Chief, we'd like to hear from you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, Ms. Fretwell. It's a privilege and an honor for me to accept the position as fire chief for the city of Las Vegas. It's hard to express the gratitude that I feel right now, having spent 23 years working for this department. But I was pretty much, I've been raised on this department. My father spent 31 years. He retired in 1991 from this department as a deputy chief. I grew up I have some very early memories of being taken to the fire stations. I can remember playing on the fire engines as a young kid. The firefighters lifted me up on them, running around the firehouse. I remember eating their food. I remember putting their dirty, stinky helmets on, just having fun as a kid at the fire station. I also had the unfortunate experience of probably being the only kid ever who for 3 years had to wear a Dalmatian costume for Halloween that my mom would make me wear. Somehow I haven't ever gotten over that. But also as a young man, I had a dream of becoming a firefighter. And in 1984, that dream came true. I now had the opportunity to work with my father and to work with many of those same men that 20 years earlier would help lift me up onto those fire engines for me to play on. Now I have the opportunity and the responsibility to lead over 700 men and women who have already made this one of the finest fire departments in the United States. A very dedicated group that I am so honored and fortunate to serve. Our greatest days are still ahead of us, and I'm grateful to be a part of that. There's a lot of mentors that have shared their wisdom with me over the years who have helped me to get to this point in my career. A lot of coworkers who I still work with, who I've learned an awful lot from. And I can't name them all because there's too many, but I do thank them all for the work that they've done. I'm thankful that my family could be here today to share this with me. My father, my mom, my wife Debbie, my 2 daughters Heather and Taylor, and my son Blake. I have another son who's watching this on KCLV up in Washington. I have 2 of my 3 sisters here, Denise and Karen, and my other sister Greta. She's watching this also up in Utah. I got to give most of the thanks to my mom and dad. My dad for helping me realize this dream. My mom for not only allowing her husband but also her son to enjoy this wonderful profession. So I thank everyone. I thank them, and I'm honored.
Thank you very much. If the council would join me down there while we give the oath, please.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I would just like to say just a couple of words, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Chief Gammon, I would like to congratulate you. I know this has been a long road for you, and I truly believe that you're well-deserving of this opportunity. And having grown up in this great department, I truly believe that you're going to lead this department in the way it needs to be led. And on our discussions on yesterday, in regards to what you look forward to doing as far as bringing equitability back to the department and making sure that those coming in the door and those who are already in the door have a fair share at being a part of the great promotional opportunities as well as great experience as far as being on this department. So I look forward to you doing that, and once again, I would like to congratulate you.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Over the last 18 months, I've had the opportunity to work closely with almost Chief Gammon. And I want to say I've been so impressed with his abilities, his skill in working within groups who were planning big projects, his communication with the others, and I've just been extremely impressed, and I'm so happy that someone that's our own, coming up from his dad, coming up through our ranks, has the abilities and has been selected. I'm very impressed with your work, and I wish you the best, and I know you're going to work your very hardest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilman Brown?
Thank you. Congratulations, Chief. The question I have is, did you make any of your children wear the Dalmatian on Halloween? Yes or no?
They're all happy as they say.
I believe I found every last picture, and I've destroyed them. There are no more around. was feeling pretty good about all these firefighters showing up, and then I saw Miss Nevada here, and I realized why they're here.
Very good. And Chief, I think everybody in the room will stipulate you're not as pretty as Miss Nevada.
What can you say?
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state, convention, or legislature to the contrary, notwithstanding, and that you will well and faithfully perform all of the duties of the position in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
Yes.
That's it. He's Chief. Now that our new chief is sworn in, it's time for this important ceremony. I'd like to introduce Chief Gammon's folks. This is Richard. Good seeing you, my friend. And the chief's mom, Betty, and they're joining us up here. And the chief had one request, and that is that his father be the one to pin on his new badge as fire chief. What could be better than that? What could make a father more proud than seeing his son reach the aspirations of success that every father wishes for his children? So Richard Gammon, who's a 32-year veteran of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department, who retired in 1991, and when he left, he held the same job as his son once held, Deputy Chief of Operations. And Betty, I know you supported your husband in this important line of work, and now you support your son, which is terrific. And Greg says that growing up, his father was recognized as the chief only at work, that everyone knew the real chief was Betty. So at this time, I'd like Richard to please place the badge of chief on his son's coat. Congratulations. That's great. Thanks everyone for coming here today to see this honor bestowed. We really appreciate it. Very proud, right? That's not for me. Very proud. You'll be very proud. This is wonderful. Fire one. Okay. Good day. Good day.
No, good job. Thank you. Well, without a hitch. It's a nice day.
Hey, buddy.
It's a nice day when a father can see his son. That's all we want for our kids, to succeed, be better than we are.
Some business done now? Jeez.
It should be a very fast morning calendar, too. Yes? Uh-huh. Right.
Your Honor.
Plano. Yes. Okay, we'll be in recess for about 2 minutes, please. Through 42, which are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted on one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 9 through 42 with exceptions of item number 37, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Call item number 43. 43 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 558 Canosa Avenue. The property owner is Victor Vitug, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CH Construction to board all openings to city specifications, remove the refuse, waste, trash, debris, including any visible, non-usable materials, goods, etc., from all yards and other areas, clothes, palm trees, furniture, wood buckets, tools, etc. Dead, dry, overgrown vegetation, impose no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping signs. To date, there have been 4 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2004 was $155,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $3,284.35 for the work completed by CH Construction, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith at this time? All right, folks, is Victor Vitug here? All right, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to thank staff and follow their recommendation, and that would be my motion.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 44 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 1211 Eastwood Drive. The property owners are Eduardo and Naomi Galicia, and this is in Ward 3. The public hearing is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Again, the purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CH Construction to remove the refuse, waste, trash, debris, including deteriorated perimeter fencing and carport, posts and columns, dead, dry, overgrown vegetation, including oleander branches, at the property line at the north side of the property, remove graffiti, vehicles from property, patio cover on east side of building to include top and sides, cut all low-hanging tree branches to the height of at least 7 feet, board the structure to city specifications, board the enclosure on the west side of the building, repair the dilapidated fence on the west side of the property and sidewalk, and post no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping sign. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of October 2004 was $264,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $7,676.85 for the work completed by CH Construction, and that the above charges be filed and reported against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Are the property owners here? Public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I move follow staff's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 45, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building located at 1507 C Street. The property owner is Coleman Pete Revocable Living Trust, Coleman Pete TRS. This is in Ward 5. This is a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood Response. Purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CW Enterprises to rock landscape front, side, and rear yards, no irrigation, including weed barrier under rock, board all windows, paint to match and cover with metal screening, and install protective covering on all doors and windows. Remove refuse waste, dry vegetation, including brush and north side of yard, 2 sheds and brick barbecue, and remove service drop for power. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property at the sale date is not available. Property was constructed in 1967. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $6,969 for work completed by CW Enterprises, and that the above charges be filed and reported against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion, Councilman Borla?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Heritage Nevada 8 LLC for the development of the World Jewelry Center, an industry-specific office, residential condominiums, and retail complex on a portion of the Union Park property known as Parcel E and bounded by Grand Central Parkway, Bonneville Avenue, and the Union Pacific Rail Line. This item is related, of course, to Council Item number 56, which is R1 2008, Council Item 57, R2 2008, and the Redevelopment Agency item, which we heard earlier this morning, RA1 2008, item number 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is the agenda item that approves the disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5 and Heritage Nevada respecting the World Jewelry Center project. Rather than repeat all of the presentation and discussion that occurred this morning at the RDA meeting, given the cross-referencing of the agenda items, I would like to, for the record, incorporate the presentation and discussion by reference, and staff recommends approval of this item.
Very good. It is incorporated by reference. The only thing that I would ask is if, in fact, the media did not see the presentation this morning and they're interested in seeing what that presentation was all about, because of the fact that this is a legacy project in our mind, that Ms. Bridges can make a tape available to them, and they'll be able to get that information, because I think it's important enough that the world knows what we're doing there. It's a significant project, and will change the landscape of the way we think about ourselves. All right, may I have a motion, please? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I, too, agree with the sense of the beautiful project that is coming downtown. And with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries, and it's with our thanks, once again. I know it's been expressed time and time again today, but the Office of Business Development, and you have a significant number of the staff here today. You're doing a phenomenal job. You're really a very special group of folks who are as devoted and dedicated as anybody ever has been in the private sector, if not more so. So we thank you for all of your hard work, Mr. Adams and staff. Okay.
49.
49? Mm-hmm. Right. A little unwieldy here. Item 49 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Steve Merle Alberts. The new face.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
I'm Barry Reinick, detective with Metro, standing in for Detective Weeks.
Very good. She's prettier than you.
I take that as a compliment.
Okay. All right, and
who's the other guy there?
Detective Rude, do you want to state your name for the record?
Detective Stacy Rod, Las Vegas Metro Police Special Investigation Section, also standing in on the next case for Detective Tony Weeks, who's on vacation.
Okay, very good. All right, gentlemen, we're happy to hear from you. Is the appellant here, Mr. Steve Merle Alberts? Why don't you come up, sir?
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Council.
Very good. Gentlemen, let's hear from you, and then we'll hear from Mr. Alberts.
Mayor and Council, you have before you a report that details the conviction that Mr. Alberts has been convicted of, specifically conspiracy to defraud the United States. Las Vegas City Code 6.86.110 allows for that work card to be denied for a crime of moral turpitude.
All right, do we know whether or not the proposed employer is cognizant of this, and whether or not the proposed employer has expressed a position one way or the other as far as Mr. Alberts is concerned?
We do. We have a key employee for the employer that states that he is aware of it and is willing to hire Mr. Alberts.
Right,
He's
fine.
the president now, sir.
What about this?
They own cheese.
That's still man.
Is the employer present?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Be happy to hear from you as well, sir. Why don't you step up and give us your name, please? Are you Mr. Wright?
Yes, I am.
Very good. You're aware of the conviction?
Yes, sir, I am.
Notwithstanding that, it's your desire that you employ Mr. Alberts?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Mr. Alberts, if you'd like to be heard at this time?
Yes, sir. I pleaded to a tax fraud, which I didn't really quite understand what I was caught up in. And they said it was based on the means of where we were paid. I was paid tips and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I guess by law, because dancers were required to pay a certain percentage, that by law, the owner was supposed to collect the tips and then distribute to us. And because he didn't allow management to collect it and give it to all of us, that was a means of defrauding of taxes, which I didn't understand at that time.
I appreciate that.
I filed my taxes. They never gave me an exact amount that I owed. They just said that because of the means that I received the money, that it was a means of defrauding of taxes. Also, during all this time, I've been working since I pleaded guilty in September of 2006. I was sentenced in February of 2007. All this time I was allowed to work, and they never took my sheriff's card away. I paid my debt. I did 5 months jail time. I'm now doing 5 months house arrest. I worked on another 3 weeks, and then they decided to revoke my sheriff's card from me. I'm a single parent. I have joint custody of a 14-year-old son. I have full custody of an 8-year-old daughter from another marriage. And I seek this employment because I have no other skills. I've been in this business for 20 years. And you need a sheriff's card to do it. I've been a bartender / foreman all this time. I'm an ex-Marine. I received a Good Conduct Medal. I've always been an outstanding citizen. I play hockey for the Las Vegas Fire Department. I also play hockey with Las Vegas Metro. So I'm of good character and stuff. So I don't understand why they wouldn't allow me to work or anything.
All right, I appreciate that. Did you gentlemen want to be heard in addition to what you've already said?
No, sir.
All right.
No, Mayor, I think it stands on its own merits. We understand that the employer is going to support the
Right.
employment. We have a letter to that effect. So.
Very good. Are you going to be on a supervised release after the house arrest?
Yeah, that's part of the supervised release.
Okay, very good. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, before we do, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Mr. Alberts, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I just have a little concern about you continuing on in this industry, period. I do have a few friends in the construction industry that I could possibly point you in another direction if you'd like me to discuss that with you down the road here, but I'm not in support of allowing you to continue in this industry with that sheriff's card. So I just want you to know that up front.
I mean, a sheriff's card, I need that to work even in a casino or any other bar.
In the construction industry, you don't, and I'd be delighted to help you in that path if you'd like to go that way.
Plus, I'm 49 years old. I don't know if I could do construction at this time now.
The offer stands.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment that it seems to me in the situation in which he was caught with all the convolution at Crazy Horse 2, it's very difficult to be able to understand exactly what did happen with that RS situation. A lot of people seem to have been caught up in it. I think the good conduct, I think the fact that there's nothing else on his record anyplace, and the fact that and I understand what Councilman Ross is saying, you could go into the industry, but the fact of the matter is his skills are not in that industry, and it would be a lot harder. It could be done, but it would be a lot harder, and probably the remuneration on a consistent basis might not be the same for raising the family. So I just wanted to bring forth those points.
Very good. With the employer support and your demeanor, I think you're entitled to a second chance, make a living for your family and support them, so I'll be in support of it.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
If you don't mind. Mr. Alberts, you answered one of my questions. You're 49 years old?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in the Las Vegas area?
I've been here since 1986. I
Other
was
than
recruited out here to play football for UNLV.
Other than the conviction which is noted in our report pursuant to your past employment with the Crazy Horse, what other prior criminal history do you have?
I have none, sir.
Okay. This is a felony conviction through the federal criminal justice system.
Yes, sir.
You served 5 months in a custodial position, and you're now out on supervised release.
Yeah, I served 5 months at a federal correctional.
How long is your supervised release for?
It's 3 years, sir.
And that began when?
As soon as I was released from the correctional.
When was that?
That was November 13th.
So you just started your supervised release.
Yes, sir.
And supervised release is a form of supervision where you have a federal probation officer.
Yes, sir.
That you have to check in with on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, sir. I've done so, yes, sir.
And you're subject to whatever rules and regulations they put on you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you violate that supervised release, they can revoke it and put you back in prison, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you understand, I'm sure, probably better than anybody in this room, how serious this council is in watching the industry. This is a legal industry, but it's had its problems over the years. So you understand how serious we take the people that are employed in this industry, I assume. Would
Yes,
that be
sir.
a fair statement?
Yes, it would.
Other than the conviction, once again, you've never been in trouble before? I don't
No,
care
sir.
about a traffic ticket or a parking ticket, but no other criminal justice background?
No, sir.
Mayor and Council, I feel like I need to say something. There is an incident. It's a battery citation back in 1999. It was eventually dismissed, but it was directly related to his employment with Crazy Horse.
Okay.
What was the battery
you were cited for escorting a patron out of the Crazy Horse over a dispute, and the applicant admitted to the officer that he had battered the patron in the face. He was issued a citation, crime report was completed, and I believe he gave a voluntary statement too.
I admitted it. I never admitted it.
Whatever, I understand what you're saying, and we take it for what it's worth. It was an accusation, he was cited by a police officer,
Correct.
but it was dismissed in a court of law.
Correct. Well, it didn't get to the court of law. The city attorney chose not to file charges on it.
Okay, so the prosecutor's office didn't even file a charge?
Correct.
Okay.
Was it something in self-defense, or, I mean, I've never...
Okay, that's, you don't have to explain it.
Okay.
And then just a procedural question. We as a council, should we grant Mr. Albert this permit, it is subject to being revoked from him if he gets in any trouble, is that right?
I'm not sure, after the council or the mayor chooses to issue or allow his work card, what the course of action after that, unless it was new charges.
I mean, Detective Rod, if we give him a work card, that work card is subject to revocation if he gets charged with new crimes, is it not?
You typically put in place a provision where it's a one-year site-specific, a 6-month site-specific, subject to a review, so certainly it's within your authority to revoke that or remove that card as a privilege if you so deem it necessary.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask that all comments be put on the record. We part of my motion also. I certainly support second chances. Being a single parent, I understand. I was a single parent. I understand how tough it is to make sure they get what they need. I'm going to give this gentleman a second chance. I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item, site-specific, with a 1-year review. And hopefully we can come back in a year and hear good things.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Item number 50 is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Kevin Charles Rowe. Mr. Rowe here? Mr. Rowe, why don't you come up? Identify yourself for the record, please.
Kevin Charles Rowe.
All right. Gentlemen?
Your Honor, before we proceed, may I be heard?
Certainly.
I need to state for the record that I've had a recent professional relationship with Mr. Rowe, and based upon that, I'm going to recuse myself from this matter.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Before you, you have a report authored by Detective Tony Weeks. She's not here to represent it this morning, so I'll represent it on her behalf. It indicates that the individual before you, Mr. Rowe, was denied a work card for his conviction in September of 2006, referenced the arrest in 2006, but a subsequent conviction for 3 counts of sale of controlled substance. He was placed on probation, and he was credited with time served for the amount of time that he spent incarcerated in reference to those charges. There was also a battery and a battery domestic violence charge. Looks like one was denied, and the other I don't have a disposition on. One was a citation, one was denied by the attorney's office. So you have there an encapsulated version of his history, both misdemeanor and felony charges and felony convictions.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Rowe?
Yes, I'd like to start by saying thank you for hearing my appeal. I know it was a big mistake in my life, and I tried to correct it, and Honorable Judge Valerie Vega was kind enough to give me 3 years probation as opposed to sending me to prison. I've been trying to stay clean, and I've completed my counseling and passed all my drug tests, paid my fines. I just need to keep my job so I can keep paying my fines. I've had this job for the last 7 years. My boss, Robin Talley, she's here to show her support and saying that I'm a good worker, and I'm just nervous.
Don't be nervous.
Excuse me.
Don't be nervous. Take your
I
time.
just need to like I said, continue paying my fines, my child support. I need it so I can support me and my wife. I'm just asking for a second chance to prove that I won't get in any more trouble, and I'm done with that life, and I just show me a little faith, and I'll let you know it be deserved. I just, like I said, need a second chance.
All right, Ms. Talley?
I just wanted it to be known that Kevin Rowe has worked for the company for 7 years. He had a couple issues. I stood by him and let him continue to work, and after he was released and they let him have probation, he continued to work for me and showed that he was still interested in his job. Therefore, I have written 2 letters on his behalf stating that I would like him to stay employed with Stop and Shop.
What does he do there?
He is a cashier in the evenings.
Are you presently on probation, Mr. Rowe? And how long does that probation last?
3 years.
You report into your officer how frequently? Once a month?
Yeah.
And have
Then
to?
they put me on the, what is that, the back watch. Only time I have to check in now is to show that I'm continuing paying my fines.
How much do you have owing in fines at this point?
300 left.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Please.
Because of your conviction of sales of a controlled substance, I don't want to ask where your stop and go market is, but that is usually those type of stores in my ward. I have a lot of problems in and around the stores with drugs and alcohol. And I know we have a lot of teenagers hanging around these type of stores after school, before school. I'm just really, really concerned about this happening again. I'm sitting up here very, very tight because I can appreciate what you've done. I can appreciate your employer being here. I just hope that we won't have to have you come back or have instances where something like this is sold again. It really, really bothers me because it is a good place, and I know that it does happen in a lot of other locations like this.
And that's where, there were stipulations to him still being able to work for me. He's not allowed to take anything out of anybody's hand. Money must be placed on the counter. He's not allowed to go out the doors. I have a cook on when he's there, so the cook goes out to change the garbage cans, clean the parking lot, so that he's constantly behind the counter at the camera view, so that at any time I can see what he's doing.
I'm glad you put that on the record.
And we're also going online with the stores so that any time during the evening I can jump online and see exactly what's going on in the store at that moment.
Mr. Rowe, this lady's got to put a lot of faith and trust in you.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes, I believe.
Detective, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Detective, this is a renewal of a sheriff's card?
I believe this was a denial, and the denial came as a result of the renewal. He has been there, and so they sent him down upon the expiration, or prior to the expiration of the old card.
So help me understand this more clearly. He was working at the store during the time of these episodes in his life, continued employment with his employer, sheriff card expires, he goes to renew it and is denied because of these issues that occurred during his previous time of employment, because he stated on the record he's been employed there, I think, 7 years.
That is correct. When that expiration of that work card was about to take place, he was sent down with another one. In the meantime, those offenses had occurred between the time that he originally got the card and that upcoming expiration.
Steve, if I could, that brings another important question. Did these instances take place at the store?
No, sir.
Okay.
And if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, follow up with what he said, Mr. Rowe, I mean, your employer's put a great deal of faith in you as an employee, which to me shows a great deal of character on your part. She apparently sees something in you, and that means a great deal to me. However, I do support the Metropolitan Police Department and the Sheriff's Card program. These are special cards, and in the previous agenda item, you saw my position with the previous individual, because I believe in that. And I appreciate you, Miss, as standing up here as his employer with him, because that takes a great deal of courage and tells us a lot about who you are and his character. So I just appreciate that. And detectives, thank you. I appreciate this information as well.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. In the report, the reference to, and I'll quote in the conclusion, "It is evident from Mr. Rowe's recent conviction of sales of cocaine, he is still involved with a drug-related element." In the past, we've had, Detective Rod, that backup sheet that kind of delineates the charges in the past, dates.
Rap sheet.
Rap sheet. Do you have in front of you the context of the time that we're talking about?
Yes. Are you referencing the actual charges themselves, the dates of the charges, or the three different charges that we're asking you for? Okay. We have 9/6 of 06, trafficking in controlled substance. 9/6 of 06, he was also charged with possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, and also on that same day, possession of controlled substance. So all three of those came under one event number and one particular date. Prior to that, he had a possession of a controlled substance at 3/28 of 2000. And I believe what happened was he was the 9/6 of 06 charges, the three that I listed, the possession with intent and trafficking, were combined, and as a result, he received 2 counts of controlled substance out of that, 2 counts of sales of controlled substance. The 2000 charge, possession of a controlled substance, looks like it was either negotiated to something smaller. He was released on his own recognizance, and I suspect he was adjudicated to a lesser charge, but he could probably speak to that.
And is there anything else as far as, other than the 06 events?
He had a battery citation that he was issued. We don't have the disposition on that. It was a citation. I'm sure that was either dismissed or reduced. He also had a battery domestic violence.
The time frame, please?
Oh, sure. The battery citation was 3/5 of 06, so that was approximately 6 months prior to the 3 charges that he faced with the trafficking. He had a DUI with controlled substance, under the influence of controlled substance, on 3/28 of 2000. So that's around the same time frame as the battery domestic violence that I mentioned. Those incidents happened in 2000, and then he had the 06 incidents for the trafficking and the possession with intent.
If I could speak on the battery charge?
No, you don't have to. I just needed that for the record.
Oh, okay.
And you referenced that you have sent a letter?
Yes, I sent 2 letters.
Do we have copies of those?
Yes, we do.
Could we get a copy? Does anyone have it in their backup?
No.
Yeah.
If we could put that one into the record. And I certainly am going to support the second chance. I just wanted to make sure that we had on the record that it wasn't just the 06 events, that there was a little bit of history over the last 6 years. But as the previous item, I'm going to put a review on it. And with your comments on the record, not only the letter, but your comments as far as the focus on the employee and his commitment on the record that he is moving in the right direction, that I'm going to support this, because without you here and your comments, I wouldn't support it. I'd have to go off the past history. So, Your Honor, if there are no other comments or questions, I'm ready to make a motion.
Mayor?
Please.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
And possibly this is more so for the detectives. Is it possible for us to run, Councilman Brown, the review in line with the probation of his probation status?
I'm not sure.
Or what is the is it a review of the card, the work card? Is it a review every year, every 3 years?
You have historically, either based on the severity of the charges, the nature of the incidents in question, you have used your discretionary authority to determine whether or not you feel it was more appropriate for a 6-month review or a 1-year review, or sometimes a 2-year review.
I guess my question directly is, if I were to go down to the police department and receive my work card, how long will I have that work card before it's up for review?
The work card itself is good for 5 years.
For 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Rowe, when are you off of probation?
In 2010.
2010, so 4 years from now. Okay.
And, Your Honor, you help me out if you would. Under the probation, terms of probation, if there's any additional violation,
They'll take him back into court and move for revocation of his probation, and I don't think if the representations he's made to us today and looking us in the eye as he has today with his employer, that he's going to do that.
right?
I guess all I would like to see is that the card don't extend past his probation as far as the review. If there's anything shorter than that, Councilman, then I'm amenable to that as well. I just would not like to see the review go past the probation, so that it runs in alliance, so that the review comes up no later than the probation. Does that make sense?
Councilman, if I could, you have the authority to, if that was your desire, what you could do is say, okay, well, we're going to approve a 2-year temporary card at this location, site-specific, and this, historically, that's what this council has done, giving you time to monitor or to have information regarding his history at that location while he's being monitored for the duration of that card. So if you decided today that you thought it would be more appropriate that he have a 2-year card rather than a 4-year card, and he maintain his employment at that location under the direction and supervision of the employers who's here today, certainly that would be within your authority to do.
Right, and the reason why I bring it up is because we as a council won't know if there's any actions taken from this point going forward. So I would like to actually have some level of a review so that we can, continue to monitor this privilege card. And I too am in agreement with the employer being here, supporting the gentleman, but also at the same time, these crimes were committed while employed at your location. So that's where the gray area comes up for me, but having that card reviewed will be important to me, just so that we can review it to make sure that that we can assist Mr. Rowe in the process of him knowing that if in fact there's any further crimes committed, that he's going to lose pretty much everything.
Councilman, if I could, just one final comment. You have historically in the past as well placed the impetus on the applicant and the applicant's employer that if there is such a violation that either she is aware of or it's brought to her attention or she discovers, or that the applicant is involved in, that he could be mandated to come back and report it to you and to us. That has happened in the past as well. So you have built-in safety nets in the past where, under such circumstances, if you wanted a close monitoring of this individual as you provide this card to him, that not only are they required to report anything that happens, but also they're on a monitoring period and a temporary card that's site-specific. So those are some of the safety nets that you've built in the past, and certainly if you felt they were appropriate, would be applicable in this particular case as well.
Well, I truly believe that it is applicable specifically in this case, because I really want you to, in fact, be the good citizen that you are, and when it comes down to drugs in this community, is something that I, as a person, don't stand for, and it's something that I stand up and fight against. And so, with that, I would like to make sure that those parameters are put in place before we move forward with an understanding in order to receive my support of the vote.
All right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm his wife.
Please identify yourself.
Amy Marie Rowe, and I just wanted to come up and state for the record, when you were talking about how long his probation is for, he's really nervous. He's 8 months into his 3-year probation, and I just wanted that known for the record. And I just also wanted to state I also am employed at Stop and Shop. I'm a cashier on swing shift, and I'm right there with Ms. Talley on the fact that we're watching everything he's doing. The only one of the biggest good things that came out of this was we both in the past had a marijuana smoking problem, and one of the great things that came out of this was never again will either one of us ever smoke again. We don't even hang out with anybody we used to hang out with anymore, simply because I don't even want it to be an issue, and he doesn't want it to be an issue. So we've got about 3 friends left that are real friends, and that's who we're sticking with.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for approval of the work card with a couple conditions. One, number one, that it's site-specific at the store that's been listed. 2, as Detective Rod indicated, if there are any events or incidences that you, within 48 hours, it's incumbent upon you to report it to Metro. And 3, I would put a 1-year review on this approval. And those are my conditions, and wish you the best of luck.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to see you again. Congratulations.
Right, happy, where? I don't know what to say. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a franchise manager for a beer, wine cooler off-sale license, subject to the Health Department regulations, for 7-Eleven of Nevada, Inc., doing business as 7-Eleven, store number 13698 at 431 South Rue 13. This is in Ward 3, and be happy to hear from Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval as a new franchise manager for the 7-Eleven store, and my recommendation would be that with subject to the conditions.
All right, yes, ma'am. Be happy to hear from you.
Yes.
Please tell us your name.
Shirley Duvali.
Okay, would you like to be heard now?
Yes.
We're happy to hear from you. You don't have to say anything. I think Mr. DiFiore said it for you if you feel more comfortable. Okay. All right, are there any questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. You're welcome. Item 52 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to revisions of the planning and fire codes for Amethyst Massage, Inc., doing business as Amethyst Massage at 5300 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 101. This is in Ward 1. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Russ Grider.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, this application today does meet criteria for consideration of temporary approval of a massage establishment license for the Amethyst Massage at 5300 West Sahara. Just a little background, this new massage establishment license would replace an existing massage establishment known as Massage Pro. Massage Pro has been in business for several years. We've had no areas of concern with the applicants there. I believe Mr. Grider is a massage therapist licensed with the state and with the city, and has performed massage at the Massage Pro. So we have no areas of concern with this applicant going forward for temporary approval.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grider.
Yeah, I've been there for 5 years doing massage myself, and just looking to move on, take over.
All right, very good. Are there any questions? All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just want to thank Mr. DiFiore for explaining carefully that this is not a new massage parlor. It's just taking the place of one already there, and I move for approval.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license, subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes, for Jennifer Lee, doing business as Jens Salon de Beauté. Boy, oh boy, I hope I said that right. 99 Alta Drive. This is in Ward 2, and it's an ancillary license to an existing business, which is Jens Salon. How do you say that?
De Beauté.
De Beauté. Very good.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does again meet criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this massage establishment license, and I would recommend approval of this, subject to all the conditions.
Ms. Lee?
Yes, I'm not a massage therapist, but I need an establishment to hire massage therapists, so I really needed to get the business going.
All right, thank you. Any questions of either Ms. Lee or Mr. DiFiore?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, to Councilman Barlow.
Just recently, I had an opportunity to review a television show as it relates to massage establishments, and I'm not sure how many of you all have seen that, but it was very interesting as far as a lot of the activities, and this is more so directed at Mr. DiFiore. A lot of interesting things that takes place in the massage industry, and I would like to locate that show so that you can review it, because I think it's very important. I believe it's something that we can take from that show in order to strengthen our policies and procedures as to how, in fact, we license the massage industry. I think it's very important that we take a look at that, because there's a lot of activities that I don't believe our city want to be coined with, if it's not already here. But I just want to place that on the record to bring that to your attention. And this has nothing to do with you, ma'am, but it's basically a thought that came to my mind in regards to this show that I saw. So I think it's very important that we really take a hard look at that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And maybe then if you could share it with the members of the council too, so we would be aware. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow, was it a show about local businesses, or was it a show about national businesses?
It was actually national.
Okay.
And although they didn't show Las Vegas, but they showed a lot of cities that were very similar in size and activity as Las Vegas. And so I believe that it's something that we as a council need to really look at as a show. I believe it's like a 2020 or one of those type of credible news shows. But it really made me think as to the number of massage licenses we give out as a council. And looking at that, I think we can take some things from it in order to strengthen how, in fact, we do business here in the city of Las Vegas. Because the last things I want as an individual, specifically being born and raised in this great community that I call home, where my seed was planted, is for it to go down in history with such a negative image or blemish that the TV show pretty much did for the other cities as it relates to the massage industry.
Thank you. I think your point is well taken. I think it's worthy of this council being provided with that information. A couple of questions, Mr. DiFiore. This is an ancillary license to an existing business, which means that this lady, Ms. Lee, has a salon, a beauty salon, if you will,
Right.
where you provide haircuts and other types of beauty services,
Right.
pedicures, manicures, things
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
But you want to expand your business to
Right.
provide for a massage.
Right.
In order to do that, you have to apply for a massage license. So by us giving this applicant a massage license, the masseuse would then have to come before us as well in order to obtain a separate license. Isn't that true?
Actually, the masseuse or the massage therapist obtains a state license from the state of Nevada, Board of Massage Therapy, and then administratively they come into our office and get a city business license to operate. The massage therapist licenses are not, they do go through a background investigation, but they're approved at the administrative level and not by the city council.
By this council granting this applicant this massage establishment license, do we condition it at all? I mean, could she have 10 massage therapists at her business, 20, 2? Do we put any conditions like that?
Well-
I mean, I've never been to the business. You haven't provided us with any information about how big the business is. Is she planning on having one massage area or 10?
She listed on her application that she's going to devote 75 square feet, a room of about 10 by 7.5 square feet for massage. And the council could put conditions, I'm not sure what her hours of operation for her beauty salon are, but I'm presuming that in most cases that the massage will only occur during the hours of operation of the beauty salon.
Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to obey this perhaps to our first meeting in February, and I'd like to invite you to come into my office, please, so you can give me an idea of what your new business venture entails. How many massage therapists you envision, the square footage. I'd like you to bring me some pictures of your business, please, so that I can just get a better picture, if you don't mind.
Questions? I only want to have one room, just one room to make it to a spa. That's it. It's not a big one massage place.
Okay, when you say spa, I don't know what you mean by
A spa meaning you allowed to do hair, nails, skin, and massage. That is spa,
Okay, so
It's not like you go to a salon. It was just service, full service without a massage. That's a full service salon. But we just want to add it to be a spa. A spa include massage.
Okay.
And this is not one whole massage place, 5-7 room. This is just addition one room.
I understand.
And it shouldn't be so hard,
Well, I'm making it a little hard, and I apologize, but Mr. DiFiore, do we have concerns about other massage establishments within the area? Do we have any concerns like that?
No, we do not.
We don't because there aren't any, or we shouldn't be concerned about that?
There are several massage establishments in the area. There's Euphoria, there's, could name a few of them off the top of my head, but with those massage establishments, we have not had any areas of concern. We regularly inspect these massage establishments. We find that they are they're licensed in compliance with all of the provisions that we have in our massage code. We find that we have fewer problems and fewer issues with the ancillary type of massage because of the nature of how much business they do in the beauty salon area.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to move for approval, granting you this temporary license subject to a completed background investigation. Is
Correct.
that what you need to do? What are your hours of operation right now?
We start from 10 to 7, and
10?
this is inside casino salon.
What does that mean?
My salon is inside the Suncoast Casino.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is in the Suncoast Casino. So
adds some flavor to it, I guess.
So it takes a long time to get the casino approved me to apply for an establishment. And it's take a long time.
Okay, well, that makes a bit of a difference. I
Yeah.
didn't know that till just now. Okay, your hours of operation of your salon, though, are 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
Right.
7 days a week?
6 Monday through Saturday,
You're closed on Sunday?
closed on Sunday.
And what you envision is a room for the spa, as you described,
Right.
where only one massage therapist would work at a time.
Right.
Okay. My motion is for approval based upon the new information that not only you provided me, ma'am, but Mr. DiFiore, you've given me some reason to have some safeguards in place, so I feel more comfortable. My motion's for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck. Item 54. This item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon session with item 79. 55 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new auctioneer license, Real Estate Disposition Corporation, doing business as Real Estate Disposition Corporation. This is a California business, apparently. Is the applicant present? Okay, if you come up and identify yourself, please.
Yeah,
Yes, my name is Mary Quell. I'm General Counsel for Real Estate Disposition Corporation.
Thank you. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet criteria for consideration of temporary approval of the new auctioneer license, and I would recommend approval subject to a completed background investigation and moving forward for a permanent license should it become a favorable police report.
Very good. Would you like to be heard, ma'am?
Not unless there's any questions that I need to address.
Very good.
I wanted to hear her auction something off. It's just not even here.
Okay, do you auction too?
I don't.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
No, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. You're a very smart attorney, because we're going to have some not-so-smart ones come up pretty soon.
Thank you very much.
You'll be able to see the difference between the smart ones and the not-so-smart ones.
Good afternoon.
Okay, item 56 is R1, 2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the redevelopment agency regarding the owner participation agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Heritage Nevada Roman numeral 8 LLC for the future development of World Jewelry Center, an industry-specific office, residential condo, and a retail complex on Parcel E of Union Park bounded by Grand Central Parkway, Bonneville Avenue, and the Union Pacific Railroad line. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to Council Item 47, which we've heard, Council Item 57, which is the next one, and RDA Item 5, which was RA1, 2008. I better read into the record 57. 57 is R2, 2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Heritage Nevada 8, LLC for the acquisition of approximately 5.84 acres of vacant land known as Parcel E within Union Park for the development of the World Jewelry Center, an industry-specific office, residential condominiums, and retail complex and bounded by Grand Central Parkway, Bonneville Avenue, and the Union Pacific Railroad line. It is in the best interest of the public. This is in Ward 5, and the item is related to Council Item 47, Council Item 56, and RDA Item Number 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Items 56 and 57 are two very important resolutions companion to the previous items regarding the World Jewelry Center. Item 56 is the consent resolution that you pass at City Council that consents to the actions taken by the redevelopment agency. By approving this item, you make all the actions that you took at the RDA meeting this morning effective. Item 57 is the AB 312 resolution. It's the public purpose resolution, we call it, that establishes for the record a public purpose finding for the sale of property under the disposition development agreement that occurred earlier on item 47. I would like to incorporate by reference all the previous presentation discussion that took place at the RDA meeting on both of these items, so that doesn't have to be redone, but for the record, so they'd be incorporated in the record on both items.
Right, and we will find them to be incorporated in the record.
And staff recommends approval of both items.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Barlow on 56, please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation on item 56.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 57, please.
Thank you. I would like to move for staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Okay. Yes.
Could the clerk show that the previous vote also was affirmative for me?
Very good. Would you do that, Mr. Bridges, please? Thank you. Item 58 is the Animal Advisory Committee, the term of Amber Dukes, which expires February 7, 2008. The options are to appoint a new member to fill the seat, as Ms. Dukes has relocated and is no longer able to serve. I'll note that Ms. Dukes was appointed as a result of Councilman Brown's recommendation, so I don't know whether you have anybody in mind at this point in time.
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, would you like to obey it for 2 weeks?
I would obey it for 2 weeks and also ask my colleagues if they're...
We have a backup, some young lady.
This is the one that Kimberly Reed spoke to about.
We have a wonderful candidate I'm sorry, I was on the wrong item. My apologies. Yes, I would recommend Kimberly Reed
All right, let's
to the
vote.
Animal Advisory Committee.
Very good. She expressed sincere interest, and I referred her to you to get you to make the motion.
And we did a thorough background check, thanks to the councilwoman.
People with whom she associates.
Uh-oh.
That's right.
Let's not go there.
That's right.
Let's just vote instead. Let's vote.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board. Maria Dent and Mel Velasquez. Their terms expire February 2nd, 2008. The procedure for us is to reappoint Ms. Dent or appoint a new member to represent a senior organization, reappoint Mr. Velasquez or appoint a new member to represent a senior service provider. And I will just note that Mr. Velasquez is a Ward 2 resident, and Ms. Dent lives in the county. So does anybody have any motions along that line, or should we obey this for further consideration?
Well, Your Honor, I see in the backup where they both want to be reappointed. I don't see any problem with that. They've been on the board. They understand what's going on.
Very good. All right, is that the motion?
So if there's no other questions or comments, I move to reappoint Ms. Dent and Mr. Velasquez.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. We're up to item number 60. This is Bill number 2007-68. Updates the zoning regulations that govern off-premise signs. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2768, an ordinance to update the zoning regulations that govern off-premises signs and provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Ingram, I'm going to make your letter to myself and the council members dated January the 9th, part of the record where you're asking for us to obey this matter for 2 weeks because you find some ambiguity in the ordinance and you want time to discuss it with the council members. I'll be happy to hear from you, but I'm going to tell you right off the bat to save you some time. We're going forward with this today.
Well, we got our agenda late Saturday, so people who worked on this mostly weren't able to be here today to discuss this.
Well, this has been a very, very long, drawn-out process. It started with, if I recall, started up at the legislature, and then Ms. Lazovich was a sitting duck.
That was 2 sessions.
And we took advantage of her about 2 sessions ago, and the legislature wanted us to do certain things which we've done, and that's very important to us so that we retain our ability to control the industry in Las Vegas. And there was a 4th item which was a matter of great contention where various billboard owners and companies worked vigorously to advance their particular positions, represented primarily by Mr. Kempfer, and I don't have to go down the list, but they're here today. If you want to say something for the record, that's fine, but we got it to this point after much debate, much consideration, much fighting, much hair pulling, staff time coming out the yin-yang, and we're going forward.
So they're going to use...
I'd be happy to hear from you, but you better be like Clarence Darrow.
Okay, I'll start. So you take it from there.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, good morning to all of you, Mayor and City Council.
Please speak into the microphone.
Oh, I guess I should, huh? Okay. We feel that this bill does not give you it's not consistent with each and every person that will have a billboard in Las Vegas. Our questions and comments are as follows. The director clauses, Section 2, subsection D, Section 4 states approval of the director. But who is the director? Is it the planning director of which department? Building and Safety, Planning and Development. On behalf of Las Vegas constituents, we request that the Department of Directors be included to avoid confusion. Approved by the Directors of Building and Safety, the Director of Building and Safety to Planning and Development. Section 2, subsection D, subdivision 5 concerns the Department of Building and Safety. It states except that the Director does not respond to the notice within 10 days, business days following receipt thereof regarding whether or not the embellishment complies with the subsection, the embellishment shall be deemed approved. We checked with the Department of Building and Safety as well as the Department of Planning and Development. Apparently, neither department has a consistent or documented process for incoming mail. Therefore, we request the following items be included in this section. Titled, the Department of Building and Safety will date stamp excuse me, the arrival of all incoming mail on the date received by the department. Here is the procedure as we understand it. The applicants sign the document and send it to the Department of Building and Safety. The department date stamps the arrival date. The Department of Building and Safety accepts and deposits the application fee. The director and staff look at the application. The director and staff notify the applicant in writing whether or not the change has been approved. What then is the reason that the director and staff would neglect to follow procedure to notify the applicant? With written notification shows that good faith and keeps all parties legally informed and honest. The Department of Building and Safety, the property owner, and the sign owner are all legally protected by having a written notification. If not, it's not in writing, it is not legal in the state of Nevada. Therefore, on behalf of our Las Vegas constituents, we request the following two items be included in this section. Remove, except that if the director does not respond, and replace the director will respond to the notice. Remove, the embellishment shall be deemed approved, and replace it with the director will notify the property owner, sign owner, and in writing of the decision of the Department of Building and Safety. Section 4, subsection G is a brand new section. Subdivision 1, paragraph 2 through D is a great addition. Okay, thank you for your information.
All right, thank you very much.
I have another person who'd like to finish the
Sure.
presentation.
Certainly. The tag team.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Yolanda Scholl, and I'm just messenger, so I would like to just pass the message.
That's okay, we never killed a messenger.
Okay, so this is regarding section 4, number 4, and number H, subdivision 1. Any approval by the city council may not be conditioned upon required periodic review of the sign if a condition requiring a review was not imposed when the sign was initially approved. Also, section 4, subdivision 5, and section 4H state any right to modify or replace the sign without the special use permit or without the imposition of a condition requiring a periodic review as described in this section shall continue undisturbed. Signs will be grandfathered, which is acceptable. However, we feel that every sign, regardless of its location and age, should have safety inspection at least once every 5 years. The Department of Building and Safety should inspect each and every sign for dangerous wear and tear, missing leather ranks, missing or loose bolts, and some other problems. Check electrical system for bare and loose wires, wrong voltage, stability of the base, and sign alignment. It would be very unfortunate if sign fell or blew over, fell or blew apart due to lack of inspection, causing property damage or bodily injury, which would be causing the lawsuit. On behalf of your Las Vegas constituents, we request that the following items be included wherever there are clauses concerning the grandfather signs. First, Department of Building and Safety will conduct safety inspection of each sign, regardless of the location and age, every 5 years. The second, property owner and sign owner will be notified in writing of the date for inspection and fee. The property owner and sign owner will be notified in writing of the results of the inspection immediately. If will be no problem, the safety inspection will be in 5 years. In case if any problems, the sign owner will repair problems with the sign between next 30 days. Property owner and sign owners will be notified in writing of the date of the reinspection. Under special and unusual circumstances, the sign owner could request a 15-day extension before the reinspection, like tornado or floods. The property owner and sign owner will be notified in writing of the results of the reinspection immediately. First, no problem, that will be safety again 5 years, and with any complication problems which are not corrected, the sign owner will be fined or sign would be removed. Section 7, number 1, align or close veto to remove unconstitutional or invalid or ineffective clauses, which leaves the rest of the bill intact, is very good. Section 7, number 2, states the City Council of the City of Las Vegas hereby declares that it would have passed each section, irrespective of the fact that any one or more section be declared unconstitutional, invalid, or ineffective. Why would an honorable and responsible mayor and City Council include a declaration like this? This sentence is offensive. It impugns your honor and integrity and definitely implies untrustworthiness. This sentence does not encourage the people, the voters, to vote for anyone who agrees to have this declaration in a legal document. Why would any attorney include this suspicious and degrading sentence in any bill? On behalf of your Las Vegas constituents, we respectfully request that Section 7, Sentence 2, be removed from this bill and from all bills. Thank you for your seriously considering all points.
All right, thank you very much. Would you be kind enough to, both of you nice ladies, to put your comments into the record? Would you do that for us? If you could hand those to the clerk so we can make that a matter of the record.
And can I ask Your Honor a question, too?
Certainly.
Ma'am, before you step down, could you tell us who you're with again, please? Because I'm following along with you in these sections.
My name is Jolanta Kroll, and I'm with Charleston Neighborhood Services.
Charleston Neighborhood Service.
Yes, preservation, yeah.
Preservation.
But I'm volunteering right now, I'm messenger.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And ma'am, you're with Charleston?
Yes, Ms. Ingram is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, we'll make those comments part of our record.
Actually, I think those have been faxed over to each city council person already.
I have not seen those. I just got the letter dated today, but I have not seen those documents.
Okay, anyway, I thought they were, each of you had one already.
Very good, thank you. Okay, what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Mr. Knight to come up to the podium, please, and give us a thumbnail as to how we got here in a more official way than I advise the nice ladies from Charleston Preservation.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. We've gotten here over a series of legislative sessions. The billboard issue has been talked about in the 01, the 2001, 3, 5, and 7 sessions. So there has been a long legislative history of this. In the 2005 session, we were asked to negotiate an agreement with the billboard industry. During the interim period, negotiations were held. Those negotiations fell apart during the 2007 session, as this council knows, and was involved in the negotiations on billboard legislation. There was a request made to the state legislature to send the billboard industry to the city of Las Vegas to work this out on a local issue. That's what we have done since January of last year, of 2007. We have been working this issue with the billboard industry. The negotiation team has negotiated with the billboard industry and has used two negotiating principles on behalf of the city of Las Vegas. One is that the billboard industry had to speak with one voice. There are a dozen billboard companies out there that represent their interests. They are competitors in the industry, and in order for us to be able to satisfy the requests of the legislature that we work something out with the industry, they had to speak with one voice. The other principle that we negotiated with is that we would not, in any shape, form, or fashion, negotiate away the city council's ability to say yes or no to billboards and to determine the quality of life related to land use issues such as billboards in this city. The billboard industry firmly understood that. They came with 3 issues. Their issues were that they would like to see a consistent review period related to billboards. There is state legislation that was adopted in 2005 relating to the height of billboards along freeways when sound walls are put up, and they would like to see the city comply with that legislation, and they would like to see the ordinance amended to that. And their third issue was an issue of non-conforming billboards, that from time to time they have to make improvements to those billboards, and each time they have to change a billboard, they were required to come in and get a special use permit. And by definition, under state statute, if they got a special use permit and a review period was attached to it, they would lose their non-conforming use status. They wanted to be able to make those changes to maintain those billboards without losing the non-conforming use status and maintain their business in a viable fashion. We negotiated those 3 points. We got consensus. We got one voice from the billboard industry. Those 3 points are recommended in the ordinance to you. And they have not been a part of the discussion that has taken place. This ordinance was before you in December. At your last council meeting in December, it was tabled or obeyed until this council meeting in order to discuss a 4th issue. The 3 issues that I just outlined are not in debate. We have agreement and consensus on those issues. The 4th issue was taking the non-conforming billboard issue to a different level, and that was to allow billboards that are non-conforming to be taken down.
I don't think we have to go there because,
Okay.
as I understand it, that has been withdrawn. Is that
Okay.
correct?
So what we are recommending to you, just to cut to the chase.
Is that, wait, I have to have a show of affirmation there. Okay. That particular provision has been withdrawn. Is that correct from discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor, if I could. It is still in the ordinance. It's currently available for your consideration today, so he may want to address it today just for you.
Go ahead.
Well, the 4th issue is simply to be able to take down a billboard, replace it within a limited time frame, and put it back up and not lose the non-conforming status. We attempted to negotiate something on that. There is a provision in this ordinance that allows that. However, there was a great deal of controversy over the rights between the current billboard owners, proposed new billboard owners, and property owners. The ordinance as it exists does not address that issue. It simply states that if you have a billboard and you want to do that, the application has to have the signature of the property owner and the billboard owner, and it does not distinguish between new or current billboard owner. At your December meeting, you asked staff to meet with the industry one last time to see if we can resolve the controversy on that 4th issue. We did meet with them on January 3rd. After lengthy debate, we were not able to come to a conclusion. Staff did offer some compromise language to address the issue that we felt would do it. We still did not have a uniform position of all those that were represented. Understand, at the state legislature, there were 2 companies represented, but there are other companies in this city. In this city, when you adopt ordinances, affect companies other than just the 2 that were represented at the state legislature. From our position as a staff, we do not have agreement on that 4th issue, and standing by the principle that they needed to speak with one voice, we are recommending that the ordinance that is before you be adopted in relation to the 3 issues that we do have concurrence on, and the provisions of the ordinance, and I believe the Attorney's Office is prepared to tell you what those provisions are. The provisions of the ordinance related to this 4th issue of non-conforming billboards being taken down and put up be removed from the ordinance, and that you move forward with the 3 issues that you promised the legislature, and that is our staff recommendation.
Very good, and I would hope that if the 3 conditions which were promised to the legislature are in fact passed, that our staff will advise those who are responsible of the legislature that we follow through on their directive and we satisfied it. I think that's very important that we retain our credibility on matters such as that.
One last issue. I have handed out before the meeting and put on your desk a letter from Senator Hardy, who is chairman of the Government Affairs Committee at the state legislature, asking that this issue be resolved at the local level. And I have also provided you 3 copies of letters that we received from billboard companies, one part of our billboard negotiations, that they would agree to participate with their billboards in Amber Alerts. and we had a difficult time putting that into ordinance, but they agreed that they would submit letters saying that they agree to participate with the city in relation to Amber Alerts, and I've also placed those letters on your desk, and I give them to the clerk for the record.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Knight, for that presentation. I appreciate it.
Mayor, if I may, one more thing for the record.
Yes.
And Chris, this goes toward the modification portion of the ordinance. There was one thing where we changed the definition of embellishments. I don't know if you wanted to go through that also.
We changed the definition of embellishments to limit the one. There's already a definition of embellishment that limits the size of the embellishment, but we restricted it that it could be no more than 50% of the lineal dimension of the billboard. In other words, if you had an embellishment and it stuck up above the billboard, it could go no higher than 5 feet above the billboard, and the square footage could be no more than, or the area taken up could be no more than 50% of the lineal dimension of that side of the billboard from which it protrudes. We felt we gave it some good restrictions. We were shown examples in the county where embellishments have occurred and occurred in a tasteful manner, and we felt that the restrictions that we put into the proposed ordinance would bring us in compliance with those issues that we felt we were in agreement with.
And in addition to that, the embellishments will now be allowed to, under this proposed ordinance, to be allowed to have words and phrases in them, whereas
That's
before
correct.
they were not allowed to do that.
That is correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I just want to ask a question. Are you saying then that we basically are increasing by 50% the size of a sign by being able to allow verbal embellishments half the size of the regular sign?
Not by 50%.
By how much?
They are restricted, I think it was...
It's still the 128 square feet.
128
Whatever
square
the
feet.
current code talks about, which is the 5 feet, and it can only be, I think, within the 128 square feet of additional space. So we're not increasing the size, we're just allowing them to put words, phrases, and logos within those embellishments. Before, we were just allowing them to put the extensions of people's heads and fingers and things of that
Right.
nature out into those. Now we would be allowing them to put words, phrases, and logos on those sections.
Okay. And one other thing, the passage of this, if it is passed, with the 3 items, then meets what has been recommended to us by the legislature, right? That the companies speak with one voice.
It is the commitment that we made to the legislature, and you would satisfy that commitment. Yes, ma'am.
Then in addition to that, if there are any questions, again, related to what is now in 4, which would not be included, or anything else, we can have that come forward, and we don't need to expect everybody to speak with one voice. You're sort of tied down with one voice, you know, because you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
such varying, and of course you found that out. So I'm just saying, this doesn't mean that somebody could not come back and include something that might have been in 4, or something that might be totally different. It doesn't fall under what we have required ourselves of speaking with one voice.
It does not preclude any other negotiations at a later date and someone asking for an ordinance amendment at a later date. No, ma'am.
Okay, this meets the requirement as the legislature spoke.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Brown?
If I could ask the city attorney's office, in light of the direction, to read the amendments that would address the 3 legislative issues and eliminate the 4th option.
Yes, Mayor and Council, what we would do, in Section 4 of the bill, there were new subsections G and H proposed. We would eliminate H, which talked about the reconstruction of non-conforming signs not located near freeways, and make some modifications to G, which I will go through in a minute, to take you then through the bill page by page. On the first page of the bill, on line 13, the proposed change had been, except as otherwise provided in subsections F, G, and H, and that becomes G and H, I believe. I'm sorry, it should be F and G of this section. That change would be F and G instead of F, G, and H. Then taking you forward to page 4 of the bill, the new subsection G, instead of being called modifications and relocations, would be adjustments and relocations. And in paragraph 1 of subsection G,
subparagraphs C and D would come out. Those are the ones that relate to reconstruction and structural modifications, so that all that remains in G are the adjustments having to do with height and angle and the relocation of signs on existing parcels. On page 5, then at line 10, there's subparagraph 4 where the reference to reconstruction or modification is removed. And then, as I indicated, all of subparagraph 5, lines 17 through 24 comes out. And then, as I indicated, all of subsection H, beginning on line 25, to the end of that section comes out. And that would be the proposed amendment.
Is that it?
That's correct.
All right, as I understand it from Mr. Jervik, that we do have a clean copy.
That's correct. There's a printed copy of this as amended just now by Mr. Steed,
Very good.
and we can file that with the clerk.
Could we please file that with the clerk now?
Your Honor, prior
Yes.
to that, could we highlight the terms as far as there was a 3-year, 5-year option? If I'm not mistaken, does this reference the 3 years?
This does reference the proposed amendment that Mr. Steed read in. That would read in 3 years, and that was in on page 2, lines 2 and 3. In case of a time limit, the time limit is not less than 3 years. And B, in the case of a periodic review, the review is not sooner than 3 years after the approval.
At this time, because you all work so very, very hard representing your respective clients in the industry, if anybody would like to be heard, I'd be happy to give you that opportunity. Ms. Lazarus?
We have a glossary for article convention.
Oh, okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing specifically Lamar Outdoor Advertising in this issue. And as you accurately indicated, Mayor, I've been involved in this for going on at least a year and a half, and I was the one that was the sitting duck in the back of the room when you had your special meeting. But I think we've come a long way on those 3 points since that meeting, specifically with your negotiating team, which included Chris Knight, Steve Houchins, Mark Vincent, and Brian Scott. The industry on those 3 points, I truly believe, came together quite easily once the dialogue was opened, and we were able to resolve those 3 issues quite easily. We do agree with staff's position today. We did make tremendous effort on both sides to try to compromise on that 4th point. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get there. That brings us before you today with the request that you pass the 3 points we promised the legislature we would take care of today, and remove the 4th point from consideration of at least this ordinance. I do have one clarification issue. At least I believe the 3 companies that turned in the letters indicating that they would support Amber Alerts and other, if there are ever accidents or anything along the freeways that are in the city jurisdiction, we would work with them to notify residents or people that are driving on the highways to avoid certain areas. And those were letters from Clear Channel, Lamar, and CBS. The way to do those, of course, is through, as some of you have seen, the digital displays that you're seeing along the freeways. I just want to make sure and clarify that the digital, which was part of that was the 3rd point, dealing with digital signs on non-conforming boards, that is still part of the ordinance the way we've done this, because otherwise the Amber Alerts that we would do, we wouldn't be able to get there.
The digital is not part of this ordinance. That still requires, under our current code, 1914.100B1, that still requires a special use permit in order to modify existing signs from a static version to a video version.
That was one of the points that we had negotiated through, and I understand how things kind of come to the last minute, and we're here today and we haven't seen the version that you're looking at today. We had, in a lot of cases, and I understand what the subtle distinction here, the reconstruction of signs is what that 4th point dealt with. In most cases, at least in terms of what my client has told me, in order to put digital signs up along their boards along the freeway, I'm only talking about boards along the freeway, we don't have to take the entire structure down to do that. We thought that the distinction was on reconstruction. All we're doing is putting up different ad copy on the sign, going from static to something that changes a message in compliance with Nevada Department of Transportation standards. So that has caught us by surprise. I suppose we would ask that we still be allowed to do that, because that was the whole point of the Amber Alert and the traffic, working with your city staff on that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Fine, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Lasovich? All right, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. We appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Can I be heard, Mayor Goodman?
Sure.
For the record, I'm Kermit Waters. I have a non-conforming sign on East Sahara. And one of the things that I would like the commission to consider, and I'm not sure it's in this ordinance or not because I'm a little bit confused what was taken out and what was left in, but I'd like to be able to modernize it. I'd like to be able to improve it and without losing it. And I don't use it for commercial purposes. I own the signboard and the land, and I use it for free speech, mostly for political advertisement for candidates as they choose from time to time. But I'd like to make it more modern. It looks a little ratty, and I'd like to be able to improve it without losing it. And that's what I'd like the commission to consider if it's not in this ordinance. I thought it was when I come down here. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Knight.
Again, for the record, Chris Knight, Director of Admin Services. I think Mr. Waters' concerns were addressed on the third point of the 3 points that we agreed, where there could be modifications to a non-conforming billboard. If he's talking about minor modifications and modernizing it, we did negotiate that, and that is the third point, or one of the 3 points from the legislature, and it is addressed in there, and he would be able to do that without losing his non-conforming status. As far as the digital goes, we also negotiated that. I just conferred with Mr. Vinson, and we did agree that there could be digital improvements made to billboards along the freeway only. So that is part of what we did negotiate in full faith with the billboard company. So that was part of it, and is not really related to the fourth issue. So it's not, I don't believe, our intent to take it out of the digital based on what we agreed with and negotiated with the billboard industry.
And Mr. Waters, I'm so happy. Another victory for free speech.
Mayor, if I may, if you wanted to add in the ability to change static signs to digital along the freeway, you'd have to modify Section 4G 1, subparagraph D, and add that back in, which says, the director shall have authority to grant approval by means of a minor site development plan review under Section 1918-050F to do either the following regarding an off-premise sign within 660 feet of a highway classified by the state of Nevada as part of the interstate or primary highway system, and no special use permit or public hearing shall be required in connection therewith to make a structural modification to allow a digital display on a sign that adjoins a controlled access freeway in compliance with the size limitations and other applicable requirements of this title. So you'd have to add back in, from what Mr. Steed read, you'd have to add back in G1, subparagraph D, if you'd like to add that back in.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to voice a concern here. We've gone through a lot of this, and we're coming to an agreement, and couldn't we just stay with this and then make any additional changes later when we have more chance to go through? It is really complicated. It's complicated. And, if you have signs that are not digital on the highway, then you can't put the Amber Alert on until you get the approval as needed. But if the ones you have then that are digital, you would put the Amber Alert on. I don't think that's really complicated right now, but we are very complicated on what we have here, and I would prefer myself not to make any more changes. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to sort of
Please,
rephrase.
Mr. Larson, identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Paul Larson, Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street, representing Clear Channel. Probably a better way to reiterate what Mr. Scott just said is that instead of deleting subsection G1D as originally proposed by Mr. Steed, you'd simply leave it in the ordinance rather than adding it back in. Because as Mr. Knight had indicated, that was part of the 3 points that there is consensus on. And that's what I think a better explanation of what the proposed action should be.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street. From time to time, I've appeared before you over the years representing small billboard companies like Orion, and I still do that. but I also represent a number of property owners like Randy Black Jr., Al Twaney, and others. Excuse me. And first, I'd like clarification. I'm not representing Mr. Waters, but one of the very points of item 4, if he takes down he said it, not me, his ratty billboard, and wants to put up another nice billboard in that non-conforming billboard, he can't do it.
That's correct. He cannot do it.
Okay,
If it's a non-conforming board and it comes down, you cannot reconstruct it.
So that's the crux of what I'm here to talk about. I get a sense that what the council would like to do and that what staff would like to do is deal with these 3 matters and at some maybe future date deal with the 4th matter. And frankly, that's okay with me. My clients aren't all happy about that, but that's okay as long as we do address it at some point, because Mr. Waters, as a property owner, cannot take down a ratty billboard. There will be other property owners here in a moment that want to speak, and will explain that their concerns are very, very simple. That when they have a non-conforming billboard, as many of them do, okay, they must stick with the existing billboard company, whether it's Orion or anybody else. Never, never, never in the future can they ever get rid of that existing billboard company, okay? They can't do it themselves. They can't go with another billboard company. Even if they're month to month today, they must stay with the existing billboard company forever, because once that structure comes down, the way the law is today, it can never be replaced. You can't make an application to be replaced. So I'm just saying that's an important issue. If we don't want to discuss it the way the recommendation committee said it, all 4 at one time, that's all right. But please, at some point, these property owners, forget the billboard companies, they should have a right to be heard. And that's my only main point. And I think some of them, because they spent a lot of time here today, would like to be heard, even if we're not going to address it in the final decision today.
I'll certainly give them the opportunity to do that. I am concerned, because I wasn't under the impression that, and I'm told that I was under the wrong impression, that somebody in Mr. Waters' position could, in fact, take down that ratty sign and put up a good sign.
Mayor, you could maybe make minor cosmetic changes to it, but once you take it down, because his billboard is within 300 feet of residential, I believe, it would just be, it's not conforming, and it just could not be realized.
Emphasize that these are non-conforming uses. It's not like we're going to take away a right. We had this debate ad nauseum for 2 years now.
How long have you been here?
A while. So I agree, it was the city that offered up the 4th point, and we called it the wholesome loft scenario. We offered that up to address some of the bad-looking boards, but got into all these legal issues as far as property owners, billboard companies. So I would support coming back at a later date to address Mr. Waters and any others, the property owners, but that became so convoluted that it was taking away from our directive from the legislature. But we're not trying to tell a property owner you can or can't do anything. Most of those scenarios that were presented to the city were non-conforming uses that if it was a clean slate today and they came in on that site, they would be denied because of residential adjacencies or other criteria. So it's an issue that can be argued both sides extremely well, and it needs to be deferred so we can meet the directive of the legislator and put some closure on 2 years of negotiation between staff and the industry.
Mayor and Councilman Brown, if I may, just for the record, that proposal with regard to reconstruction was something the industry brought up. So the city, just so you know, the city representatives didn't, we weren't the ones touting that. So
I'm not saying who started, but I know that the wholesome loft issue, from my perspective, was something that the whole development was to enhance the area, and they asked if they could clean up their board, but by law they couldn't. So it was defeating our own intent to have some redevelopment. So whether who started it, it was a valid issue, and it remains a valid issue.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I concur with Councilman Brown. I tried to work with industry 8 or 9 years ago. We helped get the separation requirements from billboard to billboard and from the neighborhoods. I know that in my ward that I represent, I have a lot of non-conforming signs, And I don't care what they do with the sign, as long as I have a right, as a councilman and as a representative of the neighborhood, to say whether the sign goes back up or if they take it down. And to me, it's very simple. If they want to take the sign down and redo it or change companies or whatever, that's fine. But I should have the right, as elected official, to say whether the sign can go back up or not, because it is a non-conforming sign. It's too close to the neighborhood, it's too close to another sign, or for whatever reason. And that's all I'm going to say on the subject. I feel like that it shouldn't be that difficult to iron this out. I know we can't get the industry to agree on items like this, but I'm sorry, that's just the way it should be.
Can I briefly respond to that point?
Yes.
Before I turn the microphone with this gentleman. Because of that position, which I understand, you are really telling the property owners, you don't take a chance. I don't know what I'll do if you come with a new SUP. So if I were you, I'd stick with the sure thing you've got, and that's the billboard company which you've got today, whomever that may be, and whatever they're paying you. Don't fool with that billboard company, because if you come back to me, you don't know what's going to happen. And some people don't think that's right.
Well, but again, I didn't say I was going to deny it. You know, you have different locations. I got a sign up there right now that's non-conforming use right over there on Eastern and 95. It's too close to housing. But again, though, if they came back with another company or whatever, the sign would probably go back up.
Right now, there's not even a mechanism in the city to file an SUP for the new board. Once the existing property owner takes that down, he or she can't even file an SUP.
But you misunderstood me, Mr. Brown. I said I don't have any problem with that. As long as I have the right, if there's something in the ordinance that says they can come back and reapply. But all I'm saying is I want to have the opportunity to say yes or no. It's not really an automatic thing.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I just want to say, and I think I'm in agreement with both Councilman Brown and Councilman Reese, the situation is that if we take these because we have a time that we've been working very hard to get a closure on this on recommendation from the legislature, right? And that's what we're trying to do today. But the additional matters, which we can see as these comments are coming forth, are more complicated, and we will look into these in the future. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As you had intended.
That's correct.
And then we can, because I'm very concerned about property rights also.
Right. What we're trying
But this is not to eliminate property rights. Just get those three, the legislature.
Exactly. What we're trying to do today is to show the legislature that we're responsive to their direction, that the industry met with us, that everyone dealt in good faith. They were able to agree with one voice on these three particular matters, and the fourth one is an important one. There's no question about that, and further discussion is just going to have to take place. It's that simple. Yes, sir.
I'm Glenn Elton. I'm with Lepore Management, and I'm responsible for the Wholesome scenario. I'd just like to comment, and with the direction that you're going in right now, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to let you know that the Lepore Grand Central is very concerned with this issue. Lepore would like very much to have control over that non-conforming board, certainly with the City Council's approval. We'd like to rebuild it, but we can't. We'd like to do that, and we would very much like the council to address this issue as soon as possible.
We appreciate that, and it's a real issue.
Mayor?
Yes.
Right before the next speaker, I have a couple questions and some questions that I have answers to, but I'm going to ask the questions for the sake of the debate here today. Today, a conforming board, a board that is in total compliance, subject to review, do we have the opportunity as a council to, once that board comes up for review, to have the board taken down?
I think we better have Mr. Scott answer these.
Councilman, that would be a yes if you've determined that the area has changed to such a degree that the board is no longer compatible with the area.
Okay. So a non-conforming board, if in fact we were to agree as a body, as a council, to in fact have a review of a non-conforming board, we have an opportunity. Will we have an opportunity to, if an applicant come before us to say yes or no as to whether or not that board stays up or goes down on a case-by-case scenario.
Currently, under state law, if you take down a non-conforming outdoor advertising structure, you would have to pay for that structure in order to take it down, meaning you'd have to pay for the land lease as well as the life of the structure itself.
Non-conforming?
Yeah, a non-conforming board. The legislature changed that provision, and Chris, you may be able to correct me, a couple sessions ago, whereas if you take down a non-conforming outdoor advertising structure as a city or any government entity, you would be required to pay for that sign in order to take it down.
Even if, in fact, the board was subject to review?
As a non-conforming sign, it would not be subject to review. There would not be a review on a non-conforming outdoor advertising structure.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase my question, because what I'm doing is basically trying to paint a scenario. If, in fact, this council agreed to move forward with a board in a non-conforming status that is in today, have an opportunity to, in fact, change the ordinance as we see it today to allow those boards to come down and be resurrected, if you will, subject to a special use permit and review, it still carries a non-conforming use?
I don't believe it would carry its non-conforming use at that point, because it would then it would go outside the non-conforming outdoor advertising structure category and go into the special use permit category.
That's the point I'm making.
Yes, then you would have that ability, and it would remove it from that requirement to pay for it if it were removed.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, yes?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Listening carefully, and aside from constitutional issues, on another aspect, anything that contributes toward the creation of an artificial monopoly, which is really what you're talking about, is a slippery slope for any intelligent city council to be engaged in. The issues here, and I think that Councilwoman Tarkanian said it best, the complexities are such it goes far beyond what your normal procedures are, normal requirements. You need to take a careful look at this, because what you may be doing here is establishing a precedent for the rest of time. I wouldn't want to be in that position at all. Look at it very carefully before you go any further with it. Thank you.
All right. Would anybody else like to be heard? Mr. Kemper?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. Chris Kemper here on behalf of Lamar. I wanted to just follow up on Councilwoman Tarkanian's comment as clarified by Paul Larson, just so we're clear that with regard to GD, which is the provision that addressed digital, that's in the document as it is now.
No. She's recommending that it be stricken, that portion be stricken, as Mr. Steed read, and that we address that at a later time.
I understand what she's saying, but I wanted the councilwoman to understand that in the document that was negotiated with the industry, GD is in that document.
The First Amendment that Mr. Steed read in, that was taken out.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that all of the industry, even the other side, agrees that that portion, GD, should have stayed in and should not have been eliminated as part of the amendments. And I wanted the councilwoman to understand it's not like we were trying to add something back in. We wanted to keep that in. So.
I understand that. And at this point in time, there's a amendment suggested, but the document that you negotiated, and Councilman Ross and myself went through this yesterday at the Convention Authority. People better know what we're talking about, both from the signatory point of view as well as our point of view when we're voting on this. So the position right now is that the document that was negotiated is in your hand. The clean copy, so to speak, with the amendment is in Ms. Bridges' hand.
Okay. And the clean copy, I understand, has GD out of it.
That's correct.
And we would like to make sure that GD is left in it.
Right. I understand. That's what you agreed upon.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have to ask a question here. Excuse me, please. You know, I understand what it is they want. I just also want to tell you that I was reading recently what happened to Lady Bird Johnson when she tried to develop the scenic highways in the United States. and the talk about the billboard industries and all of them together and what they wanted and how difficult it was for her to establish what is now regarded as one of the finest things we've done in our country. On this D, we're saying that they may do it, but we're not saying that they automatically can do it. See, what I'm concerned about is if we have signs on the freeway now that are digital, obviously they're there. And if we want additional to be digital, obviously we can vote that way. My concern is, does this automatically allow any sign on the freeway to be digital? That's my concern. And I don't think we should get into that and approve that today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Al Twaney, 101 Convention Center Drive. I just like to bring up that one point, actually. As a property owner, I like to see the right to the billboard go with the property as opposed to going with the billboard company. And I'd like to have the choice that once the lease is up, be able to move to a different billboard company as opposed to being committed for life with that same billboard company.
And that will be the subject of future discussions.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Hi, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and I'm just really, I guess, concerned about, NRS Chapter 201. It talks about good morals and public decency and state law, and I know that this is a Christian nation, and free speech is to submit to godly principles, and I'm curious, are these billboards going to be obscene? Because under NRS 201, 243, you're not supposed to have obscene materials in the first place, even in the face of the public. So what are you doing to conform to godly principles? Because this is a Christian country, and there has been treason going on basically against the nation when we don't submit to the Constitution and the state laws, even that say even sodomy is a crime. You know, these are godly principles. This comes right out of the Bible. It's known as an infamous crime against nature, but then they just ignore that and they have gay parades here in Vegas. There's a lot of lawlessness going on in Vegas.
Thank you.
So that's my question: is will it? Can you submit the billboards to the godly principles?
Well, the good news is we live in the United States of America. There's a First Amendment, and there's a right to free speech, and you're allowed to have your opinion, and they're allowed to have their opinion, unless it gets to a point where it's obscene. Then it's all a go under the First Amendment. That's the way it works.
So you're saying obscene material is a go under the First Amendment?
No, I'm saying unless it's obscene, and Mr. Waters is the expert on this, so that's the only thing. Anything short of obscenity is a go, whether we like it or not. It's called free speech.
Well, there's a lot of naked lady
And
type billboards out there.
well, that's commercial free speech. That's even more protected.
Well, that still needs to submit to the state law. That's not true. You can't just have naked lady billboards. I don't care who's putting it up.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, council members. John David Pereira with Orion Outdoor Media. I'm going to try not to, I'm going to either reveal myself as one of those good or bad lawyers, but I'm going to do my best. The three issues that the council is considering, you're right, to some extent the billboard industry spoke with one voice, but the dynamics behind that was on the third issue, the billboard companies all agreed that there would be reconstruction and modification of non-conforming signs, which included the digital signs. We as a billboard industry agreed with that as a package, not dissecting these points out one by one, because we realize, and I think Mr. Scott probably knows, that if digital signs are currently illegal and they're up, they're either illegal signs or they're illegal non-conforming. So you can't carve out in this legislation to keep subsection D or E, which is either allow an illegal sign to be modified or reconstructed, and not, again, get back to where we were to begin with. The third issue...
Excuse me one second. Mayor Pro Tem.
How many signs does Orion have in the city of Las Vegas?
Currently?
Uh-huh.
Currently, I believe they have one or two, sir.
How about the state of Nevada?
The state of Nevada, I'm not exactly sure, but today one or two. We were at one point in time had many, many signs in this community, and we've been in front of the board on many times. But
well, I was told that there isn't any in the city of Las Vegas. That's why I asked the question.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. And in addition to that, we do have development agreements going, and one of the issues about being a property owner is that we want to make sure that those rights are protected. And granted, Councilman Reese, you're correct. Every company has their agenda. I don't dispute that. But what I'm saying is, on the third issue, it was all one issue. The only time it became a fourth issue is when the couple of billboard companies did not like staff's interpretation of the ordinance that they drafted. We're not here today because there is a squabble about the language in the ordinance, because that was the language that we all sat at a meeting in June and agreed on. We're here because certain factions didn't like the interpretation. But what I would ask today is, if we move it to another time, that's fine. But we can't allow one portion modification or reconstruction of a digital board, which is either illegal right now or a non-conform, and tell property owners and other people that they cannot do the same thing with their boards. That's where the inequity is, and I would just ask the council to consider that and bring the whole thing back and let's flesh it out. Or I truly think that the council should pass what the recommending committee recommended and what planning commission recommended, because it puts everybody on an even playing field. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, Council, just for the record, as we've indicated to you, you have the ability and the authority to pass all of this bill, part of this bill, or none of this bill. So you can do whatever you'd like to do or whatever you believe is in the best interest of the city. So you are able to take it in sections.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman, may I make one comment?
Certainly.
Just one quick comment. What I would like to see happen today is I would like this board to move forward with what we call the industry leaders, persons that represent the major stakeholders in this community. I'd like to see the board go forward and adopt what their 2 years of work have culminated in. I fully respect the issue with Mr. Waters' sign and others, and we will take that up another day, but I'd really like to see us move forward with what has been agreed upon by many, many people who have put in many, many hours.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
In understanding that comment, I will be very brief because I'm really here on Section 4. My name is John Bailey, 8984 Spanish Ridge. I'm an attorney by profession, but I'm not here as an attorney today. I'm here on behalf of my parents, Bob and Anna Bailey, who own property on Sahara, East Sahara, just off of Paradise, who have a non-conforming board and have had one for 20, 30 years. I would encourage you, as you've indicated you will do, to move forward with item 4 at the appropriate time, because it's vitally important that property owners' rights be protected with respect to what they can do in that process, and not allow billboard companies, and I have nothing against any of the 3 major billboard companies. We have an agreement with one of them in existence at this point. But when that agreement terminates, it is vitally important that the property owner have the ability to negotiate whichever provider will offer for fair market value. The way it exists now, that does not occur. So I would just encourage you, I know you will exercise good judgment in doing so and going forward, and always keeping in mind the property owner's interest in being able to adequately protect itself in the marketplace. And thank you very much.
If I could, I need to respond to that.
It's in your district.
So yes, and I have, and I don't take offense to what you said. I appreciate what you said, but I have worked very closely with your dad.
You certainly have.
In making sure that he got the changes that he wanted, that he needed to have, and that's what I'm saying. I had the opportunity, I had the ability to either say yes or no, and I have helped him. And again, it is a non-conforming sign, and the sign's still up, isn't it?
And you're absolutely correct, and we are very pleased with the way you approach these things. We hope you could be here for as long as they own the property. We're not completely certain that will happen, but we do appreciate what you have done, and we understand your point, and we agree and concur with that. And we certainly hope that you'll continue to take that approach.
But again, though, and I say this, again, in all friendliness, I think that the person that is sitting in this chair after I'm not here should have the ability to say whether the sign stays or whether it goes.
And I don't disagree with that. Yes. But if you look at the analysis, if a contract expires, we have as a property owner, we can re-up with the same company. If that company has the ability to preclude other companies from negotiating with us effectively, then that sign will stay up for the next 100 years. Your point is separate and distinct from that, because your point is, irrespective of who me as the landowner, who I'm negotiating with, if you don't like the sign, you want it to come down. And I appreciate that, and I understand that. But assuming that you like a sign in that location, and it's an appropriate place for a sign, then as the property owner, when my contract expires, it would be appropriate for me to have the ability, the right to negotiate with multiple sign companies so that we can garner the best deal, fair market value for the sign. If I don't have that right, they essentially have the ability to veto competition in that process. And that's the only point I'm referring to. But I certainly appreciate what you have done in the way you've approached this issue, and I certainly hope that you will take this issue up in the near future.
Your Honor?
Thank you.
Mr. Bailey, thank you, because you have made a point that when this fourth issue comes back before us, that there's the issue of a property owner's right, the competitive nature of the industry, and all those issues involved in that on the canvas of a board that's non-conforming. And the two have been are commingled to confuse the issue, but they need to remain separate, because I don't think anybody on this board is adverse to protecting a property owner's right and to let the free market compete. But it's sometimes put aside the fact that we're dealing with a non-conforming use in the city, and those two cannot be blended or blurred without respecting both of them. And I think you've stated that.
And I agree with you.
Okay. But thank you. I mean, you said it far more eloquently than I did.
And I appreciate your time this morning, which is becoming this afternoon if you don't hurry up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? No, we only have one shot. Sorry.
No.
No. Well,
It really is important.
they're all important. No, I got to draw the line. Sorry.
But you say we have free speech, but I've been arrested for preaching here in Vegas.
Please have a seat. Please. All right. Does anybody else want to be heard?
Just a question, Your Honor. The agreement, Mr. Scott, on especially item 3, this 1D, is it the city's position that in reference to digital boards along the freeway, seems to be agreement on the billboard industry's part that that was going to be allowed? Is that the city's position, Mr. Knight or Mr. Scott?
I believe that's correct.
That is correct.
And what does that entail? Is that done administratively? Is there any...
That's precisely why I came up here in response to Councilwoman Tarkanian's question about it being automatic. It is not automatic. It would have to go before the planning director. All of those changes for billboards along freeways would be an administrative approval in front of the planning director. And in that respect, any approval that the planning director does can be called forward by the council member of that ward and say, I would just as soon as you not approve that administratively, I want that to come to the council. And that's the way it is with all administrative approvals in our ordinance. And so we did not negotiate away the right of the council to say yes or no. What we did is tried to expedite the approval process by giving it administratively to the planning director along freeways, because we felt along freeways it was appropriate that those things would happen if they were done within the confines of the law. Otherwise, you call them forward. If that's not acceptable to you, you can change the ordinance as you see fit on that. Off of freeways, it requires a public hearing to make any of those changes.
Right. And if I could just add to that, Councilman, even if the council member brings that forward, it's still not a special use permit. It's still just a minor site plan amendment is what the ordinance calls for.
Yes, I still have a concern, though. Okay, you say it can be done administratively. How many times do things happen in our wards that we don't know anything about it? And so you're saying I have the right, once it's approved, to bring it back. And I'm saying that I think something like this here, I should have the planning director call us and say, we have an application here. Are you or are you not? I think rather than her making it all on herself, taking it upon herself, I think that we should have the right also to say yes or no and bring it before the city council and hear it publicly then.
And I think the planning director has done that in the past, where she has informed the ward representatives as to the fact that there has been administrative review asked for, and she would go to one of you or your liaisons and ask if that's something you believe should be brought forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I would like to say that I greatly agree with what Councilman Reese stated. We should make the decision. And to say that we are notified all the time when administrative decisions are made, even when we request that, does not occur. And I don't blame anybody for that. We're a large entity and things slip through. But I've had some slip through in my district. I think others have too. And I think it's important that it's understood that if these types of changes come, they should come to the council. I think the council member, for example, I have a sign that'll be on the agenda this afternoon, and it's near the freeway, and putting a digitalized freeway sign, making one of them there digitalized, will hurt this business, which needs help right now because it's in an area that's depleting economically, and these are things we may know, and maybe the people in the planning aren't as aware of it, or maybe they somehow don't get the information to us. But I think if you ask some of the other councilmen, I know Councilman Barlow had mentioned too, we don't always get these things when they're supposed to be made administratively and we're supposed to be informed.
All right, well, I think that there will be, now that we've discussed this, we'll have to put a policy in place that if there's going to be this kind of administrative determination, that each council member should be notified in order to see what their position is going to be on that. That's one way to make it fail-safe. But it's interesting. We've come full circle, because the very reason that we got involved in this in Briglio was the fact that we wanted to retain our jurisdiction over these signs, and that's basically what we've been able to accomplish rather than have the legislature take that prerogative away from us. So I think with the passage of the 3 provisions that we agreed upon and the further discussion as to the 4th and the loose ends that are out there, I think that we'll have accomplished our goal in the long run. So with that, I understand that Councilman Brown.
Your Honor, if I need to ask the Attorney's Office in light of Councilwoman's comments, staff had said the original agreement on the 3, the consensus, included the 1D provision, which I think we took out of the First Amendment.
Correct, Councilman.
Then I don't know if this is a Second Amendment, but I would, in light of the conversation today, put that back in as part of the consensus agreement, and certainly Councilwoman in the Mayor's comments as far as city policy to follow that specific item be worked on by staff and brought forward.
Let me state for the record, in order to accomplish that, it's still a proposed First Amendment, so if there's a motion to approve all of the amendments made by Mr. Scott, with the exception of the amendment that took out GD or 1D, then that would still be First Amendment. Would direct the clerk to page 5 of the proposed First Amendment, where there is strikeout through lines 2 through 4, that's D, that those strikeout lines should be removed, because D would be included now, as opposed to excluded in the First Amendment. And if you're done with debate, you could make that motion.
All right, I think, Councilwoman, did you want to be heard?
I would like to be heard, but you know, by this time, all my notes on this backup are really confusing me. I just want to know, will this come to the council? Can I leave off, can I do it the way our councilman read to us and leave off this business with the digital signs until the later time? I'm ready to go with the motion. That's the only concern I have right now. I don't want that brought up now. I would like it to be a later time. I don't think I'm the only council person up here who has scratched and, I don't have a clean cut view of what's happening. So could I just go with the way it was read to us and leave it that the digital, if a digital change is made on a freeway sign, that it then comes to the council? Isn't that the way it is?
Councilman, I'd argue the opposite, that it needs to stay in because that was the consensus agreement on all 3. And if we need to bring that back as far as coming directly to City Council, I'd support that. But
I just want to say, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to do it anyway. This is the most amazing thing to me. I was brought through fire when I came on this council by trying to do something and working with the billboard companies. I really thought that we would, do what you do when you work together and, you give a little, you give a little. Well, I found out the billboard companies gave nothing, absolutely nothing, and more was requested of us. And I do not believe that the legislature would have taken away our rights. As we've talked with people, as they have communicated with us, I don't think we were in that big of a danger. But if you all feel this way, and if the understanding is that we will go into this very thoroughly, I just want it on the record that as far as my ward is concerned, I want every single billboard that's coming up for digital to come before the board. Can I do that? Okay, I will do that. And then if you want me to go ahead, I'll make the motion with that understanding as far as mine, but I do want us to come back and look into this, and I want to make sure, how long are we asking them to come? 30 days, 60 days? Mr. Mayor, you said they were going to come back, we were going to look at this again. How long?
I would say it's ripe for discussion, so there's no sense delaying it. I'd say 30 days.
So 30 days, and that's on the record, before I make the motion?
Yes.
Okay. This was one of the most frustrating entities with which I've ever dealt any time.
Mayor, if I could on that 30 days, being involved in this in the very beginning, I don't think that's a realistic time frame for something like this to come back. I mean, I think there's a lot of players involved, more players now than I've seen in the past, and I think we're going to need a little bit more time.
How much more would you suggest, Mr. Scott? Because, there are a lot of people who are concerned about their property rights, and rightfully so, and it's our responsibility to resolve it one way or the other. And
Mayor, none of what you're passing today or even in the future is going to take away any property rights that they have. I mean, they're talking about private agreements that were reached between property owners and billboard companies.
Right, how much time?
I would say 90 days.
All right,
at least.
Is that satisfactory, Councilwoman? 90 days.
I believe that I will respect our attorney's thoughts in this.
Right.
And knowing what we've gone through, that certainly 90 days would be fine.
Very good.
We're on the record with the 90 days. Is that pushing it further back than we had said before?
Like I said, I think we've made some really great milestones with the things that you're proposing, that we propose, and that you're going to consider today. So I think that we're on line with with the time frame we've set for ourselves.
Okay, we're on line. Then I guess I should go ahead and make this motion.
But before you make your motion, I would like to chime in, if you will, just briefly. I'm in agreement with where we are currently, but I just want to just make it clear that I would like to also see the digital portion come before council, and that it's not administratively approved.
Let me shed a little light on this, and maybe it'll help you decide whether or not to leave it in the proposed First Amendment or not. If you leave it in, the Director of Planning can approve a digital billboard. They will provide you a list of every administrative approval. If within 10 days you want to pull any one of those before council, you can. That's what will happen if you leave digital in, as opposed to taking it out in the proposed First Amendment.
So in other words, the same process in which they do the cell towers.
Right. There's a method to get it to the council. It's not automatic. You would have to ask within 10 days of an administrative approval to have it brought before council. If you don't like that, then you probably need to take it off the table and rethink it, but that's what will happen if you leave it in.
Mayor Goodman, so if the council member says to that director, as a policy with their office, that every single time an administrative approval is given, I want to be provided with notice, they would have the right within that 10 days to ask that it be brought before the full council.
That's correct. You could
so there is that
redirect the director.
safeguard, as I understand it, for anybody that wants to have that digital issue brought before the full council.
That's correct. You could pre-direct the director to bring every one before the council without having to even review them within 10 days. You could, but
that's in the statute.
And just for the record, Councilman, that is in the current proposed statute under Part G, Section 4G1, and in our code it's 19.18.050, subparagraph F.
Well, in any case, I'm on the record as saying I want all of them to come to me. I don't even want to wait for 10 days. And I think what
and I
Councilman,
concur.
I think he's just saying the same thing. He wants to be on that record, too.
Well, I think to be perfectly safe, I don't think we should piecemeal it. I think that every council member should get notice if there's going to be a determination for an administrative decision.
But I think,
Just to
Mr.
warn
Mayor-
you, just to warn you, there are hundreds.
Yeah.
Everybody except the mayor.
That come to the Planning and Development Department every year, so you may be inundated with those.
And I'm saying that maybe others don't have this problem. Some of us in the wards that are older, we have more of these problems. So I'm just saying it for my benefit, and I see Councilman Reese nodding yes, and Councilman Barlow already has said yes. We're just going on the record. We don't want to be just notified. We just want you to know, in any case, we would like it before the board. That's what we're saying. And I'll move for this motion if you would like.
Please.
Which I think a few people are acting as if they would like. All right?
Yes.
Because of the complication of this issue, our recommendation committee voted to forward this item to council with no specific recommendation, and I'm speaking for that committee now. As we know from Chris Knight's comments, our staff has worked many months on this issue and has gone into it quite thoroughly. And as we understand, the additional items will be coming up within 90 days, the ones that we had question about. As staff has recommended, I move for adoption with first amendment by the city attorney's office.
All right.
With, if I may, Counsel, with 4(1)G added back in.
That would.
Well, you told me it was in there before. You just didn't read it.
No. We need to be very clear on this. Before it was amended, digital billboards were in. As amended, as your motion as you just made a motion, digital billboards were out. If you want them in, somebody just needs to say in or out. We'll put them in or out, and that'll be the proposed First Amendment.
But I thought from Councilman Brown that it was in. It was just inadvertently not read. So just explain to me again.
Okay, if it's your intention, Councilwoman, to include them, to not have them stricken from the proposed First Amendment, I think we understand what that means, and the rest of the council does. And if that's what you want, we understand the motion.
That 4(1)G.
That boards are in, was my understanding. That's what you want to leave the boards in.
That would be my interpretation of the first.
That it's in.
Yeah, yes, it's the First Amendment. It is in, and I'm going that way because it was agreed upon after all these discussions and all of this work. I'm just saying, we've already made our point as to how we want to be notified.
We got it.
Very good.
Okay. And it's down on record that we will be meeting within 90 days as far as the other points.
Very good. Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your participation.
Your Honor, a brief question to the manager's office. If we could Planning Department identify, since those display board potential are only along the freeways and 15 and 95, could they identify specifically the number of boards that would qualify under this ordinance for display? That would get very focused on respective wards and what we have before us. Almost an inventory of the potential display boards.
And Councilman, you're talking about the locations as well as the number. You're talking about the location. Okay.
Councilman,
very good.
Through you, I believe we can do that. Bring that back.
Okay, we're all set to go on to the next item? Okay. Items 61 through 66, bills 2007-64 and 2007-75 through 2007-79 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to the new bills. The new bills, items 67 through 71, bills 2008-1 through 2008-5, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 5, 2008. Mr. Chairman, could you read those, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 28-1, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe and line the annex to make and have a service of laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and privately related matters. Bill 28-2, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the line to be annexed to make and have a service of laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and privately related matters. Bill 28-3, an ordinance to adopt an updated Parks and Recreation element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters. Bill 28-4, an ordinance to adopt the public buildings element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters. Bill 28-5, an ordinance to adopt the transit element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for the related matters. And those are it.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available on February 5th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. Then you're signed these bills, and thank you, everyone. The council meeting is in recess until 1 o'clock. Mr. Capriades.
That's correct. I'm talking about city clerk right now. Okay. Send the formal letter, and we just want to make sure that okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin our afternoon session and wish everybody a happy new year, a healthy, prosperous new year, of course. And we'll call item number 72, which is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 85 through 86, 85 and 86, special use permit 25060, and site development review 25059, Heritage Nevada, Roman numerals B111, LLC, City Parkway 5, Inc., southwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and City Parkway. The applicant has to be held in advance until our February the 6th, 2008 meeting. And 8788, ROC 17721, and site development review 17720, Cars DBA LP, 8.76 acres at 6300 West Sahara Avenue. Applicants has to be held in advance until our February the 6th, 2008 meeting. Items 9091, special use permit 25270, and site development review 25271, Venture Development Group / Saida Family Trust, 6.05 acres at the northwest corner of Teneo Way and Sky Point Drive. The applicant's asked that to be held in advance until our February 6, 2008 meeting. Items 92 and 93 is TMP 25073 and variance 25403, Caroline's Court LLC, 23.62 acres at the northwest corner of El Capitan Way and Durango Drive. Councilman Ross requests that be held in advance until our February 6, 2008 meeting. Item 103 is RQR 25330 Restaurant Row LLC, 1991 North Rainbow Boulevard. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our February 6, 2008 meeting. Items 112 and 113, waiver 24873 and ROC 24875, Greater Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church, 4.01 acres at 1915 Lexington Street. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our February 6, 2008 meeting. Item 116, special use permit 25259, Fiesta Discount Market, Donald S. Gilday, Revocable Family Trust, 7010 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our March 2nd, 2008 meeting. And item 117 is special use permit 25032, Super Aztec / 3140 Value LLC, 3140 Value Boulevard. They've asked that to be held in advance until our 7/16/2008 meeting. Item 119 is site development review 25247, Soka Khaki International USA Nels Trust et al., 1.09 acres at the southeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Kalen Drive. The applicant asks that to be held in advance until our February the 20th, 2008 meeting. Item 122 is DIR 26231, the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education Development Agreement on approximately 41.17 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Montecito Parkway. Staff asks that to be stricken. Item 122A, special use permit 24243 Gonzalo Osqua S/ECT Holding LLC, southeast corner of Charleston Boulevard, Maryland Parkway. The applicant wants that held in advance of our February 6, 2008 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to move forward and take action upon at this time?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe 116 is to the April 2nd council meeting.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yes, item 112 and 113 will be heard today, so I will ask that you withdraw that from the advance from the 2-6 meeting, please. We will hear it today.
Okay. Forget 112, 113. Any other items? Seeing none, you want to make a motion to bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 73 through 84 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time, and any member representing an application or member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Now, items 73 through 84 are public hearings, and I'm now going to declare them open. I'm going to read each of these items into the record, and if anybody wants to speak on any of them, please make note as to the number of the item. Item 73 is VAR 25064. The applicant owner is Lily B. Guerrero. Request for variance to create 4 56-foot wide lots where 65-foot wide lots are the minimum required on .73 acres adjacent to the east side of Pecos Street, approximately 125 feet south of Sunrise Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. 74 is VAR 25238. The applicant owner is RR Properties LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 0-foot street side setback where 5 feet is required for a proposed monument sign on .68 acres at 801 South 4th Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 75 is RQR 25210. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner is Juge Investment LLC. Required 3-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 6431 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 76 is SUP 24985. The applicant is John Dudek. The owner is Mountain View Professional Properties, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,621 square foot general retail store at 6970 Smoke Ranch Road in Suite number 110. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is in Ward 1. 77 is SUP 25017. The applicant is Fab Fred LLC. The owner PKKL LLC. Request for special use permit for an automobile maintenance auto repair garage minor facility at 7155 Grand Montecito Parkway in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 78 is SUP 25126. The applicant is San Salvador Restaurant. The owner is Smoke Ranch Plaza LLC. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler, or on-sale establishment within an existing restaurant at 6651 Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 79 is SUP 25255. The applicant is Children's Orchard. The owner is Summerhill Plaza Partners LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed secondhand dealer at 7501 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite number 118 in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 54 is a discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class 2 secondhand dealer license for Children's Orchard at 7501 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 118. '80 is SDR 21245. The applicant owner is Clark County, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 67-space parking lot on .74 acres at 225 East Bridger Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 81 is VAC 247A3. The applicant owner Centennial Hall Center LLC petitioned to vacate a 20-foot wide public sewer easement extending approximately 711 feet west of Grand Montecito Parkway, 1,250 feet south of Centennial Parkway in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 82 is VAC 24901. The applicant is Loxa Engineering. The owner is Derek and Jan Hodson, 1998 Living Trust. Petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located west of Cimarron Road, north of El Parque Avenue in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 83 is VAC 25248. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC. Petition to vacate a 50-foot wide public drainage easement generally located on the northeast corner of Rampart Boulevard and Alta Drive in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 84 is DIR 24411. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to designate Tule Springs Ranch as an historic property within the City of Las Vegas on 697.78 acres at 9200 Tule Springs Road. This is in Ward 6, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Now, as I had stated before, these are all subject to public hearing.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes?
This is Brian. With regard to number 79, because there's a companion licensing item, I would maybe make a suggestion that we take that one separately and pull that from the one motion, one vote.
That would be which
number 79. It has the companion item, the morning session item number 54.
Okay.
Also, with regard to number 84, that name should be designated as Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs instead of
the
Tule
record
Springs
should be
Ranch.
amended to reflect that. Is that it?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, very good. These are all public hearings. If anybody would like to be heard, I declare the public hearings open. Yes, sir.
We had
You have to give us your name.
92,
Your name.
Claro Perez, 245.
And
East
what
Fourth
item do you
Street.
have?
Item number 92.
No, we're only up to 84. We're only up to 84.
Well, I just saw on the screen that we were held up or abeyance.
Yes, there's been an abeyance to February the 6th, 2008, requested by Councilman Ross.
We didn't request that.
Councilman Ross requested it.
Well,
why don't you have a seat? I'll have my staff come down and see you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to be heard on any of these items? All right, seeing none, then we'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion to approve items 73 through 84 with the exception of 79 and 54?
That'll be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 79. Mr. Scott, do you want me to read it in the record again?
No, sir, you've already read it.
All right. Yes. Okay, would you please take this out of the ball from Nellis?
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 54. Discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class II secondhand dealer license subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes. Tyler Matson Lilly, Inc., doing business at Children's Orchard, 7501 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 118, Stephanie Fournier, Director, President, and Matthew D. Fournier, Director, Treasurer, 100% joining with spouse, Ward 1. This is a public hearing. No, it's not.
79 and 54 together.
Yeah, but he said we don't have to read number 79 already. We've already read it. Okay. Councilwoman? Item 79, please.
I'm sorry, I was going through something else. Would you repeat that?
Item 79, we have two companion items. We have 79 and 54. We'll take item 79
I'm
first.
sorry. Move to approve.
Okay, we've got a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 54, please.
Move to approve.
We got a motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll go to 89. 89 is the site development plan review. 18342, advanced site and public hearing. Applicant owner, Shabbat Southern Nevada Inc. request for a site development plan review for a proposed 84,276 square foot, 44-foot tall private school and a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow no landscaping along the north and east property lines and along the portions of the south and west property lines where a minimum 8-foot wide buffer is required on 4.01 acres adjacent to the west side of Vista Drive, approximately 530 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. And Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Mr. Brown, please.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 Southwest Street, representing the applicant. With me is the rabbi, also representing the applicant, as well as Mr. Howard Perlman, the applicant's architect. As you can see, this matter comes to you with a recommendation of approval by both staff and the Planning Commission, and we ask for your approval as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there any questions of Mr. Brown? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Just one moment, please.
Will you ask someone? You come and speak on this item, sir?
Good.
My name is Pat Mulhall. I live at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard. I'm the president of the Artesian Heights Neighborhood Association, and we've been working on this item for a long time. But first, let me give you a little background. Stick to the point. This is a low-density neighborhood with a very rural setting and many longtime residents. Many of us have lived in the neighborhood for over 25 years. We have appeared before this council many times in an effort to preserve our unique rural area that's in the heart of the city, that being Charleston to Oakey and Harville to Henson. Mostly, these are 1 acre ranch-style properties, and we've been working very hard to continually improve this area. The proposal before you is not compatible with this unique neighborhood. You should have 2 pages of petitions in your backup material. The properties we're talking about are on Vista Drive, and that's near the northwest corner of the neighborhood. The proposed school would be on 3 adjacent lots near the center of the block. This is in the Rural Preservation District, and they're tearing down homes to squeeze in a huge 2-story school. Last year, the Shabbat asked the neighbors to come to attend a presentation of the expansion plan for the school. Later, additional meetings were held as things changed and the size grew. Several issues were raised and many options were offered. A consensus was never reached. With that said, let's move on. Recently, the neighbors met with Councilwoman Tarkanian to review a proposed traffic plan that could minimize the impact through the neighborhood, the traffic impact. After much review and discussion, we accepted the plan. But a few still feel that the school traffic will just add to the traffic congestion that already exists surrounding this area, that being Charleston, Harville, and Oakey. But in the future, we have high hopes that the Shabbat will join in with the neighbors and help preserve this unique area for single-family residential estate homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Board. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas.
Very briefly, I served as a substitute teacher at Atlantic City High School because it took ever too long for them to hire me at New Jerseyville. I fell through the cracks. Mr. Perlman, you've outdone yourself as far as the architecture. I'm thrilled to the core for this project. I know what a great asset it will be for the neighborhood. I'm a fierce advocate of charter schools and great private schools. This will be, and I recommend that this resolution be accepted, or this project be accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Sure. Public hearing. From the congregation, I told them I don't think it was necessary for them to speak, but she'd like to speak, and I know you always let the public speak whenever they want to speak.
It's America, Mr.
It's America.
Hi, my name is Iris Sally. I live at 1473 Teddington Court, right by the school. I moved to the area so my son could live near the school that he goes to. I understand what the neighbors are saying. I don't recall any petition ever being presented to me, but that's another story. I believe that schools belong in neighborhoods. Every neighborhood that I've ever lived in, schools are within neighborhoods, whether it's public schools, private schools, whether you're in Spanish Trails or you're in Rhodes Ranch or you're in Desert Shores. Schools are within communities. That's where the kids belong. They don't push them off to some kind of industrial districts or commercial areas. Schools are part of communities, rural or otherwise. And so that's where my son belongs, near his school and comfortable to go there and attend his school nearby. And the traffic exists whether or not the school is there. I think actually it's going to alleviate quite a bit of it as far as changing the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I see none. I'll close the public hearing then. Mr. Brown?
Thank you. First of all, as Mr. Mulhall said, we've been working on this for a very long time, and then this is probably a good opportunity. I was going to wait until we're through. But the neighbors have been terrific. I mean, it's been difficult for them to have expansion in their neighborhood, but they've given us a lot of time. They've made themselves accessible. I like to think the reason that there's no one else speaking against is because all of the work that not only the neighbors put in, the rabbi, the temple, the city staff, the staff of Councilman Tarkanian, of course, most of all, Councilman Tarkanian. It seems like a simple matter, but it really hasn't been. But I think it's also important to point out for the record that we're asking for no waivers of any kind. We really heard the cry of the neighbors. We heard the concerns of Councilman Tarkanian. Mr. Perlman, at no small cost, redesigned the building, made it a smaller venue, and we're hopeful that everybody will be very happy now. And like I said, we're not asking for any waivers of any kind.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions? All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I would like to say that I have greatly appreciated the efforts on both sides of this issue. I want to point out that the concern from the residents was not an answer to the lady who spoke here, was not that there not be a school within a neighborhood. They were concerned about the size of the school. It was larger than the Meadows Y, and, it is a preservation area. But in talking with the representatives of the issue, they went back, the architect worked on it, and came back, as Mr. Brown states, there are no variances or waivers required as far as the building is concerned. I think that this can be a great asset to the community if we all work together, the way it was stated by Mr. Mulroy, and this I believe we can do. I felt good that we're coming together on this. I do have some conditions that I would like to place into this. Would you like to read the condition, Bart, as far as traffic? My big concern has been traffic in the area. And someone who has worked with many schools with many traffic problems, I want you to know I'm aware of a lot of different things, maybe perhaps you aren't. But Mr.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Mayor, at your discretion. The Councilwoman had meetings with the traffic engineer and the neighbors and identified a set of concerns that they'd like addressed. I'd like to read those concerns in for the record. One, there shall be no right turn on Vista southbound from School Drive exit. Diverters shall be placed in the street in front of the school to prevent southbound traffic from the school onto Vista. Diverters placed in the middle of Vista in front of the school to prevent U-turns. Right turn only northbound on Vista onto West Charleston.
right turn only on Del Rey for southbound traffic on Vista from West Charleston to Del Rey, school zone signs on Vista at 15 miles per hour, a school crosswalk striped, no parking on east or west side of Vista from West Charleston to Del Rey, resident parking permits will be provided, and a new traffic study to be conducted 6 months after opening of new facility. As a result of those concerns, the city traffic engineer has recommended the following condition be added as condition number 25 under Public Works. The school shall submit a drop-off pick-up plan to the city traffic engineer and receive approval of this plan prior to the submittal of civil improvement drawings for the issuance of any permits, whichever may occur first. The plan shall include proposed enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance and adequate implementation of the plan.
And I request that as part of that, we include those concerns as conditions.
And I'll make those conditions, the text of those concerns available to the city clerk so that she can make them conditions.
They could be subheads under the major condition.
Is that agreeable with you, Mr. Brown?
We're fine with conditions.
He's just trying to make me nervous up here. We've worked on this so long.
The truth of the matter is, and he's going to get upset, now you and I had an understanding, and you also had a cap on the amount of children.
Yes, that cap we have recorded in notes that we took at 2 meetings with your
Okay,
groups.
so
And
I
we had
don't
other-
you read that into the record. I just wanted to, you and I shook hands on something.
Right.
And when we do, we do.
And that was an additional condition, Margot, which was a maximum enrollment of 250, including daycare.
That's right.
And this is a number that we had talked about. It started at 230. It moved a little higher than 250, but we felt 250 was where we would stop, and that was the last that we discussed it.
So we agree now.
And we do have it in our notes and the dates of the meetings, in
I know
case
you
there are
do.
questions. Before I make this motion, I live myself in an area that is in the real preservation. I understand the feelings of the citizens, and I just want to say that I appreciate so much that they listened to what we had to say, they listened to how we had to come together, and they made every effort. Is everybody joyous about this? No, but they know that we can work together. As someone who has also initiated a private school and worked with that, I understand the passion of the rabbi and what he's trying to do, and his concern for everybody within his school and his congregation. And I appreciate your working with us so closely, and you're coming with us to this final conclusion. I know that we can make a great thing out of this. We will work together, we will try hard, and we won't have any bitterness. We'll leave all that behind. We'll just work forward positively. Okay?
Okay.
I move to approve with the conditions as added.
All right, I think I have to ask the attorney. I have attended this Chabad facility, not the school, but the temple, the synagogue part of it. I have made contributions to it on days where I memorialize my father's and my mother's passing. I am not a member of it. I don't believe that that would affect my ability to vote here. I am a member of a different temple, but I go to the Chabad because it's very close to my home on those occasions.
Mr. Mayor, I believe you're within your rights to vote on this. NRS 281 would not preclude you from voting.
Very good. Let's vote then.
Well, just, Mr. Mayor, I want to rephrase my motion, and that is I move to approve with all conditions and as amended with additional conditions.
Okay.
I just left out one of those, and I want to be sure.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what are we up to? 94? Item 94, 95, and 96. 94 is GPA 24484. Public hearing. The applicant owner is CDPCN LLC. Request to amend a portion of the Southwest Sector Plan of the General Plan from M, medium-density residential, to H, high-density residential on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe Avenue in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. 95 is ZON 24787. The applicant owner is CDPCN LLC. Request for rezoning
from R3 medium-density residential to R5 apartment on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe Avenue in Ward 5. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And finally, 96, which is SDR 24788. The applicant owner CDPCN LLC requests for a site development plan review to add a 4-story, 82-unit apartment building to an existing 32-apartment unit complex on 6.04 acres at 900 West Monroe Avenue in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open.
Your Honor, if I could?
Yes.
I'd just like to put on record, I received another letter from Deidre Duran. There is one in our backup, but this is in addition to, for the record.
I'm sorry. Okay, very good. Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Hawkins. I'm with Community Development Program Center, Nevada, and I have with me Sharon Bullock, who's a project manager for our company. We are here to ask you to support the staff recommendation and Planning Commission for approval of our project. I'm going to take a few minutes and describe the project and then answer some questions that I know you're going to have. If we could go to the overhead, the original project that we have here is Emerald Breeze. CDPCN purchased this development in October of 2005. The project is now closed down and boarded up. It was a project-based Section 8 development, which means before that it was public housing. It was sold to a private developer out of California. It was a nuisance to the city and caused great pain for the neighborhood. We purchased it, closed it down, and now we want to demolish it and bring about some new affordable housing. I want to be real clear because I don't think a lot of people seem to understand what we're trying to do. The housing that was here was zero income, which means people didn't work. What we want to do is build affordable housing. We applied for tax credits in May of 2006, 7, and we were awarded in August of 2007. Our goal is to demolish the existing site, which I just had on the screen, and develop this new site plan, which shows here we have existing buildings, which are 2-story buildings. To the east would be a future 3-story building, which is going to be a senior. And the proposed in the northwest corner of the site is the Sarah Ann Knight 82-unit, all 2-bedroom, 2-bath development. We have another site to the west of this site, which is 100 apartments that we built, which are also tax credit apartments. I'm going to show that. If you could just leave the monitor where it is, it'll be easier. If you could go back to the... Again, we have 100 apartments to the west, and to the north is a commercial shopping center. So this 2-story building is going to buffer the 4-story. The 3-story is going to buffer from H Street. We are moving the entrances to H and Monroe. There'll be an entrance here and an entrance here to access the site. I took some pictures so that it would be easier to see what the impact is. This is from Jackson and Jay. This is our existing development that we have. The 4-story building is through that courtyard, you can see, but we don't think that that's going to have a negative impact on the site. When we met with the residents, we explained all of this to them, and the vast majority at our neighborhood meeting supported what we're trying to do. This is just another shot from I Street, which here you can see the development. This 2-story development here is going to be gutted and it's going to be rehabbed to look like the 4-story development and the new future development. So again, it's approximately 100 feet from Monroe to the 4-story development, but it would be buffered by the 2-story there. Additionally, it's just another shot. Then we move over to the east side of the development, which is on H in Monroe. This 2-story building, these buildings stay. There'll be good rehab. All of these are demolished. The new 4-story is in the corner. And then the last shot that we took is from H and Owens, which again shows the shopping center, so the 4-story is behind the shopping center. So there is a buffer from the 3-story, there's a buffer from the 2-story, and the site's approximately 100 feet north of Monroe. Another question is who's going to live here? As I said earlier, in the prior development, it was 100% project-based. This is for working persons, working families, 1 and 2 bedrooms. The income they will have to make between $15,000 and $26,000. As we all know, that's for store clerks, housing for store clerks, food workers, teachers, janitors, bank clerks, landscapers, retired persons, persons with disability, car wash attendants, maintenance workers, and first, second-year government workers. So we are providing a product.
Not for those who work in the city of Las Vegas.
First and second year. You noticed I didn't say.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying you haven't been around here for a while.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. The rent on the development for the we'll show you the floor plan, but the rent is $540 for the 2-bedroom and $450 for the 1-bedroom. Unit amenities are 850 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, oven, range, refrigerator, microwave, washer, dryer hookups in the units, patio and balconies, exterior storage, cable throughout, ceiling fans throughout the units, exterior common area amenities. Within the clubhouse, we have a separate computer room that has 5 computers in it. We have covered parking. We have 2 elevators, picnic tables, a splash pool for the kids, exercise room with workout and equipment. And with that, I'd like to show our elevations. We did bring those. This is the front elevation. That you can see. This will be the main entrance point here. Another shot looking from the top down. Another one if you're looking from the south to the north. And then the opposite. Be more than happy to answer any questions.
What is the exterior made out of?
Stucco, and we are putting stone on the front of the building.
Just for my edification, in your prior project where there was 100% of the folks who did not have a job?
Yes, project-based Section 8.
Right. How do you get paid on that? Is that
HUD pays.
Say it.
The direct funding from HUD. And that was there when we bought the project. So, yeah.
And here, will those folks who will be occupying this have HUD assistance as well, or it will come from the private sector earnings?
They have to work.
Okay. Very good. Okay, this is a public hearing, folks. If anybody would like to be heard, this is the time to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. This is not my neighborhood. I am extremely familiar with this section of town. I remember years ago praying down on my knees that we would get Edmonton Town Center. And behold, it's there. There's some rental problems. You may hear some resistance from the local neighborhood people because, as you can see, this is a highly involved, sophisticated, well-thought-out, progressive program. I think it's amazing that they could bring it in with such low rental prices. I'm going to be faithfully optimistic and assume that they will be able to do this. I think it's a fantastic project. It's an unspeakable bonus in restoring this neighborhood and making it better than it ever was before. I'm entirely in favor. However, I just wanted to add this, which is separate from the project. We need to be thinking and talking a lot more about living wages to balance out our quest for affordable housing, again, in the face of new economic realities. I recommend approval. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd like to take this time. Your Honor, I'd like to take this time to submit a petition.
Could you tell us your name, please?
Tricia Duran.
Thank you.
I'd like to submit this 91 signatures petition of Ward 5 residents that live in that surrounding area of the proposed site.
All right, you certainly could hand it up to the clerk, and she will hand it up to us. Is this a petition in support of the project or against the project?
This is a petition that is opposing the project.
And are the signatories to the petition, are they neighbors of the project, or are they just generally from the community?
They are neighbors of that project. They live in that community. And of the 91, 60 of them have been there 30-plus years. I actually am here on behalf of the Ward 5 as a voice, as well as my family that lives in that neighborhood. My roots are there. They are opposed to the CDPCN development of a 4-story, 85-unit apartment complex on a 6-acre site located on 900 West Monroe Avenue. First and foremost, the City Las Vegas agenda memo that was submitted dated January 9, 2008. Page 1 under heading project description, it states blighted development from the neighborhood will reduce the calls to police and fire stations. Well, the surrounding elements, i.e. projects such as Marble Manor, Washington MOK, Marble Manor Annex, Sermon Gardens, all located within a 5-mile radius from their proposed site, still exist, and therefore would trigger the same crumbling results that has been witnessed for the past 30 years, increasing the crime rate that would, I bet you, would probably go at least tenfold, would double tenfold. As far as the David J. Hogarth, which, by the way, is misspelled by the developer, but he refuses to change the name of it, located on J. Monroe, is supposed to provide housing for seniors, but presently provides also for non-seniors. It's no secret to any of the residents that the surrounding negative elements played also roles in the demise of the Vaughn's supermarket. It never really had a chance. So, apartment dwellers, where will they shop? They got these surroundings. You got 255 from these units that he's getting ready to build, 2 or 3 or 4 times more, approximately 500 people. This overcrowding, to me, would increase the calls to the police and the fire station. And don't forget, there's a Madison Elementary School only 2 blocks away from this area. This mixed development, we believe it, but the low-income housing already exists in the area. What the people right now need, and what they say, is they need a taxable base middle-income housing development in order to build up the economic development. These residents, they feel they will attract more businesses, retail, and sustain them. I mean, look at Edmonds Town Center right now. It's still pretty much empty. So there is no way and a middle-income tax housing will provide a counterbalance to this existing surrounding elements. It will encourage infrastructure, retail businesses, mixed densities. It will allow diversity, both new and old, within this area. This is what the people in Ward 5 want. They want a change and they want economic growth. And lastly, on my behalf, I actually would like to say, because this is where my roots are, and on their behalf, to build this project would say to them that, yes, we don't mind increasing this crime area. We do not want to provide economic development in the near future, and that we will not consider the long-term residents, mostly seniors who are on that petition, as an important voice to this project.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'm going to hand this up to you. This is the petition that the young lady referred to. Yes, sir.
My name is Ed Watson. I live at 1624 J Street. I live within the facility that they're talking about building this complex. I'm the new president of the NAACP. I've had a number of calls to my office concerned about this project. The councilman, I spoke to him the other night about my concern about this project. I'm 62 years old. I've seen this type of project before, and it turns into a massive crime rage. You cannot take a bunch of poor peoples and stack them all together with elevators, stairways, dark hallways. Yes, it's going to be well lit, but eventually the hooligans are going to break the lights out. People's going to be attacked in the elevators. This was done in Chicago. They putting up 4. Next, they'll be before you asking for 8. Next, they'll be asking for 14. We need single-family homes in West Las Vegas. Yes, it looks pretty. Yes, it sounds pretty. But I'm telling you, you want a wave of crime, build these apartments. They'll go in at making $10 an hour. They will lose that job. The city or another government agency will come in and take it over, and you will have low, non-working peoples in this community. I just had my house shot up because I got apartments across from me that's low income. And when they moved in here, we talked to the city about it, different council person, and what they said to us was, we're going to have security on grounds. This place is going to be well secure. We're not going to have dope dealers in here. We're not going to have prostitution in here. And mayor, councilman, they kept their word for 2 years. Now the thing is, so much drugs is in there, so much crimes is in there. House been broken in twice. Cars been broken into twice. And then the other night, my house shot up. And within an inch of my life, I just happened to move within an inch of my life of not being here. And I come from East St. Louis. They call it Little Vietnam. We got 20 units like this in East St. Louis. And it is so bad that if you order a refrigerator or a TV, the Teamsters will not even come in the area. They will set it at the corner, and you got to figure a way to get it to your house. Michael Spinks, the 2 Spinks fighters, their mother lived on the 18th floor. The elevator stopped at the 12th floor. And so all I'm saying is, I appreciate the effort, but if they're concerned about the citizens, I understand the money. They're going to make a lot of money out of the project, I understand that. But if they are concerned about peoples, they're concerned about the area, put single houses in that area and charge the same price. Thank you very much.
I'm troubled by what you're saying, because your message is really such a bleak message to those of us who care about this city. And this morning, Councilman Barlow was very careful in asking a developer about an agreement that has to be signed when you're building a project on property which is owned by Las Vegas, or if you're receiving benefits from the city of Las Vegas in excess of $100,000. And one of the good news representations that I heard was that there would be 3,000 or 4,000 jobs created as a result of this project going up just a stone's throw, really, from where Mr. Hawkins' apartment complex is being proposed. And we go over the agenda, of course, and we're briefed on it, and I knew about this project that is being proposed today. And as I was hearing that presentation, I thought, geez, this is a natural, because the folks who are going to be getting the employment, who will be part of this downtown redevelopment, will have an opportunity to live in a pretty good-looking, as you say, you'll concede it's a very pretty complex. And I'm wondering where the schism is. Why is there pessimism? Why does it have to turn out the way you project? Why can't the people who are working there feel confident that they're going to have a very pretty apartment in which to live with all the amenities that Mr. Hawkins is going to be providing to them? Why does it have to turn into a crime-ridden, drug-infested area?
Because, Mayor, we've seen this picture. We've seen this picture over and over and over and over again. One of our big complaints about Ward 5, West Las Vegas specifically, is that there's a lot of work going on in the area, but none of the people that live in the area is doing the work. I mean, right across from me is a government building. 95% of those people live in Summerlin and Green Valley. There's a lot of construction work that's going on in West Las Vegas. There are a number of peoples that work, and none of them are black. I mean, there are Hispanic that's working, there's white working, there's Japanese working. You go to any construction site, you ride up and down West Las Vegas, you're not going to find 2 black peoples working in 25 projects. So we're not impressed when someone said, well, we're going to bring a project in your area, and there's going to be a lot of work. They're going to do us any good. We're not working on them. And I don't know why. I don't know how that we can have government jobs, we can have city jobs, and there's no Afro-Americans on those jobs. I do not understand how
Well,
they
no,
can be.
that's an unfair indictment as to the city of Las Vegas. We pride ourselves on our diversity here, and our statistics will bear that out, and we have department heads who are African-American. We have, right off the top of my head, I think of the woman who does the hiring here.
I'm talking about construction. I don't know about inside. I don't know about inside. I don't know about inside. But I deal with a number of projects, buildings, street work. We got a brand new school that's going up, that's built by a black doctor. He's my doctor, been my doctor for 25 years, and there's not a black person on there. I don't know how he could do that.
Well, Dr. Pollard's a smart guy.
He's a good man.
And he's a good man, and I'm sure.
I have no problem,
You
but
are-
I'm using that as an example. And I mean,
You should, pardon me, you raise an unbelievably important point, but you should have the answer for us. When you say you drive, not only in the immediate area, but pretty much the downtown core, where we've done a lot of job fairs and such, and if you're not seeing a certain segment of the population working, it's incumbent on you to explain to us why. Not just that there's something wrong. If there's something wrong, tell us what's wrong. But I think that's just, it's too general and it's too blanket of a statement.
well, I don't have a problem with that. If you got somebody that want to listen, I will come to your office. Not only will I tell you the problem, I will bring you the solution. Not only will I bring you the solution,
I'll take it.
I'll take you to demonstration.
I'll take you up on it.
Please.
I'll take you up on it.
All right. Then who do I see if I make an appointment with
You
you?
just call my office, 229-6241.
I'll do that.
I'm easy to see.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind. Sir? Mr. Watson, you know, I listened to every word you said. I looked at you in the eye, I listened to every word you said. I believe many of the things you say you truly believe.
I don't think the council believes.
Hold
I think
on.
they think I'm fishing.
Hold on, Mr.
I've been in Vegas
Watson.
30 years. I retired from the Nevada test site. I put my time in.
The fact that you've lived in the neighborhood for a long time and you've got 10 or 12 years on me, I believe in what you're saying, but we as a council and we as a board have to make the tough decisions. And you and the woman that spoke before you said, we'd like to see middle-income housing go in this area. So would I. But we don't have the developers knocking down the doors to build middle-income housing in this neighborhood. I don't see a line of people that are ready to do what you'd like to do. So what we have is Mr. Hawkins coming forward, and I don't care who it is. We've got someone coming forward offering to replace what I see as a boarded-up residential area. And in its place, they will put low-income housing.
Let me ask you just one question.
Let me finish
Just
first,
one
Mr.
question.
Watson. Let me finish first,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
And you might be right. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. But today, we can put rental inventory in an area that needs it because we don't have the middle-income housing developer ready to do it. So our choice is, do we leave it as is, or do we put something that I think fills a need? Because I think it fills a need.
Can I ask one
So,
question now?
well, if you were me, let me ask you a question. Would you leave it the way it is? Or would you put rental properties in there?
I'll leave it the way it is. I live there, and I'm saying leave it the way it is. Let me ask you a question. Are you looking at the same picture I'm looking at?
Yes.
Do you think it looked like that when it was first built?
No.
That's my question.
But I've got 6,000 people a month moving into the Las Vegas Valley. We've got a project that's going in that's been made reference to that's going to provide 4,000 jobs.
we need to provide housing for some people, because where are they going to be? So, Mr. Watson, we can debate this.
We just give them anything?
We can debate this back and forth. It's a larger issue. I agree, it's a bigger issue. But for today, our choice is, do we provide, like I said, some rental properties for working people, or do we leave it alone? And my vote, assuming my colleague makes the motion, is to put this kind of rental property in.
Hey, y'all got the power.
My name is Deidre Duran, and I didn't take Toastmasters, so I have to read from a piece of paper. It is a sad day, Councilman Wolfson, when the residents feel that they would rather have this place boarded up than to go back to the nuisance and crime that we had when it was inhabited, had people living there. It's beautiful there now, boarded up. I look at it and just say, thank goodness that we're not going through this again. And that's a sad day. It's a sad day. My opposition, and I'm representing the residents too, because I took around a petition with my sister, who was the young lady speaking before. The residents just do not want the rezoning to medium density. We're okay with rebuilding again for the third time around, because first it was Madison Terrace, 15 years neglect and crime, tore it down, rebuilt it again, Emerald Breeze, another 15 years now, neglect and crime. We're willing to give it another shot, but 4 stories is just too many. And these residents are the constituents in Ward 5. These are the voters in Ward 5. The owners, namely Frank Hawkins, do not live in Ward 5. So speaking on behalf of the residents surrounding the subject property, we would like you to seriously look at the Planning Commission decision for approval at their November 29th meeting for rezoning of medium density to high density and the opposition of the residents in the area. There were some opposing votes, but the measure still carried 5-2. All protest cards prior to the meeting for this rezoning were documented but ignored, and there is no documentation on file then or now at the city for support of this dwelling. Residents have since filed appeals, which I don't understand that process when you have 7 days to file an appeal and nothing's been done. And you have on record these appeals from the residents, and the following represents our concerns to oppose the rezoning of this ordinance. Concerns that once the building is occupied, that the ownership will be transferred to the Las Vegas Housing Authority, as other projects this owner has done in the past, one in particular, the J. David Hogarth Apartments next door. Concerns that this is a future step to building a disastrous, high-rise, low-income housing, for example, the Robert Taylor housing projects of Chicago, Illinois from the 1960s and since demolished in 2007 due to neglect and crime. Concerns of crime that this building will bring to the neighborhood of aging and mostly middle-class residents, and as history has shown, will face many of the same problems that other high-rise housing projects in other cities face. These problems include narcotics, violence, and the perpetration of poverty. Concerns that this is sequestering a group of people, low income, Section 8 and other vouchers, in a particular area, namely the historic West Side. Owners are basing the number of inhabitants on 2 per unit, but in reality, this will double or triple with 3 to 4 people occupying each unit. Once Section 8 and other city-paid residents are allowed, it will include children who are not of working age, most residents unemployed where public assistance will be their only source of income, 60% of the households will be single-parent, female-headed households earning less than $8,000 per year, and 99.9% will be African American. Time will show that the building will become a drab eyesore, scars of arson fire, the city's neglect will be evident in littered streets and scant commercial or civic amenities. Concerns that the homes along Monroe and near will lose privacy in their backyards with the development going to high density. The feel of safety, and the lack of better words, the control of the building will be compromised with the many floors and residents. Owner admitted that there will not be 24-hour security. There is no full-size grocery store in the area for the residents to walk to. Owners lied and told the Planning Commission that there would only be working people occupying the dwelling. Now you know that is not a true statement. At the neighborhood meeting they had with the neighbors on September 25th, 2007, the owners admitted there would be people on vouchers living there. Concerns that the living area of these units are too small, 805 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2-bath apartments. This will become a transient apartment complex with a high turnover rate. No long-term residents will live in that small of a living space over a period of time. The lack of green space on the artist's rendition of the proposed development. This is important to any human condition, and pavement instead of green space, all in the name of economizing on maintenance, will create an atmosphere of neglect and decay. The greatest apprehension now is how peaceful the area has become since June 2007. And we're just not willing to give up that freedom after so many years of crime and nuisance and the existing buildings brought to the neighborhood before being closed. Listed on the city website, there are 15 pages of protests and appeals of the Planning Commission decisions. Has anyone looked at them? We have gone completely ignored and would like to know why. And finally, the older residents in the area feel it would be a disservice to name an obviously low-income housing project after one of the city's great African-American pioneers, namely Sarah Ann Knight Preddy. They feel she deserves better. 15 years from now, we will not remember Sarah Ann Knight for her advocacy to civil rights, or being an African-American casino owner, or being a historian for this great city. But we'll remember the name associated with that hellhole low-income housing complex near downtown. So in closing, if I may lift a quote from our very own Nevada Senator Dina Titus when she recently spoke at the UNLV on a budget cut subject matter, it's just a damn dumb thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Goodman, real quickly. Ma'am, if you don't mind, I don't want you to know that you're being ignored. I want you to know that you're not being ignored. I mean, we have the documentation you're talking about. Okay. All of us.
I made an appointment with Councilman Barlow right after the Planning Commission meeting, I think 2 weeks in advance before the appointment. Of course, when I got there, he was not there, and they said he had made another appointment, which I feel a disservice to me because, first of all, you make two appointments at one time. I don't understand that. So after that, and after I gave my concerns to his liaisons, who I don't vote for liaisons. You know, let the council know that. We don't vote for liaisons, so when we want to come see a council person, we expect the council person to be there. But I gave the same concerns to them, and I have heard nothing, so I feel I was ignored.
I want you to know, we each have 6 or 7 of these blue books.
Okay. See, I didn't know that.
Okay,
this is a new thing to me, even being here.
Fair enough. But on your item, the item that you're speaking of, I have 100 pages here.
Great.
And I look at them, and the protests are here.
Great.
I don't want you to think that we're not listening to
Thank you. But like I said, we're in a, we go ahead, rebuild it, do it again with the 2-story. But to us, it's just 4 stories. It's just too many people and too high. And the Wendell P. Williams School will be overcrowded, and there we go, losing again our, education for these people, for our kids and stuff.
Your Honor, can I make one comment too? First, let me ask, did you write that? Did you write that whole thing?
Yeah.
That was wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
That was absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard?
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas residence. Since I came to the city in 1999, upon applying for housing at the Las Vegas Housing Authority at Bonanza and 10th Street at that time, that was one of my greatest fears, being placed in a place where there's a high crime rate. Because down in Louisiana, I lived in a similar complex to the one that's boarded up, and every time I passed on that bus, I wondered, why is that place boarded up? It said the Emerald Gym, something, it used to have a sign up. And I know that I used to shop at that Bonds before it went out of business. And I always wanted to live on the west side because I attended church. I had my membership in the churches over there. But I always wondered if I lived there, if it would turn into the nightmare that the housing area down home. There was a nice 2-story townhome that low-income housing people lived in. We had to, everyone 14 years and over had to get an ID card. The sheriff department and security had to be there because there were shootings, especially in the summer months, shootings and stabbings all around. I used to tell my kids, lay on the floor until we don't hear any more shots in case a bullet comes through the window. Unless that kind of thing is built for seniors only or handicap only, it's a no-no. And in the community where people on those kind of programs where they might become prone to violence and drugs, I am terrified for those people. I am terrified. I've lived in the area. I'm from the community. I've lived in similar communities. And everywhere I go and I apply for housing, it terrifies me to even think of people living in a high building because they don't have much to get confronted in a hallway with someone with a gun and they can't run to the phone or even having a cell phone. You're terrorized if somebody approach you with a weapon in a hallway. Believe me, it's not a good idea. Unless in those people in an upscale area where they're not on those kind of programs that might provoke them to violence. I lost a brother the day after Thanksgiving. People on those programs are very aggressive.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a good idea unless it's for seniors or handicap only.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and what I see here is, I'm a street preacher here in Vegas, and of course I believe strongly in defending the poor, as the Bible says, and I see that there is a need for low-income housing for sure, but I don't believe it's a matter of rich and poor regarding immorality, because there's immoral people in both the rich and the low classes. You know, there's sin being promoted here in Sin City, right? So there's murder and killing and sexual sin and all that being in the rich and the poor levels. So I think what might be helpful is maybe to have the council and the neighbors meet whoever comes into the neighborhood, right, to live there, and interview them and get to know them. And if you like them, let them live there. Maybe you get that way. It's not just a random throw someone in there. You don't know who they are, but maybe check out their criminal background and what are they doing, and just get to know the person before they move into the community. And that way everyone's happy, right? I'm 33 years old. I haven't gone out and done a bunch of drugs or killed anybody, So not every old person is good or bad, or the young are not all good or bad. It's an individual thing. So maybe that would help. I don't know. God bless.
Thank you. Okay, it's still a public hearing if anybody wants to be heard. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Hawkins?
If I could, I'd like to address some of their comments. As far as single-family housing go, we, to my knowledge, are the last developer to build single-family in that community, and we built 208 single-family homes called Whispering Timbers. We'd like to build some more single-family in the area. As you know, the single-family home market is having some problems right now. So we do have additional sites within the area to build single-family. There's a misnomer, I believe, from the protesters by saying we want it to stay the way it is. It's not going to stay the way it is. If the council says, no, we're not going to approve this, then we lose the tax credits that we currently have, but the property opens the way it is, the way it's been, the way it was when we purchased it. That was our reason for wanting to get rid of the property, to improve the neighborhood, not to keep it the way it is. And just because it's boarded up, we boarded it up, we closed it down, but it can't stay closed. As far as property management, we have a property management company, Global Property Management Group, that will manage the property. There are requirements and restrictions, income guidelines. It is not public housing. They try to compare it to public housing. It is not public housing. There is a law that says you cannot discriminate. So as long as people meet the income guidelines, meet your qualifications that the property management has, you can't discriminate. So if somebody comes to you with a voucher, you can't say, no, we're not going to rent to you. If they don't meet your guidelines, you can not lease to them just like you could anyone else. There's a difference between accepting a voucher and project-based Section 8, which they're referring to.
Mayor Goodman, do you have a property manager on site on this?
Yes, we do.
24 hours a day?
No.
7 days a week?
No, 7 days a week. We open the property 7 days a week. We have a manager there. They're there from 9 in the morning till 7 in the evening. A minor issue, but David J. Hogarth, we built the project, named it after him. It is spelled correctly. Vons was open for 9, 10 years in that community. 9 or 10 years ago, this development was still there. We did not own it. We purchased it, as I said before, in October of 2005. There is a need. If you talk about the John Edmonds Shopping Center, which was just mentioned, you need some density. You need some residents, be it single-family apartment, but you need people with income that need to spend their money in the community. And if you don't put housing there, then you're going to suffer the same problems that it currently has. We have been working with the residents prior to us buying this development. We built the project next door, the 100 units. It has been 4 years. We had a neighborhood meeting. The city planning department sent out however many hundreds or thousands of notices. We had a neighborhood meeting. The neighbors came to the meeting. This young lady came, her mother came, and 4 or 5 other residents came. But the neighbors in the immediate area, we are working with them and have worked with them, and will continue to work with them. This did just not come up yesterday. We've been working on this project since prior to us purchasing it. And there was some talk about minority businesses and hiring minorities and subcontractors. We also have our own general construction company. And I'm proud to say that developments that we've built in the city and developments that we have either utilized home dollars or all of our projects, even when we didn't, I can stand here and tell you that approximately 50% of our subcontractor base is minority. So when we build in the community, we hire from within the community. Again, we're going to manage the property. We're there every day. With that, I'd ask for your support.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman Barlow, I'm interested in hearing your position.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank Ms. Deidre Duran for meeting with my staff, and I apologize to you that things do happen in regards to meetings. I have a lot of meetings that I attend, and I apologize for not being able to make your meeting, but the information that you shared with my staff was very helpful. It allowed me to work with the developer as well as other residents in the community who in fact had similar concerns, and I truly believe that at the end of the day we would have met those concerns by working with the neighbors such as you who are passionate about the area in which you live, from my understanding, all of your life, or practically. And I too am from the community, and I too am very concerned in respect to what happens in and around this community. And there's not a lot of developers who knock on my door to come and develop in the immediate West Las Vegas area. And I promised the constituency that there will be times that I will have to make very difficult votes and make very bold stances and statements on behalf of the residents of Ward 5. And this is one of those moments. For some it may be uneasy, and for others they're excited. But one thing I do know is that we have a corridor at Owens, a commercial corridor, that needs assistance with commercial businesses. We have a corridor which we're expanding, which is the Martin Luther King corridor, which we are expanding as of February, taking it down from 3 lanes to 6 lanes, and bringing, and with the intent of bringing more commercial online. But one thing about commercial is that or development, we must have the rooftops, we must have the population in order to support the commercial in those corridors. And yes, Mr. Watson, as you mentioned, we do need single-family housing, but we also need housing for those who can't necessarily afford a mortgage. We have to have that middle income housing, which I'm working very aggressively to attract as well. And to take this development, which from when I was growing up in this neighborhood, it was called Madison Terrace, and we coined it Little Beirut due to the number of killings and crimes that was inundated at this location. And then a new property manager came in and changed the name to Emerald Breeze, which in essence, changing the name and not the element in the environment does nothing. You can take a negative person and put them in a suit and tie and make them look good, but on the inside, they're rotten. And that's what this location had become. And by working with Mr. Hawkins and his development team to bring in some development that we truly need, and we all agree on that we need to increase the housing in the neighborhood and in the community, specifically workforce housing. We have a lot of low-income housing throughout Ward 5, and in particular in West Las Vegas. But it's time now to start pushing for the single-family middle market housing. But that will take time, and that's something that I'm looking forward to do as well. But we're here today to talk about the development at the corner of Monroe and H, which is a development that I believe turns the page as it relates to development, fresh development in an area that has been dark for such a long time. And I believe that this development, at the end of the day, will be a beacon in the community due to the fact that the individuals who will be living here are individuals who go to work every day, just like you and I. We go to work every day to, in fact, take care of our families and have a lifestyle that we can all be proud of. Any neighborhood can turn negative. And to stand here and state that that's what this neighborhood is going to become, I want us to be more optimistic in regards to where we live and the future developments that come online. Because whether it be in West Las Vegas, whether it be in Summerlin, Henderson, wherever that is, Mayor, any neighborhood can go negative. But we have to be optimistic, and we must basically keep those development projects feet to the fire as it relates to making sure that those properties are kept up. And as long as I'm sitting in the seat, whether it be Mr. Hawkins or any other developer that comes before us as it relates to Ward 5, I want to make sure that they're going to do all that they can, because I'm going to make sure that I do all that I can to make sure that these developments don't go to the left. We want to keep them on the right track. So with that, today we have an opportunity to build a development we can all be proud of. This development will be market rate units, which will assist the area in our ward with the much needed income generating households we currently need. It is important that I bring forth housing, rooftops, as well as apartments to support the commercial corridors such as Owens and MLK that I mentioned. I'm confident that once this development is complete, the community will be proud. One thing that I would like to see, Mr. Hawkins, is the increase of your landscaping at this location. In order to change the image, in order to change the look of this community, we need to soften it up, because Emerald Breeze looked like a prison. So by increasing the landscaping and beautifying the landscaping around the property, specifically as it relates on Monroe and H, I would like to see that increased. Secondly, I would also like to see a corner monument at H and Monroe as well, a beautiful monument to basically beautify that corner. I would, and Bart, maybe you can assist me with this, what I don't want to see is parking on Monroe on the north side of the street. I would like to see a red curb and no parking signs, because the residents to the south of Monroe, I want to make sure that they're well buffered and that additional vehicles don't impede their quality of life on the south side. And no access off of Owens. The only access that I would approve of would be crash gates. I'm sorry, I keep saying Owens, Monroe. On Monroe, crash gates coming off of your development, and all major ingress egress coming into the site will come off of 8th Street. Workforce housing versus zero income housing, you mentioned that. I think it's important because it's a step up, Mayor and Council. It's a step up from 0 to something. And he mentioned that in order to qualify for this level of housing, you must be within, what was the number you mentioned, Mr. Hawkins?
15 to 26,000.
15 to 26,000. It reminds me, as I was sharing with Councilwoman Tarkanian, the gentleman and his wife who came here this morning applying for their Metro card, worked at Stop and Shop. And it leads me to think, well, where are they living? At incomes like that. All they're trying to do is take care of their families. And they, too, need safe, beautiful environments that they can afford to live in. And I believe that we're headed in the right direction. And this is a start as it relates to this particular area of Ward 5. It also reminds me of the high-rise developments that are taking place all around the city. This development is not a high-rise, but it allows the same type of element that we push for in the downtown area. Single-family homes, we need it, and it's coming, and that's something that I'm looking forward to continue to work with. And in conclusion, I want to thank Ms. Trish Duran, Ms. Deidre Duran, Mr. Watson, for coming forward and bringing forward the information that you shared today, the petition. I have taken it into consideration, and I will be moving forward with the staff and with my staff's recommendation for approval subject to those conditions. And Ms. Deidre Duran, you mentioned that someone shared with you a damn dumb thing to do. At the end of the day, I truly hope and pray that this is not a damn dumb thing that I would have done today. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Your Honor, before we vote on that, and Councilman, please forgive me. Your Honor, please forgive me. I applaud the efforts of Mr. Hawkins. He works very closely with the Housing Authority, as you know. And Mr. Hawkins, this agenda item has concerned me a great deal because of the testimony from the neighborhood and the folks that have lived there for years and years, and you know these people. We've grown up here, and you know that. Councilman Barlow is working tremendously to make that area fresh and new and prosperous, and we support him in those efforts to do that. I'm just concerned because of some comments that were made about what happens in 4 or 5 or 10 years with this building. You don't want to see it as a blight either. I know that. Your name's on this. And I think because of that and because of your reputation in this community and where you come from, that's important to you. And I just want to make that public record that I'm concerned about it, Your Honor and Councilman, because I'm concerned about the years to come. And Councilman, you said it right. I hope we're doing the right thing. And I support you in that, Mr. Hawkins, that we are doing the right thing for this community. Because these are real people with real concerns and real families in that real neighborhood.
If I could add, Councilman, I appreciate your comments. I agree 100%. I'm born and raised in this community, too. I came back to Las Vegas to work in this community. I built and spent millions of dollars building convenience stores, car washes, apartments, single-family houses in this community. Our nonprofit is a nonprofit developer. We've taken the worst areas in this city, Gerson Park, tore it down, built 208 single-family, built 48 multi-family, built 100 seniors. We went into East Las Vegas, a place called the Third World. The Housing Authority owned the land, tore it down. Now we have 120 seniors, another 120 starting construction this month. Same with this project. Emerald Breeze is one of the 3 problem developments in the community. And I know that there are other forces, Housing Authority, working to rid the community of these problems. But this Emerald Breeze was one of them. We purchased it to tear it down to build new. We aren't going to let you down. I'm not going to disgrace the community. I care too much. We had neighborhood meetings. I've been meeting with the neighbors for years. Unfortunately, the Duran family doesn't want the development. I don't know what they told the folks to get the signatures. I don't know what they told them to get them down here. But it's not true, and we have a history, and we stand by that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, if you don't mind, let me just chime in just real quick.
Sure.
I stand behind 100% this development. And Mr. Hawkins, I do need you to go on record to state that you agree to the conditions as amended that I brought forward, because I just want to make sure that we have a running, documented record that you agree to do this, because I must, on behalf of the residents and constituents, hold your feet to the fire as it relates to this development. But also, where I'm going to need some additional assistance, Mayor, from the council as well, is, and maybe at a future date, but I'm going to throw it out there right now to just make it public, and that's the 2 units that sit. Go back to the site plan, please. The site plan. The 2 units the 2 units up on Monroe. These 2 right here.
2 buildings.
There's an issue that I really need some assistance with as it relates to these 2 units, and I'll be making contact with HUD to assist us in the process also, Mayor. But these buildings have to go. And
Are those the buildings on the lower part of the drawing?
Go back to the overhead.
Okay.
Yes, the 2 buildings here. Currently, these buildings will remain. I'm looking to have the entire site taken down. It has to go down. It's a blighted development as it sits today, and I'll go into more details in a future meeting, but just so that you all are aware that these 2 buildings right here has to come down, and I'm going to need some assistance if, in fact, I have to fly to Washington to speak to the director of HUD to release the issue as to why these 2 buildings can't come down currently. So I do want to place that on the record, but also I want you to go on the record, Mr. Hawkins, as it relates to the amended conditions that I asked for.
And those are 4 conditions. One was to increase the landscaping on Monroe and H. You want a corner monument at the corner. No parking on Monroe. And
on the north side.
North side.
Of Monroe.
Red curb. No parking signs. And at Monroe, the old entrance for Emerald Bridge, you want that to be closed off to be emergency access only.
Emergency access only.
We agree with those conditions.
Thank you.
Okay. And also, Margot and Bart need to chime in also to assist with these conditions.
If I may, Mayor and
Certainly.
Councilman. With regard to the landscaping, just so that everyone's clear, condition number 7 is already there. It requires an additional 11 24-inch box trees should be included within the perimeter landscape buffer to bring the number of trees into compliance with Title 19. Additional trees shall be included within the landscape fingers within the parking area to bring the number of landscape fingers and trees into compliance with Title 19. And further depict and tabulate all shrubs as required, including their quantities and sizes. And what we would add to condition number 7 at that point is to say to meet code requirements. Additional conditions would be that a corner monument sign plan shall be added to the project. That the sign shall be added to the project. The sign plan shall be submitted to the Planning and Development Department for review and approval. And that if I'm reading your comments correctly, Councilman, an additional condition that the 2 existing buildings on site shall be demolished prior to issuance of building permits for new development.
Well, yes and no, and I say that only because I believe it may hold up the progress of the development to the north of the site. I just wanted to place that out there just so that this council will know that there's an issue as it relates to taking those 2 buildings down. So I don't want that included.
Not a condition, okay?
Okay. As far as the CFO? Okay.
And for Public Works, condition number 18 currently requires that the access on Monroe be a crash gate only. So that's already a condition in the staff report. But we'd recommend an additional condition, number 24, submit a request to the city traffic engineer for no parking on the north side of Monroe Avenue adjacent to this site. All costs associated with this requirement, such as signage and red curb striping, shall be borne by the applicant.
That's correct. And is that something you would be in agreement to, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, we agree.
Okay. Mayor?
All right. Yes.
I was going to sit here and not embarrass Frank. Sometimes I ramble on, but I have known Mr. Hawkins for the last 12 years, I found Mr. Hawkins to be a very honest and sincere hard worker. He's never lied to me. He's never tried to put anything over on me. Whatever he tells me, I can take to the bank. I know that the projects that he's put together, the housing tracts he's put together, has always been top quality, top notch. He never leaves anything out. All I can say is I'm going to support this project. I may have had a harder time if somebody else was developing it, other than Frank Hawkins. But because of Frank Hawkins, I can't support it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Ross, did you want to be heard?
I just want to express to Councilman Barlow that, Councilman, because I'm on the Housing Authority and have close relations with HUD and locally and nationally, just let me know what I can do to help you.
Very good. And before we vote, I'd like to point out something that's a dynamic phenomenon that's taking place. Last night during the State of the City address, the theme was sustainability, not only environmental sustainability, such as the neighborhood that you're proposing here, but also societal sustainability as to how we deal with the people in our community. And we have to think as to what their quality of life is going to be, not just 2 years from now, but it's our responsibility to protect them so that their children and their grandchildren will be able to enjoy a very special living experience here in Las Vegas. And I'm pained. I'm really pained at some of the remarks that I heard today. And Mr. Watson, I'm going to sit down with you and I'm going to try to address those and hear solutions, because one of the things that we said last night is that when these issues come up and we have the kind of discussions that we've had today, we're going to be asking for public participation, because we don't have the answers to a lot of the problems, and those folks who are living the problems may have the answers for us. But on Saturday, I went to a funeral at the Second Baptist Church for a woman who was a longtime member of our community and very much loved. And the thing that impressed me the most, because the majority of the congregants who were there were African American, as to how many of them knew her and used her resources as a child care taker so that they could go to work and they could earn a living and they could provide for their families. And I had a whole different view of what's happening out there when I heard those comments, because it showed to me that there was hope for everybody in this community, that they wanted to succeed, that they wanted to work, that they had jobs available, that they wanted to educate their children. It was a very positive message. So that gives me a little buoyancy. But I sure want to be able to start talking about addressing this very pessimistic attitude that I heard today of little hope, of things taking too much time, that failure is predicted. That's not the message that I want as the mayor of Las Vegas for any of my constituents to be sending to the world. So I'm looking forward to talking to you, and if the ladies feel that they have answers to the problems, I'm happy to hear them. I'm familiar with the Cabrini projects in Chicago, and I'm familiar with what happens in New York, and I grew up in the streets of Philadelphia, and I saw what happened with the projects there. I don't see this as being that kind of project. I see this as being a beautiful place for people to live, and even though the square footage is small, it's no smaller, to be quite frank with you, than the beautiful high-rises that are being sold for $600,000, $700,000 in our downtown here. Streamline said if they had the opportunity to redesign their beautiful building that they've almost completed, that they would have made their apartments smaller, because that's what people want in an urban environment. So this is a good thing that happened today, because it's exactly what we were trying to address last night. And I think that it's going to be a better city at the end of the day because of the fact that people do come forward and express themselves and share their feelings with us, and that the council listens attentively to them. And who knows, maybe next year when we get the State of the City, we'll be able to say that we succeeded in some small part, at least, as far as achieving our goals of sustainability. So with that, there's been a motion on item number 94 by Councilman Barlow, let's vote on that.
Mayor, let me just throw it back in again, that
Okay, sure.
I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions as amended.
If I may, all those ones that we read in are on 96 on the site plan.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 95, please.
Okay. Move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all staff's conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 96, please.
Okay. Now I'd like to move to follow staff's conditions, staff's recommendation, subject to all staff's conditions as amended for this item as well.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might just make a comment, the plan is good and all the thoughts are so good now, and we all want to give all the positive help we can. But some of the comments that were made about what happens after you built it the first time and things went wrong and you built it the second time, I just think we have to remember that we need to keep a strong force of code enforcement, planners, and other things from the city services in these older areas. I know that those of us who have the older wards, we find these things that we can build, and I can name one in my ward that we put a lot of money into, but if you don't have those backup services to help, then you do have problems, and it's something that management may not be able to control by itself. So I'm just saying that we're going to have to look at resources from the city, even though the budget's tight, to help if you want to be able to go on and say, you know, we've made the improvements. Am I making sense, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Very good. And,
Commissioner Skinny.
Right.
Before you are excused, Mr. Hawkins, and I can change my vote, I've been asked to ask you, Jacksonville versus New England. New England, it looks like it may be as high as -13 at this. Who do you like?
Bet Jacksonville.
Okay, I'm allowed to call this back, aren't I, next time?
In that case, bet New England.
I'm loading up on New England. All right. All right, 97 to 102. 97 is ZON 25069. The applicant owner, Solterra Holdings Nevada LLC, request for a rezoning from CM, Commercial Industrial, to C2, General Commercial, on 1.28 acres adjacent to the east side of First Street between Hoover Avenue and Gas Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 98 is SUP 25070. The applicant owner, Solterra Holdings Nevada LLC, requests for special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development adjacent to the northeast corner of First Street and Hoover Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 99 is SDR 25072. The applicant owner, Solterra Holdings Nevada, requests for a site development plan review for a proposed 14-story mixed-use development including 5,000 square feet of commercial space and 130 residential condominium units on .40 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of First Street and Hoover Avenue. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 100 is SUP 25267. Applicant owner, Solterra Holdings Nevada LLC, requests for a special use permit for a proposed 550-foot building within the AO Airport Overlay District, where the height limitation is 200 feet on the southeast corner of First Street and Gas Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 101 is SUP 25268. Same applicant owner requests for special use permit for proposed mixed-use development adjacent to the southeast corner of First Street and Gas Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 102 is SDR 25265. Same applicant owner requests for site development plan review for proposed 50-story mixed-use development including 15,000 square feet of commercial space and 700 residential condominium units on .72 acres at the southeast corner of First Street and Gas Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open. And Ms. Wheeler, before we start, were you able to make that phone call yet?
No, Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
No, you've been here
by
about
the end of the day.
Okay, there's no problem. The reason that I say that is because the subject matter of that phone call is going to have a bearing I believe, on the airport overlay aspect of this proposed project.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And therefore, it's going to be very important that what I'm saying in code, so to speak, is we are going to be sitting down with Nellis, and as a city, getting an idea as to what they expect of us in order to preserve the air safety and what we expect of them in order to continue our downtown redevelopment efforts. And I just had a conversation with the equivalent of the mayor of Nellis, Colonel Bartley, and he asked whether or not the city would sit down with him and work out these areas. So I directed Ms. Wheeler over the noon hour that as soon as we have a break to give him a call and set up an appointment. But that's something that you're going to have to concern yourself with, and talk to Ms. Wheeler about that, please.
Absolutely. If I could, I can certainly appreciate what you're saying. I've been briefed on this project here, and I have a question with those people at Nellis. And what about the other big cities that have airports around them? San Francisco, Chicago, New York. Why all of a sudden is it a problem here?
Well, I'll try to answer that the best I know how, and that is it started off with a debate as to whether or not residential would be permitted out at Apex. And it was determined by the county commission that they weren't going to allow it there. One of the reasons was the Nellis objection. The next thing, whether or not condos were going to be permitted out at the Speedway. Bruton Smith was going to build those, and that came before the county commission, notwithstanding the fact that the county planning commission approved it unanimously when it went before the county commission over the objection of Nellis. They rejected it. When we had our issue with Mr. Zarnigan, we asked for a meeting with Nellis. Apparently, it turns out that it's a very friendly discussion, and they asked in exchange for, basically, so we don't have these issues in the future, they want to sit down with our staff, and I suggested Ms. Wheeler would be the appropriate person to find out what they want, find out what we want, and do our very best to make sure that the two can live symbiotically.
I'll put it on the record right now. A project like this here, as good as it is, and as needed as it is downtown, if Nellis Air Force Base steps in there and tries to stop this, then they're going to have to fight me too. Because I love this project. I think it's great. I met with the developer 4 or 5 different times. They are going to build this project.
Oh, I love the project too.
Well, I'm just saying I don't want them to think that because of them that we're going to say, oh no, maybe we can't do this.
No, but
I don't want them to get scared off because
they're not. You're not scared. He's from Vancouver. They're not scared of anything in Vancouver.
Well, but again,
some wild salmon.
You're talking about these different projects that are not nearly this high that the county turned down and stuff. Well, I'm not the county, and I'm not going to turn them down.
My boy, I love him. Okay, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, and Mayor Pro Tem Reese and members of the council, we are excited to be here. We've been working on this project now for the last 2 years. Solterra Holdings of Nevada, its parent company, Solterra Development of Vancouver, has worked extremely hard on it. We are excited to get into the next phase of permitting on it, and especially getting started with the first phase, which will be a 14-story building, 130 units, which they're willing to go forward with even in this down market to make a statement in the downtown area. We agree to all staff recommendations. We have not asked for any waivers. We've not asked for any variances, and we just look forward to moving forward to become a good downtown community partner. And we have been proactive with FAA. Our application is in place. We're going through staff review on that right now, and so we're being proactive with the FAA at this time.
All right, very good. The second project, which is on the drawing board?
The second phase, which would be, as you see in the elevation that's up there now, would be the 2 towers. It would be 350 units per building on top of a single podium with 15,000 square foot of retail. That obviously would go into play after we finish construction on the smaller building, which will be heading into permitting very soon on.
That's terrific. Well, what's just to relate it to the prior agendized item that we had the discussion on, what's the square footage of the units that you're proposing in the smaller of the buildings?
I believe in the loft building, which would be the 14-story building, we're probably averaging around 750 to 850 square feet per unit average. Some a little smaller, obviously some larger, closer to 1,000. But the Vancouver market, which Solterra right now, with the experience and the type of product that they build now in Vancouver. They have a very similar project under construction pouring concrete right now. And it's almost an identical product, and that's what sells in that tight urban market, and that
Okay,
keeps prices.
I'm advised by the clerk that you have to give us your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Douglas Lean, 5520 South Fort Apache, representing the applicant, Solterra Holdings of Nevada.
All right, very good. Just for the record, it's virtually identical square footage that the brouhaha was over, so I guess we have to learn something about that, too. And
Design is very critical, and that's where, when you get into an urban environment, Solterra has brought in, has their architect from Vancouver that is here working in conjunction with our local architect, Apps Architecture, to bring in some of their experience in how they design small space to be urban friendly.
very good, thank you. Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of downtown Las Vegas. If I might ask, you mentioned the square footage on the loft section. What are we looking at the high-rise?
High-rise is very similar.
Okay, great. Well, it's impossible to say too much good about this project. The architecture is superlative. It's just, I can't wait to see it done. I wanted to ask, will we be using union contractors?
I can't answer that question. I think we have to get through the entitlement process before
Or
we do
prevailing
that.
wages?
Again, I can't answer that
I
question.
knew you couldn't.
I know.
I just want to put a bee in your bonnet. I'm entirely for this project, absolutely. Gangbusters. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard? Public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I can't say enough good about either, Mr. Russell. I really appreciate working with you. I look forward to going to the groundbreaking as well as looking at the first structure when it's completed. I think it's going to be very important to our downtown. On item number 97, Your Honor, on the rezoning, I make a motion for approval with all staff conditions, please.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the special use permit, item number 98, I make a motion for approval with all staff conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed?
And item 99, I make a motion.
Motion carries.
She's slow. And item 99 on the site development review, I make a motion for approval with all staff conditions. Ronnie wasn't like that.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 100 on the special use permit 25267, make a motion for approval of all staff conditions.
Please vote. Opposed?
And item 101.
Carries. I'm slow.
Item 101, special use permit 25268, I make a motion to follow planning commission staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And item 102, site development review 25265, I make a motion for approval with all conditions, following planning commission staff's recommendation for approval. And again, I want to emphasize, you go through here, and there isn't any variances, there isn't any added conditions. This is a very, very clean application, and I appreciate it very much. My motion is for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. When can we assume the first shovel will be turned?
I can't give you a date right now. We've got to go through some permitting. We're quite diligent in the way we do our thing. So once we get our permitting a little bit farther along, we'll announce that.
By summertime?
I can't make any promises right now.
See, I trained him well.
Well, I don't care. He can make a promise and break it for all I care. But,
don't break promises.
Okay.
No, that they don't.
Okay. Very
I
good.
want to thank very much Mayor Pro Tem.
You'll have to identify yourself for the record, please.
Michael Boza from Vancouver, Canada.
Very good. Thank you.
Would like to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for all of his hard work with us over the last 2 years on this project, and we look forward to getting moving on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, 104 and 105. 104 is VAR 23547, public hearing. The applicant is Jay Dapper. The owner, 2301 East Sahara LLC, requests for variance to allow 41 parking spaces where 63 spaces are required on .71 acres at 2301 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 105 is SDR 23545, same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 6,170 square foot retail establishment with waivers of perimeter landscape buffers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the east property line where 8 feet is required, a 5-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required, a 4-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 8 feet is required, and an 8-foot landscape buffer along the south property line where 15 feet is required on .71 acres at 2301 East Sahara Avenue. These are in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. They're both public hearings, which are now declared open.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This site is located on the north side of East Sahara, just east of Eastern, which is located right here. The site is zoned C1, and we're proposing a small retail center on the building, on the site, excuse me. If we could zoom out a little bit.
Could you show them where the Italian American Club is?
Yes.
Please.
The Italian American Club is located directly east of the site right here. As you can see from the elevations, this is a small retail center that's being proposed with 3 tenants within the site. On the west portion of the site, we're proposing a Java Detour that'll have a drive-through coffee shop in this site. On the east side, we'll have a Heidi's Brooklyn Deli, and then in the middle, there'll be a retail space. Over the last few months, we've been working closely with the Atomic Age Alliance on the design of this retail building and in recreating the existing architecture that's on the site. Atomic Age Alliance is an organization that's focused on mid-century architecture, and we've worked closely with them to try to recreate some of the elements that were on the building located on the site. They're here today, I believe it's fair to say, in support of the project, in support of the revised elevations, to keep with that style of building. The related applications that are on the agenda are needed to allow this size building, which, as I mentioned, is very similar to what's already existing on the site, as well as the uses that are proposed on the site. We appreciate the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time?
Yes, just comment. Can you show them what the design is going to show, where we're going to have the landscaping, because we're asking for some variances, setbacks and stuff. Just show them where the landscaping, what we're going to have, please.
Yes. Just zoom in a little bit. This is the site plan, and as you can see, the building's located right in the center of the site. There's an existing easement along the east portion of the site that provides access to the parcel to the north. So we've got a waiver of landscaping on the east side that staff is supporting because of the cross-access easement. We also have minor reductions in landscaping along the west and the north property lines. There's currently no landscaping out there, and we do have a minor reduction just because of the narrowness of the site along the north and the west. On the south portion, we'll be providing landscaping, 7 feet of landscaping, as well as a landscaping within the right-of-way, so we almost meet the total requirement for landscaping that the waiver was required along the south portion. Overall, the site and the use will be a benefit to the area and an improvement, nice redevelopment for this location, and the Planning Commission agreed with us on that, and we'd ask for your approval as well.
Very good. Any other questions? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this?
Your Honor, Mayor, council members, I'm Josh Guidell, 1200 Franklin Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. It's a few blocks from my house, so I'm very familiar with the project personally, as well as one of my main interests, or one of my community interests here in town, is as the acting president of the Atomic Age Alliance. I'm here to also represent the opinion of our volunteer organization today, which is a full-fledged support of this project. There's a couple of different perspectives I can share with you about this project. Actually, I'm glad to see a picture of the existing building up on the screen right now. What is there on site right now is one of the more significant examples of Googie architecture that we have in our community. That's what's known as a barrel vaulted roof. And it's probably something that we've all driven by, 50 to hundreds of times, or however many times we've driven by it. But we've noticed in other communities where attention has specifically been paid to the significant mid-century modern architecture existing in those communities, we've noticed that all of a sudden you don't drive by it and just overlook it. You drive by it and you notice the benefit and the boon to the community which promoting that sort of architecture brings. It's in high demand nationwide. We feel as though we're in a period of time right now where we're at a threshold where mid-century modern is shifting from being underappreciated to being rightfully appreciated, and all the other prominent forms of architecture experienced similar transitions. Specifically notable would be Art Deco. And of course, we all know what Art Deco does for Miami these days. So along those lines, we, of course, took interest in the building right away because of its architectural significance, and have been absolutely pleased from the get-go at how receptive Dapper Development has been in supporting our interest to preserve at least a semblance of the existing architecture. We went through several stages along those lines. We won't get into all the details, but the bottom line is today we can say we are very proud to stand here with Dapper Development, and that pride is generated from their willingness to be flexible and work with the architectural sensitivities of the site. That's one perspective. Perspective two, we've just as a citizen working with them, there really aren't very many options for that site. This is well, to use a phrase, highest and best use. This is it. This is definitely it. It's going to be a wonderful compliment to the community. I was smogging my work truck the other day at the Smog Hut next door, or the Jiffy Smog next door, and the gal there, if I could just share with you the smile on her face at hearing next door was going to be hot coffee and cool sandwiches, she was absolutely ecstatic. Living in the area, I can tell you I'm very much looking forward to getting a transplanted New Yorker on a regular basis, which is one of Heidi's specialty sandwiches. Absolutely approve it. I mean, it's a wonderful story. I wish I could take the time to share with you all of it, but it really is a great project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's the optimism. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Number one, you cannot have too many New York-style delis. Number two, I'm really gratified. I thought that the Atomic Age Alliance was pretty much involved in just the arts district. It's good to know that they're working throughout the valley. I am a child of the mid-'50s, born in '47. At the age of 7, I was buying, my dad was an architect and builder. At the age of 7, I was buying 100-foot rolls of wrapping paper and drawing cities. I think this is a great restoration. I'm entirely in favor of the project and looking forward, yes, to the deli. And what was the other thing? The Java, yes, that's one of my prime additions. I recommend approval. Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Yes, Your Honor. On item 104, the variance request for parking space, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial. It's just a continuing joke, you guys.
You're going to give me a second, right?
No. I'm going to allow this variance because it is going to have a drive-through coffee. They do take away some of the parking spaces. I mean, they have plenty more parking spaces because of this use, but it is going to be a drive-through. And as we all know, most people drive through to get their coffee, so I think we can allow that. So my motion will be for approval of item 104, the variance 23-547, with all conditions, please.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And I would like to thank Bob Gruner for allowing me to pull a little joke on Stephanie. Again, I would follow staff's Plan Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Yes.
For a moment, I want to reflect change to condition number 3 to show that the building elevations are date stamped January 7th, '08, to reflect the new elevations that were submitted.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Forgive me, Mayor Pro Tem, for interrupting. Just recognize that Commissioner Dunham is apparently the engineer for this project. That doesn't affect my vote in one way or another, but I just want to disclose that.
You better vote yes, then.
I'm going to vote when I vote.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And this one, you might want to consider applying for the mayor's design award on this kind of project and their preservation next year. We had a very nice part of our ceremony last night where we handed out beautiful trophies to 4 either entities or people in our community for different contributions for architecture, for preservation, and the like, and this could be a natural. So I would suggest that while you're going through the process, you stay in touch with Margot Wheeler, because she's the one who shepherds that concept.
We will. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, 106 and 107. 106 is VAR 25058. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Timothy O'Rourke et al. Request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required for a proposed contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard on 0.5 acres at 1700 Western Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. 107 is SDR 25057. Same applicant owner. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,560 square foot contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along the north and south property lines where 8 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 2-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required, 1.51 acres at 1700 Western Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim O'Rourke at 1716 Highland. The 0-foot side yard setbacks we feel are appropriate in this industrial area. Most of the buildings built in this area are from an area where they were built on the 0 lot lines. I submitted letters to the planning staff earlier that all the property owners adjacent to us approved of the facility we're planning. And the plan on the table here reflects what the most recent landscape design, and in fact the 2-foot, the second variance there, was really never correct, but we have at this time met planning's requirement to allow for better egress from the property, better vision lines, and we have a minimum now of 5'6" at that location to approximately 18'9" at the south end of the property on the west side. On the east side, which is actually on Western, which is which is the front of the property, we have 35 feet, which is substantial, and we have on the north side of the property some additional landscaping. Yes, any questions that I can help you with?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we putting in over here?
Pardon me?
What are we putting in here?
It's a new office building with warehouse. This is a structure that I built in 1998 across the street at 1750 Highland. And the plan that we have is virtually the same. We had to get a variance at that time to be on the 0 lot line also.
That's fine.
And you can see in this photograph we have, it's primarily parking. It's not really a yard per se, like a construction yard like we have presently.
That's fine.
Okay. Any other questions, or anybody like to be heard on this public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. On item 106, the variance 25058, we understand why staff made the recommendation for denial, but I'm going to go along with Planning Commission's vote for approval, and that would be my motion.
All right, let's
with
vote.
all conditions.
Opposed?
Okay, Ronnie.
Okay. All right, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Wait, we have one more.
And item 107, the site development review, make a motion for approval following the Planning Commission's vote with all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 108 and 109. 108 is VAR 25257. The applicant owner, Steve and Janine Ayers, request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 8 feet is required, for an existing accessory structure, 1.17 acres, at 804 South Jones Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 109 is SDR 25256. The same applicant owner requests for site development plan review for a proposed conversion of a 1,498 square foot single-family residence to an office with waivers of the perimeter landscape requirements to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the west property line where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the north property line, and a 3-foot landscape buffer along the east property line where 5 feet is required on .17 acres at 804 South Jones Boulevard. These are in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, folks.
Hi, my name is Janine Ayers. This is my husband, Steve Ayers, 1495 Red Rock Street in Las Vegas. We're in front of you here today to gain approval of the conversion of zoning for this property from residential to office, and we agree with all the conditions the staff has brought up. We've also revised the landscape plan as they recommended, the Planning Commission recommended, and we're here to ask for your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. and Mrs. Ayers? All right, folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
On item number 108, move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 109, please.
On item number 109, move to approve.
All right, please
If I
vote.
may, Mayor and Councilwoman, just to interject, the site plan that the applicant showed needs to be changed to condition number 3 to reflect the site plan dated December 20th, 07.
All right.
And the applicant indicated that and has the correct site plan that you saw.
So I should move to approve with amendments?
Yes.
Oh,
Just to
excuse
get
me.
the correct date into that condition,
To get it into then, I move to approve with all conditions,
Okay, let's vote, please.
as amended.
as amended.
All right, as amended. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, folks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 110 is VAR 24820. Applicant owner is Gil Martinez. Appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for variance to allow an existing carport 8.5 feet from the front property line where 20 feet is the minimum required on .14 acres at 1821 Walnut Avenue in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
If I could, please. Mr. Martinez, I haven't had a opportunity to meet with you. I would like to have that opportunity. There's been a lot of problems with this application, with this carport. It's really been a problem. I feel like I've talked to Mr. Wilkin, and we have not had any inspection of this carport. I know some of the neighbors are saying they like it, they want it there, and so on and so forth. But I want to make sure it's safe before I allow this. So I have a lady here I'd like you to call. Vicki, if we can give this to the man, and set up an appointment with her so we can bring the building department inspector out to look at your facility. You're not like told us in advance until our February 16th. 16th. That's just a week, yeah.
All right.
Can we do that?
January 16th. January
16th.
Right.
February 6th, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, February the 6th.
February 6th.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
4 weeks.
That's about a month from now.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote on the motion. Post.
You got to see it.
Motion carries. Thank you. 111 is VAR 24824. The applicant owner is Decatur Crossing Center LLC. Appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a proposed freestanding sign height of 75 feet, where 40 feet is the maximum permitted, and to allow a 1,012 square feet, where 404 square feet is the maximum permitted, on 16.8 acres at 202 to 290 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today representing the applicant on this sign application. I feel like all I have done today is talk to you about signs. This particular sign, if I can turn your attention to the overhead, if you can zoom in a little bit, I hope that all of you are familiar with this center. It's been there for quite some time. It is what I would call the Target Center right near Meadows Mall on Meadows Lane and Decatur. It's been there for quite some time. The owner of the shopping center has had difficulty retaining tenants as well as keeping the center full. It's not full at the present time, and we believe, I should say he believes, that a taller sign will help with the visibility of this center, and it really is needed so that the entire center doesn't go under. When the item was heard before the Planning Commission, we actually were not representing it. However, since the Planning Commission, we have made additional changes from what the Planning Commission saw that night. The sign to the right here shows you what the sign today looks like, and it has a height of 45 feet. We're asking to build this sign today. Oh, thank you, the color's better. We're asking to tear down that sign and build this sign with this application. It would be shorter than what we're originally asking for. We were asking for 75 feet. We would like to go to a maximum height of 70 feet. Additionally, you can see the other improvements that we've made. We've added rock to the bottom of the sign. We've added this decorative feature along the side, which we would then put the name of the center as Decatur Crossing. And then each of these panels would be single sign panels rather than split in half, where that can sometimes look a little messy. So we think that those are substantial changes. The increase in height is needed. As you could see from that first exhibit that I showed you, that picture, there's power lines right on that block, and it is, with the height of the sign as it sits right now, there's just a lot going on. So we need to get a little bit taller so we can have a chance to keep that center operating and viable. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Lazovich? All right, folks, a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm resident of Las Vegas. This is not my neighborhood. I happened to drop in. I only went to one planning commission meeting in 3 months because of my hectic schedule, at which occasion Commissioner Evans had the audacity to say that I was excessively verbose. Nonetheless, I will carry on with this. There was substantial resistance, and there were a lot of arguments that it really wouldn't do what the owner thought it would do. Well, I'm here to say this revision modification will do what the owner intends to do, to not only satisfy present tenants, but to attract new ones. I think it's a great upgrade, and I recommend approval. Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Just to pick up on what he said, nobody can guarantee that it will do what the applicant hopes it will do, but there certainly is a very strong possibility it will. Everybody here probably knows I'm not a great proponent of signs, especially big signs and making signs bigger. But here we have a situation where we have an economic possibility of losing our businesses there, and losing those will be a far greater effect upon those residents living nearby than if we raise this sign a little. And so I want to make sure our condition is there as far as the decoration of the sign. You have all of that you put in.
If I may, Mr. Mayor and
Yes.
Councilwoman, we would need an added condition to say that all development shall be in conformance with the sign elevations date stamped January 9th, 08, except as amended by conditions. The maximum sign height shall be 70 feet, and the maximum size shall be 1,012 square feet.
And do we need to put in there about what the bottom is going to be, the rocks? And I did ask that if he could just make a little bit more landscaping underneath there, if he could add landscaping or a few plants.
Yes.
The condition references the plans that have this date stamp, and so that is how the project will have to be built.
And yes, I've also advised the owner of the center about adding some lower level plants around the base of the sign more than what's there today.
Right. Right, thank you. And it's been nice working with you. We were able to work this out, and I hope it does help, because, Mayor, you know this area very well. It's an area where we need to give a lot of help to right
Sure
now.
does.
I move for approval.
All right, let's
with all
vote.
conditions as amended.
Let's vote. Post. Post. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think it came up. Motion carried?
It did.
Did it? Okay, good. All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have two items in a row here, 112 and 113. 112 is WVR 24873. The applicant owner is Greater Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church. Request for a waiver of Title 18.12.130 to allow an existing public street to continue to terminate without the required cul-de-sac on 4.01 acres at 1915 Lexington Street. This is in Ward 5, and the staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions.
My name's Grinnell
Whoa, whoa,
Martin.
whoa, I'm going to call the other one.
Okay.
Good. 113 is ROC 24875, same applicant owner. Request for a review of condition number 3 of an approved parcel map to remove the requirement for half-street improvements on Doolittle Avenue on 4.01 acres at 1915 Lexington Street in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And these are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
My name's Grinnell Martin, 3673 South Sand Hill Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. I am a member of Greater Evergreen Missionary Baptist Church, and we're requesting that we're able to subdivide that 4.2 acres of land.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman? Would you like to be heard, sir?
I'm present with him.
Very good, you're in good hands.
I'm standing in support.
Very good. All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Oh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. This also came up at the same Planning Commission meeting. This is an extraordinary congregation with an extraordinary vision. My first church was Baptist. I seem to recall saying something like this to the exalted and the illustrious Planning Commission. I do recommend approval of this project. To give you an idea of how strongly I am for it, I repeat, I recommend approval of this project because I don't want to hurt anyone. Thank you so much.
I'm sure the gentlemen feel very secure with that recommendation. Okay. All right, anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Let's see, this is Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to thank Mr. Teddy Russell, because you are correct. This is an extraordinary church with extraordinary vision. And for that, I look forward to approving this item, subject to a couple of amendments to this item. And Margot, you can assist me with this. I'm looking forward to allowing them to subdivide the parcel. However, I'm sorry, Bart. I'm looking to subdivide the parcel, but removing the condition of the through street on Doolittle, as well as the cul-de-sac.
Right, Councilman. And condition number 3 of the review of condition allows a covenant running with land for the deferral of those required improvements. And if you approve the waiver, which is item 112, that will allow them to go forward with the cul-de-sac as well.
Okay, then that will be my motion.
All right, on 112 to follow
staff's to approve it.
The waiver that will relieve them of the obligation
Okay.
to construct.
Then I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
All right, let's
for
vote.
approval. Thank
Let's
you.
vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 113, please.
Okay, 113. Okay, and I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Items 114 and 115. 114 is SUP 24803. The applicant is Gugu Car Wash Systems. The owners, Fortier Quincy EMD Trust. Request for a special use permit for a proposed car wash full service at 5550 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 115 is SDR 24802, the same applicant, the same owner. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 4,326 square foot car wash, full service and detached accessory structure with a waiver to allow no landscape along a 200-foot portion of the east perimeter where an 8-foot wide landscape buffer is required on .84 acres at 5550 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good morning, or afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Trevor Hayes, 300 South 4th Street for the applicant. Along with me are Forrest James, who would be the owner and operator of this proposed car wash, should it be approved, as well as others in the valley that are approved and in the process of, along with Darren Bradham, who's with Gugu Car Washes, which has multiple locations in 12 states. Would like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff, as well as the planning staff, for working with us on this project. When we first came in, we had asked for no landscaping along the side here and minimal along the back of Alpine and the side here. Staff balked at that. We beefed up the landscaping here and here, where there currently sits an animal hospital. Then there's a Family Dollar store here. We had, through Planning Commission, asked for a waiver of the landscaping there, but at the Councilwoman's request, I believe she's going to ask for a condition to be added to put in some vegetation, a 2-foot strip along the east side, which we are amenable to. At this time, I will answer any questions and ask for your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions to the gentleman? It's a public hearing. Would you like to be heard, sir? Yes. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Kevin Davis. I live on Delray Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Ever since I was a child, this area has been the city-county line. It's kind of an area that over time has been neglected, and it's kind of a hodgepodge of things. But, you know, over the last 7 years or so, with the city planning and things, there's hope for the community. There's lots of good things that have happened in this area. You know, the Red Rock Theater has been torn down. There's a nice new complex in there, Walmart and various other things. And, you know, the community really depends upon you guys to look after us, and we're counting on you to take care of this area, and we have hope that over time there'll be some good development, and there'll be, it'll be an asset to the area. But, you know, one of my main concerns is when I looked at the site plan here, particularly, it's not shown on this site plan here, but it was on the additional documentation that was given to the city. Is there a way to get the site plan this isn't the one. That was the one that was given to the city. It's this berm down here at the bottom here that's on Lindell Road. Do you see?
No, we can't see it, sir.
No, but on this site plan, there's a berm there, you know, so, you know, we'd like to understand what's going on with that.
Is anybody able to answer that question, please?
I thought we had discussed this. Remember, I pointed out to you earlier in the afternoon when we went outside and spoke that we had received a call. We've been trying to reach you.
And I'm the one with the call.
And we thought there was a concern that there was going to be an exit out there onto Lindell.
No. The issue is this berm that's on this one site plan, because if you go back into the history here of the way that Lindell is set up, Lindell goes from Harmon all the way to Charleston, as you know, and it's a kind of a throughway. And actually, as Charleston and Jones gets loaded up more and more, people are more and more using Lindell as a throughway. And so this berm says to me that, you know, that people, when they come from Lindell down to Charleston, that they'll only be able to turn east. And so there's another thing that took place a couple of years ago, and what it was is Duneville, you know, the residents down there at Duneville and Sahara were having a hard time with the car dealerships. And so the city put in a blockade there so they could cross.
Closed off the street.
In an effort to try to direct people onto Lindell and Jones, which is a good thing. So here we got a lot of people going down Lindell expecting to be able to. But what happens here is that on Charleston, as you might know, there's Westwind is the one with the light. And so I'm concerned with this berm here, that it's going to direct traffic into the residential area, and that can't be good social engineering for sure. And so,
Could we just ask a definition of what this berm is?
Yeah,
Because
I'd
berm
like to
has
understand it,
different...
because as I look just at the material that's
Yeah.
presented to me,
There are different definitions of berm, and could you explain to me what this berm, specifically what this berm is?
We're guessing that we're talking about the island there on the south side of Charleston.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, this island that would be, it's non-existent right now. I mean,
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with this project, does it?
Well, it could. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, it works. It could. The traffic engineer will review the plans and determine whether or not such a traffic changing device is necessary, but ultimately NDOT will actually make that determination because this is an NDOT road. They have to apply to NDOT for an encroachment agreement, or I believe they call it an occupancy permit.
Who's they?
The applicant.
The applicant would have to
meet with
apply for
NDOT
this. I gotcha.
And get permission to change anything in Charleston. And as a result, it's possible that NDOT might say, yes, we want that type of thing, but it's also possible they'll say, no, you don't get to do that. Just because it's shown there doesn't mean it's part of the plan.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I was a little confused about what he was talking about at first, but yes, this is a state-controlled road, and Charleston's a state highway, and we have to work with NDOT for the approvals there, is it not?
I understand that, but that island is drawn in the plan, obviously, so.
That's correct, and certainly what's shown on-site in the site plan, they are absolutely held to. What's shown off-site in somebody else's property, particularly NDOT's property, is subject to NDOT control. They're suggesting that this might be a good thing. NDOT will make that ultimate conclusion.
And we will work with NDOT to come up with a solution that will make that flow well.
Yeah, but my concern is that Lindell is becoming a major thoroughfare through there, and it terminates right there at Charleston. And so we have, a lot of traffic turning in and out. And then if you have another business on the other side, which is a car wash, which supposedly could have a lot of traffic turning in and out. I mean, Charleston's a busy road that needs to be able to flow as good as possible. And what we're creating there is kind of a little mini spaghetti bowl, and we don't want another one of those. Sure.
I guess my confusion, Mr. Mayor, is this is going to be an issue no matter what is developed on this site, and doesn't necessarily seem appropriate to the approval of this use. I may be incorrect in that, but I think any use that's going to go into
Let me ask this. Can anybody tell me when the application, if there is one, is being made to NDOT, whether they do have public participation where this gentleman could address these issues to NDOT?
I doubt that an occupancy permit would be on a publicly noticed agenda. Certainly the gentleman can contact NDOT and express his concerns. I suspect what the issue here is we don't want to see cars trying to go straight up Lindell, straight across Charleston, and into their driveway. And so this is a proposal to mitigate that. But I doubt that there will be, I shouldn't say I doubt, I don't believe there is an ability to have public comment on an encroachment or occupancy permit, but they can contact NDOT and let them know what their concerns are.
Well, would they contact us?
We don't actually have a great deal of authority within NDOT. NDOT has the ultimate final say. We can certainly tell them that we think that it should go this way, we'd like it to go that way, but NDOT owns the road, they maintain it, they control it, and they have absolute say on what happens on Charleston.
Yeah, now what my concern is that, okay, when Duneville was closed, because people would go up Sahara and use Duneville as a major crossroad because that's, that was the logical flow. But now that people are kind of forced to go on Lindell, they make their way up to Westwind no matter what. And so hopefully they would make their way up Oakey. But, what they're actually doing, since Delray is a wide street because the city, for whatever reason, made it quite a wide street when it doesn't need to be, and it's actually a residential street, they head up Delray, which is a residential area. And this is kind of a county island area where there's no sidewalks and the pedestrians have no protection at all and when I was, before they did the change at Westwind, my kids could, ride their bicycles out in front of the house, and there wasn't any, but those days are gone. But my concern is that if this berm is put in place here, or this island is put in place here, that Delray is going to become the busiest street in town, as people go up Lindell and through Delray I just would hope that,
Could I ask, Mr. Mayor, a couple of questions?
Certainly.
You know, I'm really sort of disappointed. When I spoke with you outside, and I told you about his call, and we didn't know what it was, and I said, are you going out into Delray or something, that you had, you know, that this wasn't mentioned at all to
What I
us?
told you at that time
Because
was
have
the
you-
state road and the
Yeah.
NDOT would be the one to approve that. We
Well,
can't make any
but-
promises about what NDOT will approve. We will work with them.
No, but did you go to NDOT and ask for this? Are you asking for this from
That would be the
NDOT?
engineers who are working on that. I don't know.
Well, how did it come up? Somebody brought it up.
Well, somebody made a little drawing there that...
Yeah, and
If I may.
I didn't think of it because it was NDOT road when they were talking.
Our engineers had a meeting with NDOT.
You have to identify yourself.
Forrest James, 725 South Hualapai Way, Las Vegas. Our engineers had a meeting with NDOT, and NDOT proposed putting what they call a T-median, and if I understand it correctly, it will pretty much allow left-hand turn in and out of Lindale, but prevent left-hand turn in and out of our site. And that's something that, you know, they mentioned, and it was their idea, and we're just going to comply with, you know, what their recommendation is.
yeah, but basically what that's going to do is it's going to drive people into a residential zone, which I think is undesirable. I mean, I have nothing against the
He just indicated that if people are using Lindell.
Yes.
And they come to Charleston.
Yes.
They still have the option to head west or east.
That's not what I see there. But that's not what I see in the plan.
It looks like it's a triangle that allows movement both ways. Is that what you indicated?
That's correct. Now,
Could you just show us that? Could you point out how that would happen? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
let's see. Basically, what NDOT wanted to do is to make our site a right-hand in and out only. Because what would happen is you have cars that are going to be trying to take a left out of Lindale onto Charleston Boulevard. You can't have, and you just have one cut here, you can't have cars try to take a left-hand turn out of our site onto Charleston, because you'd have cars hitting one another. So either you have right in, right out for our site only, or you have right in, right out for Lindale only. We're fine with only having right in, right out for our site, which means Lindale will remain the same. They're just going to put a T-median so cars cannot possibly try to, you know, say it's, you know, early in the morning, there's not much traffic, so customers won't try to use this median because it's not intended for our site, it's intended for Lindale. And that being said, if we're a right in, right out, then this is really a moot point. I mean, we're not doing anything or asking anything of NDOT to change this.
So if you're a right in, right out, you don't need that?
Right, because our cars will just turn right into the site, and when they exit, they'll turn right out, and that has nothing to do with Lindale and this setup that they have here.
If I may, and Councilwoman, the island isn't at the south side of Charleston. It's actually in the center of Charleston. So it's not going to prevent anybody who's currently using Lindale from accessing Charleston and turning either right or left. What it will prevent is anybody from the north side from turning left.
Into?
Yeah, I can understand that, and even if that is the case, you know, I still think that, you know, this Charleston area is extremely heavy traffic during rush hour time, and that this turn, negotiating this turn, even though it's quite easy right now, I just think that compounding this and creating more congestion in this area would be an undesirable feature. And I don't have a problem with the car wash going in, you know, I don't have nothing against car washes. I just think at the end of this terminus of this major thoroughfare, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea to put a McDonald's there, or any high traffic area. You know, it's good to put, you know, a little restaurant or a doctor's office or something.
And you know that it's been trying to have a restaurant there
Yeah, I know.
and things
And
like that.
actually, as I talk to my neighbors, they'll be sad to see Frank Fisco, but
Well,
I can appreciate that.
Is it in our conditions and everything that it's right in, right out? Because I would like to keep it right in and right out so that we don't have to have that affecting going into the neighborhoods.
We don't have a specific condition, but we can certainly add one.
Would you just add that? You're saying it won't bother you any, and I understand what you're saying about traffic being diverted into the neighborhoods, because we have a big problem with that in Ward 1. But this way, they can have their business, they can do it that way. It doesn't bother them, it'll prevent what you're concerned about. And as far as the congestion on Charleston, I'm afraid there's nothing you, I, or anybody else on this council can do about that. But I will tell you that we're making every effort on this council and the mayor's to improve that corridor on Charleston.
I'll tell you this, Councilwoman, of all the streets that I drive in this valley, Charleston's the greatest because it's the only one that has any semblance of synchronization of the lights. It's pretty darn good. I'll be up there like Fort Apache and go right down Charleston to Rancho, make it in, well, I'm going about 95 miles an hour, but lights are always green.
Yeah, and I have one more question. Is there going to be a wall along the back of this property to protect the residents of Alpine? Because most of the businesses down along there, like the Family Dollar and the other one, they have this wall that they've been placed down there.
We did request a wall.
The
That's in the conditions.
I was just going to add, the condition that planning had asked to change actually was to move the wall in about 5 more feet from where the other ones are and put landscaping on the other side, so the residents on Alpine won't just be looking at a blank wall, but also have some landscaping.
I really think people are trying to make an effort to help all they can, to let business go there and to keep a good blend with the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, you know, and I did have a little misunderstanding because I didn't realize that this berm or this eye was in the middle of the street. I thought it was more in Lindell.
Well, it wasn't mentioned much, and until you brought it to our attention, we were and still, even after you did, we were puzzled, but we understand now. Okay. So I hope that helps some, and I want you to know we are trying hard there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I definitely will. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman?
I'd like to move for approval with the added conditions of enhanced landscape to be submitted to planning and development, showing added shrubbery on the east perimeter.
If I may, that'll be on the 115. We'll get there in just a second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right. Is that agreeable, sir?
It will be, yes.
Okay.
On 115. And then how about the final approval of elevation should be subject to sign and color review? I'd like to see the signs and the colors. It's a little bright right now, and we want to work on that. And then when that comes to you, Margot, if you would just let me know.
All right.
And then the traffic going in and out.
Yes, the condition should read, access from Charleston shall be right in, right out only.
Okay, so access from Charleston should be right in and right out only. Those would be the 3 additional conditions I would make. And then Trevor, you'll make an appointment with me later when we talk about the sign and the...
Certainly.
All right. I move for approval with all conditions as amended.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
118 is SUP 25068. The applicant is Fun City Motel. The owner is Chetak Development Corporation. Request for a special use permit. Oh, okay. Right. Councilwoman? Pardon me. On 115, the same motion?
Move to approve with all conditions as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. 118 is SUP 25068. The applicant is Fun City Motel. The owner is Chetak Development Corporation. Request for special use permit for proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 2301 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Truesdale, does your dad have an interest in this?
He does.
All right. I should disclose for the record that Mr. Truesdale is a friend of mine. He is my representative to the Planning Commission. I don't believe that that would affect my vote.
No, in 280. Wow. Mr. Mayor, 280 NRS 281 would not preclude your taking action on this item.
Very good. Ms. Truesdale?
Good afternoon, Stacy Truesdale with Jones Vargas, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. The special use permit is in order to allow for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment within an existing retail building. The retail building is located on the same site as an existing motel that's just north of Sahara Avenue on Las Vegas Boulevard. And the retail building fronts onto Las Vegas Boulevard. It currently has a variety of various tenants in there. And the property owner's in the process of renovating that building. They've just pulled permits in order to redo the roof on the building, and then if and when this is approved, they'll be pulling permits for tenant improvements to remodel the inside of the building, because the proposed use would be the entire retail building, approximately 5,500 square feet. I want to make clear this is not a convenience store. This is going to be an upscale liquor store, akin to some of the other liquor establishments we have in some of the more suburban areas of town. This will not be a convenience store.
All right, are there any questions, Ms. Truesdale?
You mean it's just going to be alcohol?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, will you have my favorite libation there?
I would hope so, yes.
Very good. All right, folks, are there any public comment? Public hearing? All right, seeing that, we'll close the public hearing.
Gosh dang, I hate to do this. I guess you're going to want to be open 24 hours a day, too.
I would imagine yes, but I didn't ask the applicant that. But I
Okay,
would
so my
imagine
motion,
it
my
would.
motion would be for approval from being open from 10 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, we would not be amenable to that.
Well, you know, this is the first I've heard of. I went and looked at the location and stuff.
Mhm.
I didn't know it was going to be all alcohol or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm kind of, that's why I'm questioning you. I didn't know who was going to be here representing this item today. You know, we have these upscale
Right.
packaged liquor stores in neighborhoods and stuff, not on the Strip. I don't know of any other store like this on Las Vegas Boulevard.
And that's why it would be a unique business in this location. There are residential uses starting to come in this area. You have the Allure Tower, you have some renovation going on Las Vegas Boulevard, and you do still have the tourist traffic, and it's just an alternative as opposed to a corner convenience store where you
You
just
mean
buy beer.
drive in and drink out?
No, this is not a drive-through.
I like that for a name of it. I already did it.
Oh. I make a motion for approval of item 118, special permit 25068, with the hours from 10 till 2. Just kidding.
So that might take.
Come on, you got to give me some help. I don't want it to be 24 hours.
Not 24 hours a day.
No.
How about? I'm just trying to think of what would be
8
reasonable.
to 10 or something like that, 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. or something.
Or midnight because of the weekend.
That's fine. That's fine. 8 to midnight.
8 a.m. to midnight. All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Is this going to be like a Lee's Liquor?
Hopefully, yes. That's the intent.
Oh,
yes.
okay, that's good. That's good.
Without saying that.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We're up to 120, is that correct?
Yes.
Good. 120 is SDR 25023. The applicant owner is Mesquite Wood 3 LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,775 square foot modular classroom addition to an existing school on 3.85 acres at the southwest corner of Bracken Avenue and 17th Street. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Gentlemen.
Council, Mayor, my name is Stephen Spahn, 830 Park Paseo, and we are requesting a temporary modular classroom on the site where an existing school has, we're on 3.85 acres at the southwest corner of Bracken and 17th. The modular unit is for 40 preschool children age 4 to 5.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
And the current charter school has grades K through 12. The modular unit would be temporary for 24 to 36 months with construction of a permanent building to replace the modular structure within 24 months.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman?
Can you put down there temporary for 24 months?
Excuse me?
Could you put down there temporary for 24 months?
Yes.
Not 24 to 36, just 24? I hate temporary buildings.
Right.
Because once we get them in there, it's really hard to get them out.
Right.
And we've had temporary buildings in town now for 10 years, I know of. So, and I'll give you 3 years. That was kind of a joke. And I want to apologize to Mr. to Wes, because I had a meeting with him a week ago Monday, and I had to cancel it. And I hate to do that, but I was detained out on the freeway there. I couldn't get in, so anyhow, I don't have any problem with it.
All right. Folks, public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
And this is in Commissioner Evans's area where he lives. I don't know what he said, but I agree with him. So I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions, with, I think on the condition it is 3 years.
Okay. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Esbit, that picture ever come out?
Yes, sir. Oh, no, it hasn't been published yet. That'll be in March.
Did it come out okay, though?
Wonderful. You're a magnificent model.
Thank you very much.
What is it? What is it, buddy?
I make it a 5-year temporary facility. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Again, Wes, I apologize.
121 is MSP 24914. Applicant Springs Preserve, the owner's Las Vegas Valley Water District, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a major modification to an approved master sign plan for an additional wall sign at 351 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. The staff recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Wimmer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what we're doing here, and I think I'll just give you...
For the record, your name.
Oh, yeah, my name is Dick Wimmer. I'm with the Springs Preserve and with the Las Vegas Valley Water District. A little bit of history. During the community-based design process of the Springs Preserve, one of the goals was to be able to essentially hide the preserve so that you could escape the hustle-bustle of the city and look to the city's past and be able to look forward to the future. And we did that so well that now nobody knows what's behind the wall and what's behind the reservoir, and people don't know that it's there. And so as part of our strategy to solve that problem, we need to identify what's behind that sand wall, and then we need to periodically remind people about the preserve. And this is one of the strategies to do that. This sign is not showing up real well on the overhead. I may try another one here, a smaller one. Back this off. There we go. That'll show it a little bit better in perspective. There was a little bit of confusion, I think, at the Planning Commission when they reviewed this, because the way we depicted this, you can see right here the existing sound wall, it looked like we were changing. We're not. This is adding those thematic elements, which are a part of the branding and part of the promotional materials for the Springs Preserve, to the existing sound wall with all of its desert elements on it, and then adding the letters so that it's visible from the freeway.
Could I just interject?
Certainly.
Because it might save a lot of time, because it took us a lot of time to understand. Where you have yellow, it is not yellow.
No, it's
it is
the
the
same
sound
wall.
wall the way it is. So you don't have a big block of yellow with the animals coming across. What you have is the sound wall the way it's painted now with the animals coming across. So forget the yellow if you can.
Okay.
Because that makes it look like an advertising sign, and it's really not that way.
And that created some confusion, we believe, at the Planning Commission as well, and that's why we wanted to clarify that. And also, this isn't visible anywhere but from the freeway.
Okay, it's very cool. Last night, Mr. Wimmer accepted, on behalf of the Water Authority and the Water District, an award for our mayor's design for the Springs Preserve. A very special place in our community. I believe it is going to be our new Central Park and be the equivalent of bringing that kind of prestige and distinction to Las Vegas as the Central Park in New York City does to that city. So anything we could do to make it succeed, I think it's this council's desire. I just don't know what a couple of those little critters are.
There's a Gila monster, there's a fox, and there's a roadrunner.
What was the first one?
Gila monster. Gila monster.
Gila.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the guy in the middle?
That's the one hanging over. That's the Gila monster. If you look at some of our
Oh,
billboards...
that's his tail, that's his tail.
Yeah, if you look at some of the billboards, it's the same color and the same branding. You'll see that same critter on some of our promotional material.
Your Honor, if I may ask Mr. Wimmer this question, Councilwoman too, with your permission, they're not big enough. Can they
I
be
asked that,
bigger?
yeah.
Did you ask them if they were bigger, if they could be bigger, Councilwoman?
I did. He's going to give you the reason.
Yeah, we looked into that, and part of the problem is that this sound wall is very unique. It's the only one like it in the entire city. It's straw bale construction. There's an infrastructure that the straw bales fit in, but from an engineering perspective, there's a limit to what you can hang on this wall. And the reason it's straw bale is because it insulates sound better from this park, and it also insulates heat from those 10 lanes of freeway, which helps us to be able to protect the environment and the things that we're trying to reconstruct on the site. So that gave us some limitations.
You know what, okay, one more, Your Honor.
Sure.
It'd be awesome if you could put something behind her, like the picture we're looking at right now. If you could build some infrastructure behind that was made of steel and
Punch it up a
concrete.
little bit higher.
And punch it up a little bit, because I've got to tell you, that is an asset in our community, that Springs Preserve. And I'm probably preaching to the choir when I'm telling you that, Mr. Wimmer, but I certainly want everyone in this community to know where it is and have an opportunity to get out there. I mean, I have fond memories of my childhood in that neighborhood over there, so.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, and that would be a good idea if we could do it. The concern is you have to check with everybody on safety, and if the wind might knock it down into the...
There are a lot of design issues, and then there's cost issues from going that we're always balancing. My recommendation would be that we start with this. If that's something that doesn't work, we could give that Gila monster a little boost.
Well, I agree with Councilman Ross, and I brought that up quickly, that I thought they should be bigger. Would you tell them how tall it is? Isn't that fox 7.5, or what is he?
That fox is 17.5 feet tall.
17
and
and a
he's
half.
not a small fox. He looks a little small here.
It's 17.5 feet?
Well,
He's a
I
large
didn't
fox.
know until he told me that.
Yes. The whole sound wall is about 17 feet, and they start lower than that and then come off the sound wall. And it breaks up the monotony of the sound wall along there, so it does draw your eye to them.
That's very
And
good.
of course, these letters are 5 feet tall. I mean, just the Springs Preserve goes for 54 feet. But you have to do that because you're traveling by it. But I'm sure 55 miles an hour.
It's hard to tell with the sign what it really is, I think.
Your Honor?
Councilman Brown.
Mr. Wimmer, is this just one section of the wall, or is this theme going to carry down?
No, this is only one section of the wall, and it's placed on the existing wall. So the existing thematic elements across the wall, and we have those panels where we had the youth art contests and things that we can change periodically. All of that stays the same. This is just the location that we picked that would have the best visibility coming from both the east and the west and would give people the best shot. Just a reminder, this is where it is, and remember, you need to go there.
And the rumor that a little bit further east on this wall, there was a 7-foot picture of the mayor's face, is that part of this application?
Who said off?
It's a rumor.
Marshall? Take him out of here, will you? It's very good. Okay, it's very clever.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Councilwoman.
And maybe, as we see how this goes, we can see if something can be done on another part of the wall, and it might need to be larger, but this gives us a chance fitting into all the parameters that we need to now. I move to approve.
Okay, let's vote, please.
Don't we have public comment?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I do apologize fervently. I missed the state of the city. I thought it was the 18th. I'll have to hit you on the rebound with a DVD or internet or something. In my way of making everything all about me, they named Russell Road after me. They named Teddy Road after me. Russell means like a fox, so I have proprietary interest in this thing. I think all you need to do to bring up the 17-foot fox is that fantastic thing you do on the buses where the fox is wearing the scuba mask and a snorkel. And if you did that, that would sort of make the whole thing out of balance and make it really jazzy for attention. That's all I ask, and it's an outrageous demand. I expect it to be fulfilled. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, I might add, these animals, all three of them are indigenous.
They're what?
Indigenous to the Springs.
Okay, anybody else want to be heard? Help us make this decision? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And good luck. And good luck. And
Appreciate it.
anything we can do as a city to help you promote that wonderful facility, just come to us, and all you have to do is ask, and I'm sure we're going to do it.
We will, thank you.
Terrific. All right, item 123, I'd instruct the city clerk to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatement. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. All right, 124 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come on up. Be happy to hear from you with a 3-minute timer, please. Yes.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, a Las Vegas resident, very retired Las Vegas resident. I really would like to be home to travel home and deal with the situation there, but I don't want to take all this trouble back. What happens in Vegas, I would hope stays in Vegas, but already I got information from my hometown. I know it's gossip, but this has traveled. I'm not even there yet, and already people know my business, and I haven't told anybody anything about what I've been doing up here. But already people down there are telling me something that I've been doing up here, and I don't like that kind of stuff. Because, see, I'm 50 years old. I'm a grown woman. I don't need, like I told this woman friend of mine, I don't need my children mothering me. And I know they mean well, doing me favors. But sometimes those favors can get people in trouble. Now, I told the people that's out on me, I do not care to accept their bribes or payoffs. And whoever's going before me accepting anything in the form of a bribe or a payoff, they're out of line, they're out of order. Now, these people have placed my life on the line, and I told some of these officers that confront me on things I do around this city. 300 threats a day was being made on my life as a result of people being allowed out on Nellis Air Force Base to dictate over me false information, falsified information to the CIA. That throws a reflection on me. I'm not mentally ill. That makes me look crazy, and I don't play that. I'm not nobody's child or a plaything. I'm not no psychiatrist, because I'd be rich by now. And I'm asking them, please, everyone that know any of these people, ask them to correct themselves, because the ones I'm closely associated with, which is very few people, I'm telling them to stop playing with me and correct this. This is 2008. Let's do it right. Let's have a nice, good year. Let's all enjoy and make not only Las Vegas, but every place in this world where we go a nice place for everybody to enjoy. Because this don't make sense. Greedy people, they greedy, full of lust, because I don't like what they telling me about this here sex thing. They full of lust. Yeah, we human beings, a lot of us like to have sex, but we got to do that in order too. There's a orderly thing with that too. Thank you very much. I don't mean to throw a reflection on anyone, but people are sneaking behind my back. I come to people's face and tell them things. Since they gonna act like little crazy children, I'm trying to tell them, come to me. Don't go to nobody else. They got something going on toward me. It includes me. Deal with me. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? No. Poor man.
My name is Joshua Collins. I'm a street preacher here in Las Vegas and activist for the homeless also. And recently I was arrested on the sidewalk in front of the Regional Justice Center for preaching out there. And I've been arrested on the Strip twice for preaching out there. And I know Mayor Goodman, you said the commercial advertising, I guess, even though it's obscene, which is against NRS 201, is more protected than the average citizen's free speech rights, which shows me that there's a respect of persons going on, and that the commercial industry is above the law or above the average citizen, which obviously is wrong. Right? That's hypocrisy, treason, that's respect of persons. That's exactly against what the Constitution is about. So I have a deep concern about that. I'd like to know what you're going to do to correct that.
If you could give me a specific question.
Well, the main thing is, I don't want to have to worry about getting arrested when I'm just going out to preach the Word of God.
Well, I'll tell you this, my friend. I feel very confident, and maybe you have to take me with you someday, that if all you're doing is preaching the Word of God, nobody in this city is going to bother you. Now, there are other implications. If you get in people's way, you don't let them traverse around you, you intimidate them, that's a different story. But if you're just out there preaching God's Word, I don't see anybody in this city bothering you.
Well, Mayor Goodman, we had that conversation about when I was in the library, and all I had was my sign with me, my Jesus sign with me in the library. I was arrested for that because the lady said, hell's a curse word. You can't have this in the library. I said, hell's in the Bible. Jesus said it all the time.
I checked it out, to be quite frank with you, and they said that you were trespassed, and that's the reason.
No, I wasn't trespassed.
I'm telling you what I was told.
Well, okay, well, they lied to you. Now, Jesus was also homeless, not gay, and that's another one of my concerns, is there's this great push for the homosexual agenda here, and this is a Christian country. Sodomy is a crime. We're not supposed to be pushing things like that in a Christian country. I mean, this is an example. Patrick Henry stated, this great nation was founded not on religions, like Islam, which also is a false religion, but on the gospel of Jesus Christ. John Quincy Adams said he's one of the founding fathers. He said that the Christian principles and civil government were tied together through the American Revolution. That was one of the highest glories of the American Revolution. So, and in 1776, all appointed public officers were supposed to profess their faith in Jesus Christ in the Bible. So, you can look this stuff up. So, it's treason not to uphold these standards under NRS 196, which is the state law treason. Look it up. I encourage the Christian community especially to pray and look this stuff up. NRS 201, NRS 196. Okay, those are the good morals and public decency laws under NRS 201. There's tons of foundational laws against obscenity, lewdness, profanity even, okay? Why are we not doing something about that? We're promoting sin. You know what I mean? That's destroying families. It's pornographic images destroy families, marriages, lives, and nothing's being done about that. I see these trucks driving around all the time, and these little kids are looking at this. Married husbands are looking at this, and maybe they're getting tempted to call these phone numbers and pick up these hookers or whatever's going on.
All right, I have to cut you off, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. At this time, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everybody, not only the city workers, but all of our great citizens, an exceptionally prosperous, healthy, and happy New Year. I also wanted to mention that I have a great deal of gratitude for everybody involved in what was revealed and explained and shown on the State of the City event last night. Although I didn't get to see it, I have some idea of what's been going on in it. It's been a superlatively grand year. The ship of Las Vegas continues to sail on beautifully. I'm especially thinking of the project that we had at Gas, and was it Third, where the gentleman happened to mention very casually that despite, again, the current economic realities, we wanted this to go through and start to make a statement. This will happen and can happen over and over and over again. Yes, there is a problem in the economies with reference to investing and confidence in this and that. But over and over, because we are Las Vegas and we get the best of everything here, we succeed when other people are very skeptical. Which brings me to the REI project, which I have attached my name to, as saying this is a go. I understand the meeting is not until the 30th. For example, MGM Mirage, it's reported in the LVRJ like the Sultan of Dubai sent somebody to drop in $50 billion on the project, or 50% support. I assure you it didn't work that way. What I would suggest to anybody who is involved with the REI, they may want to check with the government of Dubai, which is called a sovereign national fund, to give them a few $100 million or $1 billion to see this through, because it is quintessentially important for the overall vision of Las Vegas, Nevada. I thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned.